Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku used science and became badass? Part 1. This story is 9 Midoriya by HayateAnaguma. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button, as your one like motivates me to bring more stories, and subscribe the channel if you are new so you won't miss our latest videos. Izuku Pav. He doesn't have what it takes to be a hero. I don't have what it takes to be a hero. But that Biseth Izumi have. Fine. If that's you wanna do it, then I'll play by your rules, but only one thing. The rules just had changed. You may wonder who I'm. My name is Izuku Yagi, or so I thought. While my parents were at a funland, I was left alone at home. They forgot about my existence because of something beyond my control. I was quirkless. My fox appearance of ears and my twin tails are nothing more than a mutation. While looking through documents, I saw a photo of a man who also had fox ears and looked like me, all grown up. Hisashi Midoriya. Why this name ring a bell? I decided to keep the photo away from my family. On the back side of the photo there were coordinates, but they were encrypted. Luckily for me, I'm a pure genius, but judging from my academics, I'm a delinquent, a pervert, a troublemaker, an average kid who liked to get into troubles, while my sister and her friends were academic geniuses, caring persons, etc. That was a fat lie. The school, Aldera, was make it look like it. In reality, it was the other way around. Now I'm going to the coordinates that I found on my father photo because I did a DNA test and it resulted me and Izumi are not blood related, only from Inko Yagi since she give birth to both of us. I'm a Midoriya, not a Yagi. From 3 to 4 years, they were nice because they didn't know I will be quirkless. I don't remember when I was 1 to 2 years old because of that time, the human brain is not developed well enough to remember it. No one Pav. Izuku had arrived at the coordinates. It was an abandoned warehouse. Filthy, dirty, with rats crawling around. Then Izuku stepped on a specific brick on the floor and some mechanical hands comes out. Izuku was scared. However, the hands scan him. Hand. Scanning complete. Welcome Izuku Midoriya. And a metallic floor door opened, revealing stairs. Izuku. What's this? Hand. What your father Hisashi Midoriya built for you. Izuku walked downstairs and the moment he did it, the floor closed back and made it look like nothing happened. Once Izuku gets at the bottom of the stairs, light screen turn on. What Izuku saw was magnificent. A high-tech laboratory and a place to live. Izuku fly using his tails. Izuku. Hand. Hisashi Midoriya built this laboratory and me for you, Master Izuku. I wait for your command. Izuku was amazed. A high-tech laboratory built for him. While walking and explore the laboratory, Izuku find a machine that caught his attention. Izuku. How should I call you? Hand. Whatever you seem fit, Master Izuku. Izuku. Okay, computer. Computer. Very wise choice, Master. Izuku. And for starters, I need to make some changes. For starter, at what am I looking at? Computer. It's a machine that has equipped a soldier serum. Izuku. Soldier serum. Computer. A chemical that boosts the body once it's injected. Hisashi built it also for you. Please, enter inside, Master, if you want to. Izuku was looking at his body. He was skinny. You could count his ribs and see how fragile his body is. Not to mention all those scars from them. So, Izuku enter inside and the procedure started. Once Izuku get out, he checked his new body. 40% of his scars were healed. Izuku now was jacked. He's now having a 6-packed abdomen. Izuku. Flex his biceps, I could get used to this. Computer. How was the procedure? Computer. Scan *IT was success, Master. But unfortunately, only 40% of your scars were healed. Izuku. Don't be. Now for the next step. Computer. What will be your next step, Master? Izuku. Do you have a device that can fast teach me things? Computer. I do. It's a helmet that can teach anyone everything. Building stuff, cooking, you name it. Izuku. I want to learn somethings. And while I learn, can you do something for me? Computer. What's your wish, Master? Izuku. Create me 7 metal tails that attach to my 2 tails and hack into the government and erase my existence as Izuku Yagi. Computer. As you wish, Master. What your new name will be. 9. 9 Midoriya. Computer. As you command. 9 Pav. 2 days passed since I discovered what my father left for me. I also discovered that he left me a fortune of $10 million. I used a few bucks to buy a house nearby and I asked Computer to dig a tunnel between my house and this laboratory. My new 7 metal tails are working perfectly. Me and my tails synchronized perfectly. Deku is dead and I, 9 Midoriya, got born. No longer Mr. Nice Guy, no more Mr. Punching Bag, no more bullying, no more mercy for them. It's time I give them a piece of my mind. In those 2 days I used permanent DIY and my hair is now yellow and so are my twin tails. No one Pav. 9 just finished his power gloves. Those gloves have a magnetic pulse, shockwaves, blasts and energy blasts. His new 7 metal tails had sharp end and they can switch into blasters. 9. And. Done. My gloves are ready. Computer. Prepare the wall for the test. Computer. Right away, Master 9. A wall appear in front of 9. 9. Preparing for the test. Activating power gloves. 9 activated his gloves and punched the wall, making a hole. 9 felt like he punched through thin air. 9. Power generated by the gloves, remarkable. Resistance, not so much. 9 looked at his gloves and noticed that they didn't have resistance and they got destroyed most of it. 9. Computer, remake the gloves, but add a more resistant material. Those gloves can't withstand much impact. Computer. Of course, Master 9. Anything else? 9. Just this. The other things work perfectly. Now it's time for me to show them I'm no longer the weak Deku. I'm 9. Bring me the gloves that don't have the enhanced power. That only had magnetic pulse, shockwave blast and energy blast. And bring chip as well. Computer. Right away, Master 9. In a few seconds, Computer mechanical hands come with 9 gloves and a circular drone with a red eye. The drone activated. Chip. How can I serve you, Master 9? 9. You'll come with me, Chip. Do you have the evidence? Chip. Of course. Sabotage grades, allowing bullying and everything from Aldera. 9. Good. Now when we exit outside, you'll activate your cloaking device. Chip. Understood, Master 9. And with that, 9 and Chip enter inside the elevator and goes up. The house that 9 bought was a modest one. It only had a few rooms. Sleeping room, kitchen, bathroom, workshop, backyard, living room. One of the best part is that 9 also installed bulletproof windows and a metal door that can be opened by his mechanical tails, a password and his eyes scan. Chip activated his cloaking and became invisible. 9 then walked towards Aldera on his metal tails. He wore black sneakers with white front and a wheelie on it, black pants and a black sweater with a blue Y on it. On the way to Aldera, many saw 9 walking on his tails. Everyone felt the negative aura 9 was emitted and they move away from his way. Once 9 enter inside, he goes straight to his class. The English teacher saw him and tried to stop him. Hey, Stu, right there. You're not allowed to have those things in school. But 9 didn't listen and continued to goes to his class. The teacher tried to grab 9 by the shoulders, but 9 simply used 3 of his tails and throw her outside the window there on the first floor. With Izumi, Shoto. Deku didn't come, not even today. Where that useless go? Ejiro. Who care? He's quirkless anyway. With the girls. Momo had a bandage on her left cheek. Momo. Are you sure, Izumi? He didn't come home. Izumi. Number. Since Dad revealed himself and give me his quirk, I didn't see my brother since then. Did you saw in what direction was going? Momo. Number. After he punch me, I fall and I didn't saw where he goes. Ochako. Why would Deku punch you? Momo. I don't know. But he was having problems with walking. Not in that way. Kyoka. What do you mean? Momo. Do you think we took it too far? Izumi. I don't know. But we have to protect him. Once he give up, we'll apologize to him. Mina. But do you think he'll forgive us? Suyu. Of course he will. It's Izuku we talking about. Meanwhile, Katsuki saw that Izuku didn't come to school this day. Katsuki. Where's Deku? Izumi. He didn't come this day either. Katsuki. How Deku dare to not come to school? When I find him, I'll put him in his place. Then by all means, come and put me in my place, piece of shit. A voice was heard from the door and 9 enter inside with a cold and deadly glare at them. All of them didn't know who was this fox boy with mechanical tails, but once they saw his face, they recognized him. Everyone. Deku. 9. Deku is dead. I'm 9. And I'm done being Mr. Nice Guy. I'll make you pay for everything you've done. Silence. Until Katsuki and the rest of the class, the rest of 1A. Everyone in the class, except for Izumi and the rest of 1A, were laughing at what 9 said. Katsuki. Like you can do anything, you quirkless freak. Tsubasa. Yeah, Deku. What can you do? Tsubasa, the boy with red wings and one of Katsuki lackeys. 9. This. 9 moved 2 of his metal tails. One pierced one of Tsubasa wings. The other one leave a cut on Katsuki right cheek. Katsuki felt a sting sensation on his right. He touched his cheek and felt a liquid on it. He looked at his hand and saw blood, his blood. He looked at 9 and one his tail had some blood on it. Katsuki was now seeing red. Katsuki. You dare to hurt me, Deku. 9. It's time for some payback, piece of shit. Katsuki was fuming with anger and launched at 9, but 9 read Katsuki like an open book. In the second Katsuki launched his right hook, 9 jumped above Katsuki and land behind him. Then 9 maneuver Katsuki and throw him outside the classroom and in the hall. Mashiaro recognized the throw 9 performed it. Mashiaro. Where did you learn that? Ejiro. What are you talking about, man? Mashiaro. That throw is highly advanced martial arts skills. A few can perform it. Everyone was shocked that 9 could perform highly advanced martial arts. 9 goes outside where he saw Katsuki getting up. 9. I'll make you wish that your mother never opened her legs to have you. From his tone, everyone realized how serious was 9. Katsuki. Get up, you damn Deku. I'll kill you. 9. Jump and stick to the ceiling asterisk the name's 9. Katsuki launched an explosion at 9, but 9 used one of his tails to pierce his armpit and redirect the explosion up. Then 9 pierced Katsuki's shoulders and his other hand and lift him in the air. Katsuki. AAAAAAAGGGGGHHHHHH. Every student got out and saw 9 having Katsuki at his mercy. 9. Farewell Mutt. While 4 of his tails were in Katsuki's hands and shoulders, 9 used the other 3 to charge the blasters and ready to shoot Katsuki in the head. Then, that's enough. All of the students turned and saw Aldera stuffed together with the principal. Principal. Deku, let Bakugo go. 9 wasn't affected by the principal, but he wanted to see how things will happen, so he let Katsuki go. Ejiro and Honta quickly took Katsuki to the infirmary. Principal. Look at 9 asterisk in my office. 9 goes with the principal to his office. His homeroom teacher was smirking. Every teacher and students minus 1A smirk at his. 9 saw how his homeroom teacher was smirking. 9 used his shockwave from the glove and sent the teacher in the wall. In the office. Principal. Smirking, you're expelled. 9. Asterisk nonchalant, really. Principal. Smirk, you're nothing more than a troublemaker. Always slacking your studies, peeking in the girls' bathroom. Only problems you cause. It's time I put an end to it. However, 9 wasn't affected by the principal. Instead, he laughed. 9. 9 laughing terrified the principal. 9. Laugh, you really think I'm at your mercy? How stupid from you. It's the other way around. Then principal computer turn on. Computer. Ha ha ha, you've been hacked by 9. Principal. What's this, Deku? 9. In those 2 days, I planned a little plan for my revenge on you. I hacked into your system and I have everything you've done. Sabotaged grades, allowing bullying, and the list goes on. So, tell me, what'll you do, principal? The principal gulped when he heard that. Principal. We'll leave you alone and we won't do anything to you. 9. Wise choice. And tell your students that on the time I'm here, to don't try anything or I'll expose you to the entire world. Let's see how you'll like it then. Principal shocked face. Okay. That's all, you can go back to class. 9. Thank you for such a great conversation, principal. I'll hope we have another one. And 9 leave. 9. Asterisk sniff, there's no use hiding. I know you're there. Momo Yaoyorozu and Kyoka Jiro. Momo and Kyoka once heard, They had no choice but to move from around the corner. Kyoka. How did you knew we were there? 9. I may be quirkless, but I still have the feature of a fox. I could smell you from long distance. Momo. Zzu Wuzu. 9 raised one of his metal tails and pointed at Momo's face, inches from stabbing her. 9. The name's 9. Remember that, because if you don't, you'll be like the mutt. 9 retracted his tail back and leave, but then. Kyoka. Where did you get those tails? 9. That's for me to know and for you to never find out. And 9 leave. 9 goes on the rooftop. 9. Chip, did you get them? Chip make himself appear. Chip. Yes, Master 9. I collected samples of their blood while you were fighting with Katsuki Bakugo. But may I ask, why do you need their blood? 9. For something big. Now, you can go and put the blood in the laboratory and then return to me. Chip. As you wish, Master 9. Then Chip activated his cloaking mechanism and leave. 9 then goes towards his class. Once arriving there, he noticed that most of his classmates were glaring at them. He also saw Momo and Kyoka too, meaning that they told them about his conversation with the principal. Ejiro. Angry, did you have to take it that far? 9. Blank stare. Excuse me. Be more specific. I don't understand. What are you trying to say? Ejiro. You pierce Bakugo's shoulders and palms. 9. I still don't understand your point of view. He asked for it for a long time. Denki. That doesn't mean you can brutally beat him. What if he's now having problems? 9. And when you did the same thing to me wasn't too far. Oh, I know why you're angry now. You don't like to be on the other side of the beating. Well, get used to it. Because like I said, I won't show mercy anymore. Later, classes finished and 9 got ready to fly back home when he encountered the Yagis and Bakugo. 9 thought, I bet they couldn't keep their mouth shut. Why am I not surprised? Roll his eyes. 9 goes towards the direction of his home, but they got in his way. 9. How can I help you? Mitsuki got at 9's face and glare at him. Mitsuki. Angry, you have some explanation for hurting my son. You pierce his shoulders and palms. 9. And I'm going to repeat the same thing to you if you don't get away from me. From 9's tone, they know that he's bought bluffing. Mitsuki, in fear, took a few steps backwards, but still maintained her glare. Mitsuki. So, you admitted that you hurt him? 9. Yeah, but had it coming for everything he did to me. Masuro. Young man, stop lying. We know our kids. 9. Do you, Masuro Bakugo? Both Yagis and Bakugos were shocked because 9 called Masuro by his name and not uncle. Worse, 9 said his name with venom and hate. 9. You claim that you know your Hellspawn, but you're knowing nothing. Toshinori then buffed into all might and grabbed 9 by the collar and lifted him up. Listen here, brat. No one speak bad about my family. 9. Is this the way I was going to find out about you? All Might realized his mistake. Then 9 pointed his metal tails at All Might head and got ready to shoot lasers. 9. What are you going to do, huh? Having no choice, he put 9 down. 9. I knew your secret all along. It wasn't hard. Inko. What do you mean? 9. Same blonde hair and eye color. Put 2 together and you'll realize it. Also, neither All Might or Toshinori were in the same place. Plus, you're not good at keeping secrets. And 9 goes towards the direction of his house, but then he stopped and couldn't advance. 9. Inko, let me go. Inko. Not until you tell us where have you been those 2 days, mister. We were worrying about you. 9. Sarcasm. Wow, you were worrying for me. I'm a bad person. Toshinori. Young man, that's not how you talk to your mother. Apologize. 9. And why should I listen to you? Toshinori. Because I'm your father. 9. Does your name is by any chances Hisashi Midoriya? Inko. Scared HHOUDD@YOOUKNNOW. 9. I did a DNA test and shortly after, I found dad photo. And remember that writing on the back? Inko. It makes no sense, that scrambled writing. 9. Just what I expected from you. That was an encrypted message and I unlocked it. It was something that dad left to me. And by the way, I disowned the name Yagi. I'm 9 Midoriya. From the shock, Inko involuntarily released 9 who goes home, leaving Toshinori to yell in anger after hearing the name Hisashi Midoriya. With 9 took the secret elevator that could only be unlocked by him, and it was hiding by voice command, and it took him down to his laboratory. Computer. Welcome home, Master 9. The blood was successfully transported here. But can I ask, why did you want the blood from your ex-sister, her friends and Aldera staff? 9. For a little payback. Now, use this blood to create for each a temporary clone, but without a mind. Clone only the body. Computer. Right away, Master 9. 9 then looked at the pictures of Izumi and her friends and at the Aldera staff. 9. Soon, you'll face karma. For an action, there's a reaction completely opposite. For an action, there's a reward or a consequence. Life is like a river, full of possibilities. No one pav. It's time for the entrance exam of UA. 10 months passed since 9 beat Katsuki. The Aldera staff died because they party in school after the students finished their year. They drink and smoke. They got wasted. The principal spilled some alcohol on him and he accidentally dropped his cigarette, and that's how they died. After Katsuki got beaten by 9, no one ever saw 9 since then. It was like he vanished from Japan, but the truth is that he moved to America and started his company that turned out to be a huge success. With his unmatchable intellect, 9 created many cures for many illnesses. He cured cancer. He created artificial organs that work just like normal ones. He created items that could help police officers, military and firefighters. But he didn't create anything for heroes because 9 said on an interview how a hero told him he can't be a hero, and he decided to help people other way. You may wonder, how come 9 can have his revenge on his past if he's in America? Well, the truth is that 9 never leave Japan. He created a temporary clone of himself who go to America while he's staying in the laboratory. 9 also invented a teleportation, and his clone teleported food to him. Now the 10 months passed. 9 teleported to his clone hotel room in America. 9. It's time for me to return to Japan. Clone. Yes. Then the clone started to turn into dust and the clothes fall on the ground. 9 took the clothes and he said that he'll go to Japan for UA entrance exam, and he'll leave that to his secretary, Chuya, no family name, and his siblings Fuyumi and Natsuo. Chuya, Fuyumi and Natsuo knows about 9 plans and help him planning them. Meanwhile, Izumi and her friends are getting ready to go to UA. Their life got a bad chapter. Many times they were asked for a few unforgettable night full of fun, and when they refused, well, it didn't go well for them. Flashback. Random. To Ochako. Hey hottie. If I give you some money, can I have that sweet ass? Ochako was trying to ignore, and so the other girls. Many times they even comes to their home to ask them. Even the boys, girls comes to ask them out. Izumi and her friends didn't understand why this was happening. With 9, his plane landed and goes to his house where he changed into his regular clothes. With Yagi's, Toshinori was fuming with anger ever since 9 kicked Katsuki ass. But he was more angry after hearing that bastard, Hisashi Midoriya name. As for Inko, she was wondering what did Hisashi left to 9. Back to Izumi. They got inside for the written test. Many struggles with the test. After 5 minutes, lower voice done, Izumi and her friends saw a boy who wear a hoodie and having a giant tanuki tail, indicating that is his quirk. The boy goes downstairs to Ectoplasm to hand him the paper. Ectoplasm. Are you sure about it? It only passed 5 minutes. You still have time to check. Lower voice. No thank you. I finished it already and I saw some errors in the test. But I corrected them. Ectoplasm was shocked that there was someone who noticed the errors in the test. Momo looked in defeated at the boy with tanuki tail. Katsuki looked at the tanuki boy like he got a bite from the most sourest candy ever. He would want nothing more than show that extra his place for finishing before him. Him, the number 1 hero. But he couldn't do anything, not while everyone was watching and while Ectoplasm was present. All he could do was digging his nails in his thigh and grit his teeth in anger so hard that any second could break. Ectoplasm examined the test and wide his eyes and open wide his mouth. Ectoplasm thought, holy shit. This kid is pure genius. He answer every question correctly and correct the mistakes. All in 5 minutes. And his name is wide eyes more open 9 Midoriya. As in 9 Midoriya, CEO of Fox Industries. Later. PM. Hello everyone. Can I get a yeah? PM. Wow, though crowd. Anyway, let me explain the rules. You'll each be put in a fake city. Each fake city contains points robots. Easy villains victory, 1 point. Mediums villain Imperial, 2 points. Hard villains Venator, 3 points. Thought did they used a Star Wars reference. Just as Present Mike was about to explain about the next pointer, Mr. I have a book of rules instead of brain interrupted. Tenya. Mr. On the brochures you give US or 4 robots, but you mentioned only 3. If this is a mistake, then please correct it. It's UA. Point at Tanuki Boy asterisk you've been wearing that hoodie all the time and you're not wearing the school uniform from your school. If you're not taking it seriously, then leave this exam. Then the Tanuki Boy got up and said, lower voice for your information, farts for brain. Everyone, I'm not wearing a uniform because a few hours I came with the plane from America and while in America I learned from home. Second, I wear my hoodie because of my animal appearance. Don't you see my giant tanuki tail? Once girls saw my ears, they'll go wild and couldn't concentrate because of me and they'll call me adorable. Third, how can you see me not wearing a uniform? I'm chairs behind you by a lot. This means that you're not paying attention and decided to act like an idiot. So, sit down like a good boy because you don't want to make you shut up. Scene change. Izumi, Tenya and Ochako are at their fake city. The gate started to announce the participants. Gate. Izumi Yagi. Izumi. Here. Gate. Ochako Uraraka. Ochako. Here. Gate. Tenya Iida. Tenya. Here. Then the 3 of them heard the gate saying a name that they won't forget. Gate. 9 Midoriya. In that moment, the Tanuki Boy tail was ripped apart. The Tanuki tail was only a diskwise and from its 7 mechanical tails and twin fox tails appeared from the diskwise. The boy pulled his hoodie, revealing his curly yellow hair and his fox ears. 9. Here. Random. Dude, look. It's 9 Midoriya. Random too. I know, man. He's so amazing. Then another one goes towards 9 and the next thing he did shocked Izumi, Ochako and Tenya. He bowed to him. Random 3. Bo 9 Midoriya. I'm grateful for you and your cancer cure. You saved my brother life. I owe you my life to you and your company, Fox Industries. 9. No need to bow, friend. I started my company so I can help people in other way than hero way. Then the doors open and 9 dashed inside with his tails and destroying robots after robots. Random 4. Is he okay for him to go there? Random. I don't know. PM. What are you waiting for? There's no countdown in the real word. Go, go, go. In that moment, everyone goes inside the city, but they find many destroyed robots, courtesy of 9. They saw how 9 was jumping from robot to robot and stabbed them in the head. Watching room. Nezu. We sure have a lot of potential candidates. Midnight. Indeed. Toshinori. Especially my daughter and her friends. Inko. Izumi is by far the best. I bet she's first place. A female hero that wear a suit that looked like an astronaut spoke. 13. I'm sorry to inform you, Green Storm. But on the first place is 9 Midoriya. Yagis. What? Toshinori. Can you repeat that again? 13. I said that on the first place is 9 Midoriya. The screen showed 9 destroying robots with his tails. Toshinori thought, what's that Brad doing here? He shouldn't be here. PL. You said 9 Midoriya. Like that 9 Midoriya, CEO of the Fox Industries. Inko. What industries? Ectoplasm. Don't tell me you never heard of Fox Industries. 9 Midoriya started his company in America 10 months ago and now it's an empire company. With the highest advanced tech. 9 company developed many amazing things. Cure for cancer, artificial working organs and it could catch us Christmas and I can still go with what amazing inventions his company can do. Vlad. But where did he get all the money? Toshinori. He obviously stole the money. PL. Number. On an interview, he said how his father, Hisashi Midoriya left him in a testament all of his fortune. Inko thought so. That's what Hisashi left to Izuku. Back to 9. He was destroying robots after robots using his tails and gloves. Then he used his gloves to make an holographic keyboard appear and 9 started to tap on it. From behind 9, A one-pointer came to attack 9, but 9 disassembled the robot with his tails without even looking. Then he raised the robot in the air, which got destroyed by what appeared to be a laser from Yuga Aoyama. Then 9 stopped using the keyboard. 9. And done. The ground started to shake, the buildings started to tremble, and something was coming from beneath the ground. A huge robot came, the zero-pointer make its appearance. All of the students started to run, except 9. 9. Between some scared chickens and them, it's not much of a difference. 9 then pressed the button enter from the keyboard. Zero-pointer. New admin privileges, //, affirmative, now paired. Watching room, everyone. Paired, PL. What does it mean, paired? Back to the city, Ochako. Help. Everyone turned and they saw Ochako trapped under the debris, but none moved to help. 9 thought, heroes my ass. Then 9 saw how Izumi jumped high and it looked like her legs were broken. Izumi. Detroit. 9. Zero-pointer, shut down. The zero-pointer deactivated itself and fall. Izumi. Smash. But Izumi punch only hit the air. And now Izumi was falling with only her left hand functional. She was 10 meters from hitting the pavement, when she stopped. She was looking and it looked like she floated. Izumi. What's happening? 9. Who's the Deku now, huh? Izumi looked and she saw 9 flying with his fox tails by spinning them and hold Izumi by the back of her tracksuit with one of his metal tails. Then when they reached the ground, 9 dropped Izumi and then removed the debris off Ochako legs with his tails. Recovery girl come to heal any injuries. PM. And done. The exam had finished. You'll receive your letter after a week. Also, can 9 Midoriya present himself to principal office. 9. Sigh. 9 fly away and goes towards Nezu office. 9. Computer, hack into UA system and shut down all the cameras. Computer. As you wish, Master 9. Meanwhile with Nezu, he gather all of 1A parents, Eraserhead, Midnight and present Mike. Mitsuki. Why did you call us, Nezu? Nezu. For this. He showed them the file of 9. Endeavor. This brat has guts to come here. Toshinori. I agree, Nezu. But that's not all. After we call him to come here, he sent me a file. Eraserhead. What kind of file? Nezu. About OFA. Everyone gasped. How could 9 know about it? With 9, he was walking towards Nezu, when his past blocked his way. Katsuki. You have guts to come here. 9. Nah, I don't call them guts. More like going to the school I dreamed about it. Katsumi. You damn Deku. Shoto. Getting into UA by blackmailing using OFA. Ejiro. Only a villain would do that. 9. Isn't a similar situation with what you did. Ochako. It's not. 9. Really? Didn't Aldera covered your record so you can go as angels? By the way, how are our teachers from Aldera? Kyoka. They're dead. 9. Fake gasp, but convincing how? Honta. They were throwing a party and accidentally they set the school on fire. Flashback. Aldera staff woke up in a glass box. English tea. Where are we? Principal. I don't know, but we have to get out of here. 9. Unfortunately, you won't get away. They turned and they saw 9 on the other side of the box. Principal. What's the meaning of this Deku? 9. Your death. But don't worry, it will be an accident. Then from 9 back, the clones of Aldera staff come. 9. Meet my creation. Temporary clones. They're controlled by a mini drone inside the mouth. Like how Jake controlled Finn. They're visibly distressed, their breaths quickening as they realize their predicament. 9 Midoriya looked at them with no expression of sadness. The once heroic dreamer boy, now transformed by the weight of countless failures and betrayals, had reached a breaking point. Just weeks felt like a ghost in his own life, trapped in a cycle of inadequacy. Nervously, their faces pale with fear. They were unsure of how 9, the shy, determined boy they once destroyed his sanity, had morphed into this menacing figure. Their eyes darted to the drone hovering above, its mechanical whirring piercing the tense silence. Principal. Deku, you don't have to do this. Shouted Principal, his voice strained but firm. Homeroom. We can talk about this. We can help you. 9 breath hitched as memories flooded back. The sabotaged of the grade, allowing bullying to happen, getting punished for nothing. With each recollection came the dark times he wasn't strong enough, fast enough, or good enough to be a hero. 9. Whisper no more talking. He whispered, almost to himself. 9. You never listened to me. You all failed me when I needed. He instructed the drone to ignite the gas. The teachers tried to plead for stopping. They shouted. The English teacher was having her face on the wall, her hands pressed against the glass, eyes wide with fear. English T. You can still turn back. This isn't the way. But the words barely registered. 9 felt a strange sense of clarity amidst make them understand the pain that had simmered inside him for so long. With a swift motion, he pressed the final command on his device. The drone ignited the gasoline, a blinding flash of orange light erupting within the glass confines. The sounds of screams filled the air, but through the thick glass, they seemed distant, muffled whirring in his ears. He watched as flames engulfed the box, illuminating the terrified faces of those who once wronged him. As the fire raged, consuming everything inside, Izuku turned away and walked away from the box. 9. Say hi to Satan from me. Then after the fire was consumed, 9 teleported the bodies to took the place of the clones who got dissolved in the air, and he make sure that they weren't any records of him teleporting the corpses inside the school. 9 covered every mark of his. Flashback end. 9. I can't say I'm sorry for them. Ejiro. Angry. What did you say, Deku? 9. Still going with that old insult. Don't you get tired? But once again your brains are the size of a pea. Now, I have to go to the principal office. 9 used his teleportation device to teleport away from them. 9 appear inside Nezu's office, scaring everyone. 9. Did you wish to see Nezu? Nezu. Yes. I was wondering if you can answer our questions. 9. Sure. Toshinori walked angry towards 9. Toshinori. Angry asterisk. How did you find out about OFA? 9. What do you want to know? That's a quirk that can be transferred by the next user from taking a piece of DNA from the previous user, in your case, Izumi. Eat a string of air. How's a stockpile quirk that can stock immense power? How Nana Shimura was the 7th user, you're the 8th user, and Izumi is the 9th. This is what you want to know. Inko. How did you know that? 9. I have my way. Also, Nezu. Don't think that you can record this conversation. Nezu. WEWHH. Then on his computer appeared. Nezu computer. Ha ha ha. You've been hacked by 9. Night Eye. What's this? 9. I'm 6 steps ahead of you, and I knew it that you'll try something like this. That's why I asked my AI assistant to disable your cameras. Everyone was shocked about what 9 did. They couldn't do anything since 9 is 6 steps ahead of them. 9. Now, here's what you'll do. Since I can't get in the hero course since it's already a full class, I'll be in the support course. And you won't try anything, because if you try, then I'll expose OFA's secret and all of yours personal secrets. And to make it sure that I know your secrets, look at Midnight, secretly a prostitute called Hot Night. Midnight. Nimori wide her eyes when she heard that someone knows her porn name. 9. Look at Endeavor forcing Quirk marriage between Himura family and an abuser. Endeavor grit his teeth in anger, but he couldn't do anything. 9. I can continue if you want. Nezu. I believe it's enough to believe you. 9. But if you want to get into the support course, you have to solve those math questions. 9. Sure. Nezu. What's 525x 525? Toshinori was smiling because he knows that without a calculator, you couldn't solve this, but 9 said. 9. 275.625. Next time come with a real challenge. Endeavor. You just said a random number. You don't expect us to believe it's true. Nezu. I'm afraid he's correct. Eyes widen to everyone. Nezu. Solve this problem. Nezu printed a problem for 9. The adults thought that 9 won't be able to solve it, but 9 said. 9. The real part of the Z symbol is greater than 1. I told you, give me a real challenge. Seeing that give 9 more problems won't do anything, they give up. Nezu. I see that you're smart. 9. Welcome to UA and to the support course. You'll start next week. 9. Thank you. And 9 exit outside where Izumi and the others. Izumi. Izuku. 9. It's 9. Whore. 9 then looked at the girls. 9. I'm surprised you're not pregnant yet. And 9 exit outside where he used the same device to teleport to his home. Once entering inside, 9 unlocked the hidden path using his tails and goes down to his laboratory where he started to work on his next plan for his revenge. 9. The Aldera staff are done, computer. Computer. Yes, Master 9. 9. Using Izumi and her friends' temporary clones to make videos of them having sex and posted on Pornhub anonymously was a success. As a bonus, many downloaded those videos and I deleted that account. Now for the next part of my plan, sabotaging their hero costumes. Computer, are the microscope not ready? Computer. Yes, Master 9. But why do you ask for nanites? 9. You see, computer. While I was here and my clone was in America, I discovered that they already make designs for their costumes and the third-year students are working on it. And judging by the 2 mutts, they won't wait for testing and that's where the nanites enter in the plan. The mutts' gauntlets design are shaped like grenades, but the designs show that the metal is not very strong. If they use constantly explosions, the gauntlets will crack and their sweat will be leaking and if they pull the pin while the gauntlets are leaking means. Computer. They'll be hurting themselves in the process. 9. Correct, but let's wait until they use their suits and if my theory is correct, this plan will work perfectly. My nanites will be hitting their gauntlets from the inside when they use their explosions, that way, it will look like their own doing and since the nanites are micros, they won't be able to be seen. Computer. That's a wonderful plan, Master 9. But what about the rest of them? 9. I will be thinking about it in the meantime. Until then, we must be ready. Embrace death and all its glory. Life, while full of happiness and gorgeous splendor, refuses to acknowledge the magnitude of the word. 9 Pav. Today is the day, my first day at UA. I put the uniform that was sent to me. I got the finished product of my gloves. Now my gloves are now able to withstand the force of a grenade, but it's still room for improvement. I also upgraded my mechanical tails to have more shooting abilities. I grabbed my Quirk neutralize frequency bracelet. You may wonder it do. It's quite simple. I always thought how no one was think of that. My bracelet is emitting a high frequency that can neutralize quirks in my radius of 20 meters, but it only works on emitter and transforming quirks. I still need to find something to counterattack the mutation types, but that's working for another day. No 1 Pav. 9 exit from the laboratory and got back to his house. 9. Computer, I'm leaving to UA. Once I'm leaving, activate security system and don't open it. Only by me. Computer. Understood Master 9. And 9 leave to UA. Meanwhile, Inko tried to get Hisashi fortune by trying to interfere with Hisashi Testament, but 9 lawyers prevented her from doing it and threat her that if she's trying again, she'll exposed for trying to influence the testament. Toshinori was one of the most angry because 9 knows about OFA and that he's using that bastard name, Midoriya, as his family name. But he couldn't do anything. Since he find out about 9 global company, he can't touch 9 because that way, everyone will hate him. As for Izumi and her friends, they don't know how 9 knows about OFA. But the most pissed was Katsuki. Ever since 9 beat him 10 months ago and humiliated him in front of everyone in Aldera, he vowed that he'll kill him. And now 9 enter in UA by blackmail using OFA's secret. With 9, he enter inside UA and goes towards his new class, 1H. But on the way there, he encounter his past. Katsuki. You have guts to come back here. 9. And why should I come back here? Katsumi. We told you to not attend to UA, Deku. 9. And since when do I listen to you? Shoto. Smirk. Since we are your superiors, Deku. 9. All I see are nothing more than immature idiots who refuse to grown up, but once again, your brain cells are the size of a pea. Glad you haven't changed, Endeavor Jr. Shoto smirk disappeared and was replaced with anger. He grabbed 9 by the collar. Shoto. I'll kill you Deku if you say that again. 9. Why not? After all, if you look in the mirror, you'll see the similarities. Like father, like son. Shoto was boiling with anger. He tried to create ice on 9's chest. Keyword. Tried, but no ice came out. Shoto. I can't feel my quirk. All of 1A wide their eyes when they heard that. They look at 9. Ejiro. What did you do? 9. Nothing, Expect neutralize your quirks. Shoka. Lies. 9. Am I? Try your quirks. They try their quirk, but most of them couldn't. The only ones who could use their quirks are Mezzo Shoji, Mashiaro Ojiro and Kyoka Jiro since their quirks are mutation. Shoto. Angry what did you do, Deku? 9. The name's 9. 9 punched Shoto in the face, making him fall on the ground. 9. Do you really think that I'll go to the same school as you without having some protection? Show them his bracelet, this sweet invention of mine emit a high frequency that neutralize any emitter or transformation quirk. Mashiaro. But I can use my quirk. He charged with his tail to hit 9, but 9 saw it coming and used his shockwave glove to send Mashiaro in the wall. He didn't make him make a hole in the wall. Denki. What was that? 9. It's called shockwave, dimwit. And 9 leave, but then Momo said. Momo. What happened to you? You weren't cold like this. 9 turned and said. 9. Nothing else for me to say to you. Nothing else for me to do. You can't understand what I've been through. I honestly wouldn't expect you to. 1A looked in confusion at what was 9 saying. 9. Do you care, or was it all a game? Through the lies do you feel shame? Who should I honestly blame? Nothing else I expect to claim. 1A didn't understand what was 9 talking. 9. You all claimed that you're heroes, but in reality you're nothing but scums, villains. Katsuki. What did you do call me, Deku? 9. A villain. You're crocky that Aldera and Ass might covered your record from everyone's eyes, but not for me. 9 adjusted his glove and showed them a video of what really happened in Aldera. They wide their eyes when they saw that. 9. All I had to do is public everything around the world and your lives would turn upside down faster than the blink of an eye. You'll be either sent to prison or be executed. But I won't do it. Katsuki. Smirk. What's the matter, Deku? Scared. 9. Why would I be scared of a dead man? Do you really think that hero life will be full of fun like you think? Once you step in the hero path, you'll be hit by reality and realize that you're not so powerful. Take Toshinori for an example. If he was stronger, he wouldn't have a hole in his stomach. You'll die as heroes and my only regret is that I won't be able to piss on your graves. And 9 leave. Once 9 was at a convenient distance of 20 meters, Izumi and her friends felt their quirk again. Ejiro. I feel my quirk again. He hardened his hands. Mineta. How did Deku stop our quirks? And how they're back? Suyu. Maybe it's distance. He was close to us when he said about bracelet. Maybe if we aren't in the bracelet radius, that frequency won't affect our quirks. With 9, he arrived at his class. 1H and noticed the door was huge. 9. I bet it has to do with mutation height quirks. He opened the door and realized he was the last to come. 9. Sorry for being late. It's hard to orientate in this huge school. PL. It's okay. We were getting ready to go to orientation. 9 goes with his class to orientation and listened to Nezu's welcome speech. Then, boom, everyone started to panic. Nezu. Everyone, please calm down. It's just Eraserhead doing a quirk test with his new class. Let's resume. Time skip thanks to Kurumi. A dimly lit rooftop overlooking a sprawling cityscape, the moon off the glass and steel skyscrapers. The metallic outline of a bank looms under the lights. The new assassin of Japan, known only as Chemist, crouched low on the rooftop, steady and measured. The Chemist was one of the newest assassins in Japan. He never miss a target. You can recognize the Chemist by his black pants, combat boots, black suit, black gloves and 4 green eyes from its googles. The reason why the Chemist got its name was from the lab coat it was wearing and the vials from its belt. The vials were filled with different substances like what you'll find in a chemistry laboratory. Those vials could be used as many opportunities and had many abilities. Like tar vial, where once the substance is realized, it created substance like tar immobilizing the target. Sticky vial, smoke vial, toxin vial, and many others. The night was cool, an electric stillness hanging in the air, broken only by the distant hum of traffic below. He adjusted the scope of his advanced sniper rifle, fingers deftly recalibrating the settings as he focused on his target, a sleek black van parked outside the bank. Through the crosshairs, moving inside the bank's lobby, the rush of the robbery was in full swing. He had received his orders earlier that day. Eliminate the mastermind behind this audacious heist, a thief who danced with danger one too many times. But unbeknownst to him, there was more to this operation than met the eye. Chemist shifted slightly, his gaze flickering to the side and catching another figure in for bending the law. He was known as Sentinel, a hero with motives that often blurred the lines of morality. Tonight, however, he had aligned himself with the very criminal Chemist had been tasked to eliminate. Through his crackled to life. Calm. Chemist, do you have eyes on the target? Chemist. Affirmative. Chemist muttered, keeping his sights trained steadily on the bank entrance. Chemist. 2 targets, the thief and Sentinel. What's the order? Calm. The deal is simple. Take out the thief, but leave Sentinel alive. We need him for future operations. Chemist nodded. 2 birds, 1 bullet. He could take down both men tonight, a fatal mistake. Back in the bank, the thief was barking orders at his crew as they stuffed bags full of cash. The tension was heightened. They moved with the frantic energy characteristic of a high-stakes, arms crossed and expression cool, the very picture of confidence. Thief 1. And what's our share going to be? He asked, a sly grin on his face. Thief 2. $1 million each. Boss. More if we make this quick, shouted the boss, glancing towards the entrance, paranoia etched in his features. Boss. We can't afford to stick around. As Chemist observed, the interaction sent a wave of intrigue through him. What could motivate a hero to collaborate with a thief? Was it simply greed, or something deeper? His finger hovered above to pull if necessary, but he wanted to. Suddenly, a siren wailed in the distance, growing louder. The boss cursed under his breath, and the atmosphere inside panicked. Chemist knew this was his moment. He could anticipate the rush of adrenaline action, the perfect distraction for a clean shot. He took a deep breath, adjusting the elevation on his rifle. A slight wind, he compensated accordingly, focusing solely on his target. Time felt suspended as he stared down the barrel, heart squeezed the trigger. The bullet soared through the night. Inside the bank, Sentinel looked up, instinctively sensing the threat. Sentinel. Get down, he shouted, diving in the direction of the boss as the projectile pierced the air, striking its mark. The boss was hit straight in the head. A clean shoot. Sentinel then saw a flickering of light coming from one of the blocks. He knew that this was a sniper and charge in the direction of the sniper. Chemist then shoot a warning bullet at Sentinel. But in the chaos, Viper's aim had been slightly off. Instead, the bullet grazing his shoulder, sending him sprawling to the ground. Gasps echoed around the room as confusion erupted. Com told you recalibrating his had changed, and now the hero was just as much a target as the thief. As alarms blared loudly and police closed in, it just a simple assassination, it had turned into a dance of fate where trust eroded and alliances were tested. He took the opportunity to slip away. His scope refocused on the chaos below. Chemist looked at the scene was caused. This night was far from over, and in this deadly game, every player had a role to play, especially when the stakes were life and death. Now Chemist was ready to leave, but then he dodged a scarf. Eraserhead. You're going nowhere, Chemist. Your vigilantism end here, Chemist. And what make you think that I'll surrender to you? I scan the area and I know there's only us. Plus, you and I know that all those I killed are nothing more than scums who deserve to die. Take a look at the boss thief I just shot. He was put behind bars for 3 times. And each time he escaped. Rape women's, steal money, murder count is over 100. I finished the job permanently. Eraserhead. Even though you have a point, Chemist, that's not how we're doing. This is not a hero way. Chemist. And what's a hero way then, Eraserhead? Tell me, what you'll tell to a person who want revenge over a criminal for killing the person family. You'll say that you'll capture the criminal and put him behind bars. Do you really think that person will like that? Eraserhead. Chemist. By your expression, I already know the answer. That's why I'm here, to purge this corruption from this world. And you can't stop me, Eraserhead. Eraserhead. Don't be so sure about it. Eraserhead took his knife and got ready to fight. The Chemist took one of its vials and threw it at Eraserhead's feet. The vial broke, revealing a toxic green smoke that put Eraserhead to sleep. Chemist. Sweet dreams, Eraserhead. Then from its back, a pair of metallic wings and fly away. The Chemist is now flying above the city and got ready to make its disappearance, when the Chemist dodged a fire blast. The Chemist looked at the direction where the fire blast came from. It was Endeavor on the ground together with other heroes. From those heroes, All Might and Inko in her hero costume, Green Storm. Endeavor and Hawks fly towards Chemist. The Chemist transformed its arm into a rocket launcher and launched some rockets at Endeavor and Hawks. The rockets almost hit them, but they stopped when they were inches from successfully hitting the target, and now they were covered in green aura, indicating that Inko was using her quirk to stop the rockets. She threw the rockets higher in the air where they exploded. When the sky cleared, they didn't saw the Chemist anywhere. That villain escaped again. Inko. Don't worry, All Might. We'll capture him one day. Mount Lady. But who's this Chemist? Mirko. Bite me if I know. Ryako. All we know is that he's using chemicals like its name indicates. He's skilled with a rifle and guns. Crust. He's also skilled at hand-to-hand combat. Gunhead. Don't remind me. I want to forget how he beat in one-on-one. Burnin. But what's worse is that those murders he did aren't innocents. Remember the hero Whirlwind, Night Eye. The one who got headshot by Chemist. Mirko. Yes. After an investigation, the police find that he was a criminal in disguise, a drug dealer, and the list goes on. Night Eye. Are you telling me that the Chemist is targeting only heroes in disguise? That's absurd. Mount Lady. Believe what you want, but it's true. And the heroes leave, while Ms. Joke took Sleepy Eraserhead and leave. Then from the neighborhood block, the Chemist make itself revealed. It was a cloaking device that used camouflage technology. Chemist. They never learn. And the Chemist leave, but not before to activate the cloaking device again. With 9 was sitting on a chair in his laboratory. He had 2 joysticks on his hands and 2 pedals at his feet like Silas from Transformers Prime. Then the Chemist appear next to him. 9. The night was another successful one. The Chemist was taking off its clothes, revealing. 9. The heroes won't know what hit them. Now it's time to put you to recharge. 9 Pav. Heroes and villains, huh? Heroes good and villains bad. What a joke. Villains who only put people in distress. And those heroes everyone admires. If we peel their outer skin off, what is left inside are people who only do what they want without caring if they would leave behind the pain of others. It's true that they're heroes who care for the safety of others, but their number is small and is decreasing by the day. And villains aren't born. They're created by this system and nobody has noticed. But once again, what this world noticed today. A reason why heroes will bring the end of the world. The people nowadays are funding heroes and only heroes. Before I started my company 10 months ago, a cure for cancer was only a dream. No one Pav. 9 finished his meal and then changed into his uniform. Then a little girl with white hair and a horn on his right side of the forehead hugged him. 9. Hug back, be good at school, my little snowball. Eri. I will papa. Then Eri leave with a tall bulky man. I'll take her to school, Master 9. 9. Thanks Rappa. Flashback. Overhaul woke up in a glass box. Overhaul. Where am I? What's happening? 9. Your death is gonna happening. 9 emerges from the shadows. Overhaul. I know you. You're 9 Midoriya. 9. And you're a dead man. I've been monitoring your work for months. And I know what you did. I agree with you that quirks are becoming a problem, but it's not quirks' problem, it's the people who use them. Like a gun. In the hands of a killer, it's a weapon of destruction. In the hands of a soldier, it saved lives. That's the same situation with a quirk. And now you'll die. Nokia bot, ignite the gasoline. But don't worry, I already arranged it for you. I created a clone of you that I control it and make the clone suicide by a bomb attached to itself. On the ground, Overhaul saw a Nokia that turned into and activated one of its weapons. A flamethrower. The gasoline ignited and Overhaul body was got on fire. 9 then turned and looked at Overhaul bullets. 9. You're free to do whatever you want from now. I already clarify your records and put it on Overhaul like he forced you to it. You can live a happy life from now. But then Rappa and the others bowed to 9. All. We swear to follow you, 9 Midoriya. 9. If that's what you want, then so be it. Flashback end. 9 arrived at Uwa Gate and the first thing he saw was Momo staying at the entrance like waiting for someone. 9 walked towards the entrance. The moment Momo saw 9 walking towards the entrance, she got up. Momo. Zuzu, I waited for you. I wanted to give you something. I know it's been 10 months, but I bought you a new notebook since Bakugo destroyed your old one. Here. She got from her bag a new bide notebook and wanted to give it to 9, but 9 just walked past her, ignoring her like she didn't exist. Momo. Huh, Zuzu. 9 then stopped walking and said, 9. I told you already. The name's 9. Get that through your empty head, Momo Yaoyorozu. And 9 leave to his class. Momo was feeling like she was hit by a bullet. Not only 9 called by her full name instead of Mi-chan like when they were kids, but he said her name with venom and hate. Momo thought, crying, what have we done? Meanwhile, Nezu, Eraserhead and Toshinori were in Nezu's office and looked at a document named Izuku Yagi. The size of the document was so small, it could barely be named a document. The document was barely a folder of 2 to 3 pieces of papers. Eraserhead. Is that all? Nezu. Unfortunately, yes. It's not much about Izuku Yagi. From the document, Izuku Yagi is a delinquent, a pervert, a slacker of study with barely 55% points at every subject and a bully. I was about to reject his offer, but since he's the CEO of Fox Industries and he blackmailing me with OFA, I can't do anything for now. Eraserhead. That's suspicious on how he knows about it. Look at Toshinori. Any clue? Toshinori. Unfortunately no. My son always tend to get into troubles. I got many reports from his previous school, Aldera, and they say how my son is nothing but a troublemaker. After I captured the sludge villain, I didn't saw him for 2 days. The sludge villain didn't escape and captured Katsuki here. Toshinori. Then after 2 days, I find out that he changed his name without our permission and now he called himself 9 Midoriya. When he returned to school and pierced young Bakugo with those horrible metal tails of his, that was the last straw. I kicked him out of the house and I disowned him. Nezu. It appears we need to keep an eye on 9 Midoriya until we discover what plans he has. With 9, he was in a room with Power Loader after he was told to follow him. 9. Is something wrong, Sensei? Why am I not with the others, building an invention like you told us? PL. You see, Midoriya. The problem is that you came from the hero course exam and not from the support course, and I would want you to build 2 inventions. One that can compensate for the entrance exam and the other will be like the others. 9. Oh, okay. PL. Good, I'll leave alone. I don't want you to intimidate you while you're working at. And he leave. 9 inspected the room. It was a decent workshop. He then saw the large mirror and then he knew it. They were watching him from a 2-side mirror. 9 then start working at his inventions. Meanwhile, Power Loader enter inside the room where Nezu, Toshinori and Inko were watching 9 from the 2-side mirror. PL. How's it? Nezu. He's building very fast. PL. Either he's overstressed or he knows what he's building. Inko. But he knows how to build stuff. He never took a course in the past and he never goes to engineering. Toshinori. I don't know. But I swear I'll find out. PL. Well, looks like he almost finished. I'm going to check. And he leave and go to check on him. He opened the door, but pretend that he check on him, not that he knew it that he finished it. PL. Do you need help, Midoriya? 9. Number. As a matter of facts, I finished already. PL. Really? What did you build? 9. First of my invention is more like a toy. 9 turned his phone on and activated the first invention. It was a little robot with blue eyes. 9. I called it Scraplet. Place. What's it doing? 9. For kids, it will be a toy. But for helping the community, I have to activate this function. It's called Metal Eater. 9 pressed the button from his phone and the Scraplet changed. He opened his mouth and showed many pairs of rotating razor teeth. Place. Wow, kinda aggressive, don't you think? 9. Don't worry, Sensei. To us, the Scraplet is blind. When he's in this mode, he only eat metal. Remember that rust metal I asked for it? Place. Yeah. 9. Check this. 9 command the Scraplet to devour the rust metal and it did it. The Scraplet finished the rust metal in seconds. 9. This Scraplets can be used to get rid of the wasted metal in the world. And now, my second invention. 9. Put the gauntlet he created. 9. This gauntlet is a modified grenade launcher. It shoots foam rounds. This can be used for electrical sources that got out of control. It can be helping the police, firefighters, workers at electricity place. But how's this going to help heroes? 9. I didn't said anything about heroes. Those inventions are for normal people, not heroes. Because I don't want to fund imbeciles, no offense sensei. But heroes will bring the end of the world. Time skip thanks to Kurumi. 9 was working at his new creations. He was alone since his classmate were at lunch. 9 had a bento box with food. 9 used 2 of his metal tails to eat, while his hands and the rest of 5 metal tails he used to his inventions. Then the door opened, revealing Izumi and the rest of 1A, but without Momo. 9. Angry growl. What the fuck are you idiots doing here? Katsumi goes towards 9 and glare at him. Katsumi. Angry. You have some explanation, Deku. 9. I don't have anything to say to you or any other from your class. So scram. Katsumi. Angry. You dare to not care after what you did to Momo. 9. I don't have to do with that bitch or to you. So, like I said, get scram. Kyoka. You don't understand. 9. What I don't understand? That she's a cunt like you and the rest of your classmates. Shoka. You don't understand. Yesterday, Momo spent 2 hours at the paper shop buying you that notebook and you ignored her like nothing. Denki. She sat at her chair and cried all day for you refusing her. Ejiro. That's not manly. 9. But enlighten me, disgrace of a man. It's manly to bully someone for something beyond their control. It's manly to hold someone against their will and be one of the who is complicated in tormenting. Tell me disgrace of a man. Ejiro. 9. Just as I thought. Those words are like your head, empty. Where's that attitude from back in the day, huh? What's the matter? Scared that now you're in UA and not Aldera, where you won't be able to be covered. Besides, sooner or later, your past is going to be revealed. Katsuki. Smirk like anyone will believe you, Deku. 9. Did you forget that I hacked into Aldera's system in those 2 days where I wasn't coming to school? I have everything on tape. But I won't do it. Only when it's necessary. Shoto. Why? You're scared, Deku. 9. I'm not scared, endeavor overgrown sperm. You'll expose yourselves for me. Katsumi. Like we're going to do that. 9. Did you forget already, Katsumi? You and your mud of a brother throw a tantrum at Ectoplasm Sensei for scoring 68% at the math test. Katsuki. That teacher is too dumb to see that we answered correct. 9. Sarcasm. Sure, his whole teacher career is nothing compared to your middle school experience. Serious. Don't forget, idiot. Now that you scored 68 from 100, that raises suspicious questions about you. How could you score 100 in Aldera, but you can't in UA? Not to mention that many from your class failed the math test. 1A paled at this. It's true that in Aldera their grades had been always 100 because the teachers were keeping that, even if they didn't do anything, but now in UA things are differently. Mina, Denki, Hontasiro, Kyoka, Ejiro Rikido failed the test while in Aldera they had always 100. 9. Another thing about how you'll expose yourself is thanks to Mud and Katsumi. Katsumi. What did you say, Deku? 9. Laugh and here you have it, folks. The perfect villains. On Aldera record as presenting you as good students who's willing to help people. But from what the 2nd and 3rd year students told me, you pushed others out of your way. Not to mention that you yell constantly and also yell, die, many times. Not to mention is that when someone is better than you, you throw a tantrum every time. Katsuki and Katsumi were grief their teeth so hard, any seconds would break, but they can't deny on what 9 said. 9. And there's more. How about that in Aldera I'm listed as a pervert, but there's no record of me doing acts like that. No reports, no reclamations, nothing about me being a pervert. But 2 from your class already has 5 reports each of committing pervert acts. In that moment, all of 1A looked at Denki and Mineta. Those 2 already has 5 reports each from making holes in the walls and trying to peek at the girls changing in the changing room. 9. And one of the most importantly is you, Izumi. Izumi. Me. 9. All of your life, you had your telekinesis quirk, but now, You've shown that you also possess super strength. Don't you think it's raising suspicious that you're having OFA? Izumi. Houddi id yyouffi in doo. 9. The fact that you didn't figure it out is hilarious. 9. Looks like lunch is over. If I were you, I'll leave to my classroom or smile. They'll be suspicious about you for what are you doing here. Despite the fact, 9 had a point. They leave, but not before for some of them to throw a deadly glare at 9, but 9 wasn't affected. The moment they leave, 9 said, 9. They never learn. Scrappy. Did you record it? The scraplet that 9 built, it was also a camera. The toy 9 invented was also something that he'll mass product and to have cameras incorporated. That way, parents will know when a kid is lying. The scraplet showed 9 the footage that it recorded. 9. Good. More evidence to show this idiots their true colors. 9 Pav. The world beholds such quirks and wealth and assume it is power. But I see clearly, wealth and quirks are a crutch. True power comes only through pain. Pain is a crucible that tears the weakness out of you. It leaves you bloody, and raw, and worthy. Or it leaves you dead. I experienced this better than anyone else. I wasn't reborn from pain, I just refused to die. No one Pav. 9 is in his lab, working at a new project called Contingency Plans for heroes in case they turn rogue. 9. This is 9 Midoriya. Security level. Omega password. Delta Charlie, the 27th of May 1939. Enable new protocol. Title: Agamemno Contingency. Should any of the heroes could turn rogue, I need to have plans in place to handle each and every one of them should they become a threat. I need to be prepared for the worst always. 9 looked at the drone he pilot when he's the chemist. The computer started to show pictures of Izumi, her friends and many heroes. 9. Contingency level. Number 1. All Might is a strong hero with OFA at his side. But he's not a god. In case he's turning rogue, I need to neutralize him. His weakness is his wound on his left side. However, he only has a 3 to 5 hours limit. If I can exhaust him up, then he'll no longer be able to fight. Hostages will be a good example. Even if he turned rogue, his hero side won't die. If this doesn't work, then the quirk erasing bullets will be the final solution. 9 then pressed a button and a picture of the erasing quirk bullets appeared. 9. Eri hair's work as well. The only reason why Overhaul was using Eri in his way is because he was a psychopath. Good thing that I learned about hairstyle. Next. Contingency code name, Telepath. Inko Yagi, mother of Izumi Yagi, her only child. Her quirk require for her to see in her hands. A flash grenade or immobilized her hands. Izumi Yagi is the same story since she's having her mother quirk. 9 then pressed a button and Katsuki and Katsumi photos appeared. 9. Contingency code name, Explosive. The Bakugo twins' quirks are one of the most dangerous ones. They produce explosions from the palm of their hands. However, in cold climate, they can't produce explosion due to not being able to produce sweat on their hands. A heater invention would do the trick. The same thing can be said about most of them. Tsuyu Asui, Toru Hagakuri, the Todoroki twins. Then a photo of Momo appeared. 9. Contingency code name, Creation. Momo Yaoyorozu quirk is one of the most dangerous since she can create anything non-living. She require lipids for her quirk. Her weaknesses are panic and complicated things. While in panic, she can't work under pressure. And she can't create complicated things, only piece by piece. A photo of Mina Ashido appear on the screen. 9. Contingency code name, Toxic. Mina Ashido quirk acid can become a problem if she's turning rogue. Her acid combining with her flexibility will be problematic. A solution for that is to trap her into a place where her flexibility and acid are useless. The same weather gun can take care of her since if she's dehydrated, she can't produce acid. Ochako, Mashiaro, Kyoka, Hontasiro, Mineta and Mezzo photos appeared. 9. Contingency code name, Lost Limbs. Most of them have a certain body part as their quirks. Amputate that part and their quirk will be inactive. Ochako, cut one of her fingers. Mashiaro, cut his tail. Kyoka, her earphones and her insecurity is because she's sad when she's compared with other females that has big bust size. Hontasiro, his tape is weak, but more tape one after another can be a problem. The solution is to break his elbows. Mineta is a pervert. An illusion serum where he's surrounded by naked womans will do the trick to distract him. The balls from his head is his hair. The solution will be to either burn his hair or to make him feel sad. Mezzo Shoji. Remember about his past trauma and he might be caught off guard. He can create many things with his hands, eyes, ears, multiple hands. The solution will be to amputate his arms. A photo of Koda appeared. 9. Contingency code name, Animal. Koji Koda quirk allow him to talk to animals. The solution to neutralize his quirk is not so complicated. Tear gas. It can hurt his vocal cords. However, if he's being put in a soundproof glass box, he can't do anything. A photo of Tenya Iida appeared. 9. Contingency code name, Speed. Tenya Iida quirk make him a possible threat. The solution is to somehow block his engines from his legs. The weather gun is working as well since in coldness, his engines can't work. A photo of Ejiro Kirishima appeared. 9. Contingency code name, Hard Rock. Ejiro quirk, hardening is a problem. He can harden his skin and make it difficult to break. My theory is that if I use flames while he's in his hardened mode, it will overheat, then I'll use cold water on him. If my theory is correct, he might crack. If this doesn't work, acid rounds will do the trick. A photo of Denki Kaminari appeared. 9. Contingency code name, Electricity. Denki Kaminari quirk emit lightning. However, he can't control the direction and if he's using too much, he becomes an idiot. The solution to neutralize him are foam rounds and foam grenades. If he's isolated in foam, he can't use his quirk. A photo of Yuga Aoyama appeared. 9. Contingency code name, France. Yuga quirk, naval laser. His quirk allow him to shoot laser out of his naval button, however, he need his belt to do it. There are two solutions. An invention that can reflect his laser or break his belt. A photo of Rikido Sato appeared. 9. Contingency code name, Sugar. Rikido quirk require sugar. Sugar multiple his strength, but his energy will be consumed faster. The solution is to either make him waster his energy or to make sure to destroy his sugar. A photo of 9 Midoriya appeared. 9. Contingency code name, Fox. 9 Midoriya doesn't have a quirk and that's what make him more dangerous. He can adapt to the situation. A calm mind. The solution is to trap him into a place where he can't adapt. A place where he doesn't know anything about it. The next day, 9 took a shower, eat breakfast with Rappa and the others. 9 expand his house and Rappa and the other bullets live together with 9. Not in a romantic way and with Eri. After they finished breakfast, Rappa took Eri to her school and the other goes to work. Each of them is working at 9 Company, Fox Industries. While 9 is going to Ua. Tengai. Why none of us is escorting 9 to Ua? He saved us and give us a home. He didn't saw us as villains, but as human being. Chronostasis. I understand your feeling, but 9 requested this for us. And we must honor it. The others agree to that. With 9, he arrived at his class and the lesson started. Scene change. 9 was eating his bento box at the cafeteria with one of his senpai from 3rd year, named Toyotaro. A few tables away from 9 table was Izumi and the rest of 1A. Some of them glare at 9 with hate. 9 could feel their glare, but like their heads, are empty. And for 10 months, he did business, so he was used to getting glares. With Izumi. Ejiro. Did you hear it? Shoto. What? Tenya. One of our former classmates from Aldera was found dead in his room. Denki. Who was it? Suyu. It was Tsubasa. Then they remembered the boy with red wings. Katsumi. How did he die? Izumi. He was found dead in his room. He had a hole in his head. After an investigation, his death was caused by a sniper bullet. And the bullet was coming from a gun that's one of a kind. Kyoka. You don't mean. Tenya. Yes, it was the chemist. Katsuki then get up and acted like someone who escaped an asylum. Ejiro. Bro, where are you going? Katsuki. To beat Deku for killing Fat Boy. Katsumi. Sit down, idiot. I understand that you want to beat Deku. But we can't. This is Ua, not Aldera. Momo. Plus, you'll get us into deeper trouble for attacking the most successful person in the world. Shoka. What are you talking about? Izumi. After the entrance exam, we learned about my brother company. Momo. Fox Industries is the most successful company in the world. With the highest advanced technology. Katsuki. Like I'm gonna believe that Deku has such a company. Momo. Believe it or not, but it's true. Search yourself if you don't believe me. And to make a comparison on how successful his company is. Do you know my parents' company? Kyoka. Yes, you're one of the richest families in Japan. Shoto. With a successful family company. Momo. Well, my parents' company is a bug compared to Fox Industries. Hearing this sentence, make them pale since Momo is one of the most richest person in Japan, but hearing that the Yaoyorozu fortune is a bug compared to 9, scared them a lot. Shoka. If we go and attack him, we'll be mostly likely expelled from UA and put in prison. Mina. And he'll expose us then. Ochako. Worst scenario then, we'll get a bullet between our eyes. Shoto. And so UA and our parents. Katsumi. Why would UA fall? Toru. Because they didn't do an investigation on our records. This will be showed that UA is reckless and let everyone inside their school. Izumi. And since UA will be shut down, then my brother will have no other reason to not reveal Dad Quirk. And another thing, my brother can't be the chemist. Aizawa-sensei said that he's as tall as himself. Shoto. And Deku has those stupid fox appearances. The chemist doesn't have them. They looked at 9 who was talking about science with Toyotaro and one of 9 classmates, a girl with long pink dread hair. Katsuki. His squad and at least more than 45% of the class wanted to go to Deku table and putting him in his place for daring to come to UA through blackmailing using OFA secret, but they can't do anything since they were in UA, not in Aldera. Plus, their reputation is already in the mud after finding out that they're on Pornhub. They tried to say it's not them, but after an investigation, the videos were proven to be 100% authentic. With Detective Naomasa, they were proven innocent of doing videos on Pornhub, but still on a tight leash. But for now, they had other things to do. Next lesson is about heroes. Scene change. Izumi was trying to get away from Katsuki. She and Ochako were together against Katsuki and Tenya. Katsuki. Walk forward, don't run, Izumi. Heroes don't run. He unleashed another explosion at Izumi, but Izumi used her telekinesis on herself to avoid blast. She didn't use OFA because she didn't know how to use it. Katsuki. Angry, I had enough. He pointed his right hand at Izumi and grabbed the pin. Katsuki. Die, Izumi. Katsuki pulled the pin. Izumi ripped a piece of the wall and used it for cover. But then, Katsuki. Quadruple A ag GGHHHHH. Izumi put down the piece of the wall and looked once the smoke dispersed. Katsuki was laying down on the ground. His right side of the chest, part of his right side of his face and his whole arm was covered in burn wounds. Izumi. HELLLPPPPP. All Might goes in a rush to take Katsuki to Recovery Girl. Later, Toshinori, Nezu, Eraserhead and Power Loader. They watched the footage. Eraserhead. How did this happen? PL. It appears that his gauntlet didn't withstand all of the explosion and it exploded. Toshinori goes angry towards the door. Nezu. Where are you going? Toshinori. To Midoriya classroom. Eraserhead. Why? Toshinori. To arrest him for sabotaging young Bakugo gear and hurting him. PL. Hold down now. You jump on conclusions without proper evidence. 9 Midoriya has nothing to do with this. Nezu. How can you be so sure? PL. Because 9 Midoriya requested me to never make him create anything related to heroes. I asked why and he told me that 10 months ago, he asked a hero if he can also become a hero without a quirk and the hero said no. Toshinori gulped, but it wasn't heard. PL. The first year only work at design and blueprints. While second and third years are working at the building. And the final product must go through me and you, principal. Remember that we both noticed that defect in their gauntlets. Nezu. Yes, but why the gauntlets weren't fixed? PL. I don't know, but I'll call a third-year student in 9 Midoriya so you can be satisfied, All Might. Later, 9 and Toyotaro are in Nezu's office. 9 was called because Toshinori almost popped up a vein at his temple from anger. Both were confused to why they were called here. 9 had his scraplet on his shoulder. 9. Can some please explain why are we here? Why me and Senpai are doing here? Toyotaro. I agree with 9-kun here. Why are we here? In Japan, you called some younger than you with kun at the end, and if she's a girl you call her chan. Nezu. I'll explain. But first, look at Toyotaro. Did you build the hero costume for the first year? Toyotaro. I'm one from my class who built the costumes. Why? Eraserhead. Because one of the costumes wasn't working properly. One of my students, Katsuki Bakugo Gauntlet exploded. Toyotaro. Wait, you think I do it? Nezu. That's why we called you here. Toyotaro. I didn't do anything. Young man, it's not nice to lie. Toyotaro. I'm telling the truth. I didn't do anything to the costumes. But while I was working, I noticed the gauntlets were defected. I told sensei about it. And I show it to you, Nezu. Then why the gauntlets still exploded? Glare at 9, but 9 wasn't affected. Toyotaro. 9, can I borrow your scraplet? 9. Sure, senpai. Nezu. What's this about? Toyotaro. Remember those days where I was at the hospital? Yeah, you were gone for a few days. Toyotaro. This is the answer. Toyotaro turned the video projector on the scraplet. Video. Toyotaro. I'm telling you, kid. Your gauntlets are defect and so are your sister. Katsuki. They're not defect. I designed them. Katsuki took the cases and leave, but Toyotaro grabbed one of the case. Toyotaro. I cannot allow it for you to leave with those gauntlets. You'll put yourself in danger and the ones around you. Katsuki then unleashed an explosion at Toyotaro's chest, sending him into the wall. Toyotaro. AAAAGGGGHHHHH. Katsuki. My design is perfect, useless extra. You're good just for building and not talking. Go in my way again and I'll do it again. And Katsuki leave with the cases. Video end. Toyotaro. And that's why I was at the hospital. Luckily, 9-kun company builded a hospital in Japan 2 months ago. Thanks to the highly advanced medical technology of his hospital, I'll be still on the hospital bed. Nezu saw the video and realized. It wasn't 9 or Toyotaro's fault. Katsuki didn't change the gauntlets and that's how it exploded. And when Toyotaro wanted to help, Katsuki attacked him. Nezu. I see. Toyotaro, you're free to go. Power Loader will go with you. And both Toyotaro and Power Loader leave the room, leaving 9, his scraplet, Eraserhead, Nezu and All Might. 9. Now, what can I do for you? You sabotaged young Bakugo costume. How did you do it? 9 looked at Toshinori who was in his All Might persona and 9 rolled his eyes. 9. I'm gonna be honest with you, Toshinori. You're by far the most idiotic person I know. And I meet a lot of idiots in my life. The only thing that you scored high is at the chromosomes test. Senpai. Sensei and Principal Nezu already explained what happened. If that idiot from 1A didn't had a giant ego to admit his mistake, none of those would have happened. But once again, he wished to be like you and it's working pretty well. He's an even bigger idiot than. 9 goes towards the door. We'll find out the truth, brat. And when we find out, I'll throw you in jail like the villain you are. 9. Good. Call me when you found something. Oh, by the way, my scraplet recorded the entire thing. So, don't blame me when I press charges on you for threatening and accusing without proper evidence. Also, I hope to find a good lawyer for that idiot. Because senpai parents are working at my company and they want to sue Bakugo. And 9 leave. After death's quiet shroud descends. In stillness, life's journey ends. The world goes on, in endless flow. While we depart, where shadows go. Yet in our memories, we remain. A whisper in the silent rain. A tapestry of days gone by. In every tear, in every sigh. For death, the door to the unknown. A realm where seeds of truth are sown. In this cycle, we find the depth. Embracing life, even after death. 9 Pav. I got back from the homunculus office after being accused of something I didn't do. Let's see how they like when I post it the conversation. No 1 Pav. 9 arrived at his class and enter inside. There he was bombarded with tons of questions. 9. Guys, it's alright. It was nothing serious. Then after 9 assured them it's nothing serious, Power Loader came. Good day, students. 1H. Good day, sensei. PL. Today you'll be working on a project for a week. You can use anything from the class. First, you'll start with the blueprint. Then you'll show it to the class. Naturally, I'll pair you up within groups. But the problem is that you're 21. So, I'm sorry, but one of you will be working alone. In that moment, every student looked at 9. 9. What? Did I have something on my face? Random. Pick me 9. Random 2. No, me. Random 3. No, me 9. Power Loader used an air horn to stop them. 9 covered his ears. 9. Sensei, please don't use it again. My fox ears are sensitive. PL. I'm sorry, Midoriya. I won't use it again, but it was the only way to stop them. Now, as I was saying, the person who's going to be alone is 9 Midoriya. 9. Me. PL. Yes. Now, the reason why 9 will be alone is not that I favoritism. I treat each of you equally, no matter what quirks or where you come from. 9 wide his eyes, he was caught off guard. Not many peoples nowadays are like his sensei. Rix 999. Nowadays if you have a strong quirk, you'll be treated like a god. If you have a mediocre quirk, you'll be treated like anyone else. If you have a weak or villainous quirk, then you'll be treated like a slave or a villain and eventually you'll become a villain. But if you're quirkless, then you'll be treated like a plague in this world. No one would help you, you'll have to tend for yourself. Scene change. Everyone finished with the blueprints. Now they had to show it to the class. 9 was first. 9. Show blueprint. My invention is something that can be used by police officers or guards. It's a telescopic metal rod. While this rod will be durable, what make it more effective is its feature. PL. What's the feature, Midoriya? 9. I designed the rod with a special feature especially for big threats. With a twist, 3 claws will eject from one of the end and they dug in the ground while the other end will release a sonic attack towards the target and immobilize them. This sonic attack won't hurt badly. Just enough to knock out the target you wanted. PL. That's very impressive, Midoriya. 9. Thank you. Each team showed their blueprints. Scene change. Nezu was in his office and checked the records of Aldera. The records raised suspicious to him. Izuku Yagi. Grades were the worst in Aldera and his bully behavior the same. While 1A were flawless and the records said that they were always helping students. But after seeing the entrance exam of how the Bakugo twins yelled, "Die," every time raised suspicious and how they thread ectoplasm after they scored 68. There's also the Todoroki twins. After Inasa dropped UA and goes to Shiketsu after he said that both Shoto and Shoka glare at him and said that they look like Endeavor raise another suspension. And there's the thing that some from 1A failed most of the tests like math, physics, chemistry. Not to mention that 2 students from 1A already have 5 reports of pervert actions. While 9 Midoriya grades were always 100/100s, Power Loader said that his invention are flawless and there's no activity from him acting as a bully in UA. Nezu thought something doesn't add up here. Why the roles are reversed here? With 9, he just finished buying a bouquet of 16 flowers. 8 black roses and 8 daisies. He decided to pay a visit. Meanwhile, Izumi, Katsumi, Shoto, Ejiro and Momo are at Katsuki's room. His whole right arm is wrapped in a casket. Part of his right side is covered in bandages. Katsumi. How are you feeling? Katsuki. What kind of question is that? Look at me, Katsumi. I was trying to light up the mood, jackass. Shoto. How's it? Izumi. Recovery girl said that he'll be fine. A few days with the bandages on and he'll like new. Momo. How did it happen anyway? Izumi. Dad told me that my brother has something to do with it. But Principal Nezu and Power Loader said that's not my brother's fault. Ejiro. What do you mean? Katsumi. Power Loader said that Deku didn't even work at the costumes. He didn't even work on anything related to heroes because he said that he asked a hero 10 months ago if he can be a hero without a quirk and the hero said no. Shoto. Did Deku said who was the hero? Katsumi. Number. He didn't say which hero was. They Katsuki sighed in relief that Deku didn't reveal that it was All Might. Katsumi. Power Loader said that his gauntlets and mine as well were defect. They were built from metals that couldn't withstand many explosions. And judging how my brother used so much explosions and he pulled the pin, the gauntlet from his right hand couldn't take all the explosions and exploded. Izumi. Are you saying that this could be avoided? Katsumi. Yes. If my brother did admitted his mistake and let them to redesign the gauntlets, none of this would have happened. Katsuki. I never make mistakes. Ejiro. Bro, your gauntlet exploded and you got injured by your quirk. Katsuki. It's Deku's fault. He sabotaged my suit. Katsumi. How idiot. Izumi. Power Loader said that my brother didn't even work at any hero project. And the suits were 100% monitored by cameras. Ejiro. I hate to say it, bro. But it was your fault. Katsuki. It's not my fault. This is Deku doing. Then the door opened, revealing 9 with the flowers bouquet. 9. Is this a bad time? All 6 Katsuki, Katsumi, Ejiro, Shoto, Momo and Izumi looked in shock at 9. They just talked about him and now he's here like nothing happened. There was dead silence. You could hear the cricket from the window. That was until Katsumi broke it and marched towards 9 while glaring at him. Katsumi. What the hell are you doing here, Deku? 9. Katsumi, I would lower that tone if I were you. You don't want others to hear you. And for why I'm here. I'm here to check on my friend. After all, we all got to Aldera back in the day. 9 walked towards Katsuki, but Katsumi blocked his path. Katsumi. You have some nerve coming here after you hurt my brother. 9. Get to Katsumi face with a neutral face. Katsumi, you're angry and worried for your brother hurting himself, but you weren't when you hurt me back in the day. Katsumi and the rest paled when they heard that. Even after their records were fixed by All Might, they didn't expect 9 to manage to hack into Aldera's system and get the evidence. Plus, hearing from their victim make their hair rise up. 9 then walked towards Katsuki's bed. Katsuki. Get out of here, Deku. He struggled to move, but he couldn't because of the bandages. 9. Bakugo, I would suggest you to not move anymore. You might hurt yourself more. You should consider yourself lucky that the explosion wasn't big enough to destroy the entire building. You might hurt it all, Might Golden Child. Then Izumi gulped involuntarily. If Izumi didn't shield herself with the wall slab, she might have been too on a hospital bed. 9. Here, Bakugo. I bought those flowers for you. They were very expensive. Katsuki. Get out of here, Deku. Get out of my room. 9. Bakugo, last I checked, Ua wasn't your property. This is the room where you're resting after the accident. Once you recover, you won't stay in this room. Katsumi then was having enough and tried to get 9 out of the room. Her eyes started to watering. Katsumi. Asterisk in tears. Get out of here, Deku. 9 then picked up the flowers and started to sing. 9. My dear, no, you don't have to cry. That ain't a pretty legacy to leave behind. Stop and smell the roses while you've got the time. Pretty soon, you'll be pushing up daisies where the sun don't shine. Izumi and the rest didn't understand the words. Then 9 phone began to ring. 9 phone was the latest model. Very advanced and it was made by his company. Momo. Where did you get that phone? There's no company that makes phones like that. 9. No company, except for Fox Industries. 9 answer the call. 9. Yes. 9. Yes, I'll come after I finish school. 9 end the call. 9. Well, I would love to stay, but I have important business. Hope you get well, Bakugo. 9 then leave, while whistling a 8 notes whistle. For unknown reasons, Izumi and the others felt a chill going down their spine. What's this all noise you make? Izumi and the others turned and saw Recovery Girl coming from her office. She only heard noise, not the conversation. RG. Leave. The visiting hour has ended. Go. You still have school. They prepared to leave the room, but then. RG. Oh, dear. Who left those here? You can't bring this here. They turned and saw that Recovery Girl picked up the bouquet. Katsumi. What do you mean? RG. Oh, dear. You're young ladies and you don't know the flower's language. Red roses symbolize love, white roses symbolize youth, but black roses symbolize death and tragedy. Another chill goes down their spine. RG. And Daisy's folklore said that when you die, you'll be pushing up daisies where the sun don't shine. They wide their eyes when they heard that. Was 9 trying to send a message? Momo. Ah, Mrs. Can I ask you a question? RG. What is it, lady? Momo. Do you recognize this? Momo imitate the whistle 9 did a few minutes ago. RG. Where did you heard? Momo. Lie, I heard it a few months ago on the internet. Why? RG. Dear, that's the death whistle. Ejiro. Death whistle. RG. A legend from the pre-Quirk era say that for those who didn't value the meaning of life, death will come for them. They started to shake involuntary. Tsubasa died by the Chemist because he also bullied 9. And Aizawa-sensei said that the Chemist will purge the world of those fakes. Will the Chemist come for them? Time skip thanks to Kurumi. 9 finished school and prepared to go home, when a boy with silver hair comes running. Hey, aren't you 9 Midoriya? 9. Turn around, who's asking? Tetsu. I'm Tetsu. 9. Raise an eyebrow, really? Tetsu. Embarrassed, yeah. 9. Okay, Tetsu. Anyway, I wanted to say it's an honor to meet the 9 Midoriya. Your company is so cool. 9. Ah, thanks. They shake hands. Tetsu squeezed 9 hand. 9 didn't let himself down and squeezed too. Tetsu. Oh, what nice handshake. Do you lift weights? 9. Yeah, I have to be in shape. Tetsu. So manly. 9 thought it's just me, or Tetsu is the nice version of the red hair idiot. Tetsu then grabbed 9 by the hand and started to pull him. Tetsu. Come, let's go meet my class. 9. Hey, stop pulling me, I can walk on my own. Tetsu. Sorry, no time. Meanwhile in 1B, they were on the verge of leaving when Tetsu enter inside. Tetsu. Guys, guess who I encounter and study at UA too? Setsuna. It's a student whose parents are heroes. Tetsu. Nope, meet. Tetsu dragged 9 inside 1B. Tetsu. 9 Midoriya. 9. Ah, hi. Wave his hand and smile awkwardly. Silence, until 1B. Juzo. No way. 9 Midoriya is studying at UA. I can't believe it. Togaru. 9 Midoriya, as in 9 Midoriya, CEO of Fox Industries. All of 1B praised 9 for his achievements and not caring if he's quirkless. Pony. English 9, I was wondering. Since you came from America, do you know English? From 1B, only Juzo understood what she said. 9. English, yes, I know English and over 15 languages like French, Russian, German, Spanish, Italian, Hindi and some Turkish. The same thing happened, only Juzo understood what 9 said. Juzo. You spoke over 15 languages. That's impressive. Scene change. 9 then wave goodbye to 1B. Unlike 1A, 1B is much better. They don't judge peoples by their quirks. 9 then goes home where he finished the work he had and then goes to sleep. Life and death. As the day sprouts from night, so does life spring from death. As the day dilutes into night, life slowly melts into death. Even as the lightning flashes, death bolts like thunder. At times colors of the universe, bright. But dark are the rays of light. See those fallen shadows there. Are the shadows false of life? Is life light in motion? Yonder truth no one knows. He who seeks shall find it sure. From the Book of Future's Life. 9 Pav. They never learn, do they? I thought that in these 10 months they'll change, but I was dreaming too high. They're so stubborn that even logic won't work on them. No 1 Pav. 9 is now working at his company, doing paperwork and consulting with his employees. 9 is a leader, not a boss. Then one of the guards called through the reception. Receptor. Master 9, I'm sorry to bother you, but there's someone who wants to talk to you. 9. Who? Receptor. It's Inko Yagi. She was in her civilian outfit. 9. Sigh, I'll come down. 9 then took the elevator to go down. Meanwhile, Inko was trying to get through the guards. Guard 1. I'm telling you, ma'am. Stop trying to get into Master 9 building. Otherwise we'll use force. Inko. I just want to get into the building. Guard 2. We told you already. Master 9 will come down so you can talk to him. Inko. I don't want to wait. I have to get into the building. She tries again, but no avail. Stand down, guards. 9 come to the scene. Guard 1. Are you sure, Master 9? 9. I'm sure. Let her go, but be ready to neutralize her in case of anything. Guard 2. Roger. 9. Now, what do you want, Yagi? Inko. Izuku, sweetie. She didn't had to finish because 9 extended his 7 metal tails and pointed at her face. 9. The name's 9, Yagi. Now tell me, what do you want? Inko. I got this contract for you to sign. 9. A contract for what? Inko. It's nothing. It's for a new orphanage. 9. Really, Inko? You really think I'll be fall for that? Inko. What? 9. Read the contract. Did you really thought that I'm dumb like your daughter? This contract attested that if I signed, then you and Toshinori will took over Fox Industries. Never going to happen. 9. Then tear the contract to pieces. Inko. But you can't have a company. You're too young. You should let me and Toshinori to handle it. 9. I don't know on what drugs you are, Inko, and I guess they're pretty strong to make you that delusional. I took care of my company for almost a year and look what I've achieved. My company is the most successful in the world. If I leave it to you and Toshinori, you'll destroy it in days because you'll make it for heroes. Another reason why heroes will bring the end of the world. Inko. What? Why would you say that? 9. Because it's true. Take a look at your husband, Toshinori. His agency, the Might Tower, was built with so much fund. All those money could be used in orphanages, shelters, help with the hunger, hospitals. I can continue with all the good things could have done Toshinori, but he wasted on a useless building for his useless agency. And before to even start to say that I also have a building, then you're more idiot than I thought. I may have also buildings, but unlike Toshinori, I actually help them. Toshinori only helped defeat villains, but tell me, Inko. Then what? Does he volunteer like me in orphanages, shelters and many others? Flashback. 9 stood in front of the bustling entrance of the Shinjuku orphanage, the morning sun casting warm rays over the colorful buildings. Despite being the most successful CEO of the most successful company in the world, today was one of those days where he had the chance to, he knew how much the little things need. As he entered the orphanage, he was greeted by cheerful faces. The children, ranging in age from toddlers to teenagers, sparkling with excitement. Kids. 9. They called out, their voices chorus. Olive jumped and tackled 9 to the ground, hugging him. After a few minutes, they got off of him. 9. Hey, everyone. Are you ready for a fun day? 9 replied, kneeling down to their level, his own face lighting up with a smile. He remembered how he once dreamed of being a strength and power, but by making a positive impact on people's lives, no matter how small. After spending time with art projects, it was time for lunch. 9 teamed up with some volunteers, using his metal tails, and together they prepared sandwiches and fruit for the kids. As they spread peanut butter and jelly with care, he shared stories of his own childhood, his struggles to become a hero, but he didn't say anything about them. He said that now he's helping people with his company. After they finished lunch, the kids wanted to play the carousel. 9. Giggle. Okay. Are you ready? Don't forget, I only have 7 seats, you'll have to wait for your turn. 9 then fly in the air, using his tails to grab 7 old restored carousel seats, and 9 began to spin his 7 metal tails at the speed of a carousel. 9 then used his phone and wireless speaker to play the carnival music. Later that afternoon, after bidding farewell to the bright-eyed children, 9 headed to the local shelter to serve food to those in need. It was a different environment, but the atmosphere was filled with warmth and gratitude. He donated meals and chatting with the patrons. Old man. Thank you, young man. With a crinkled smile as he received his plate. Old man. It's good to see young folks like you lend a hand. 9 blushed but replied earnestly. 9. It's my pleasure. Everyone deserves a good meal. He made his way to the nearby hospital. It was quiet, save for the beeping of machines and the soft murmurs of the medical staff. Here, he wasn't just serving food, he was providing comfort. He visited patients, delivering flowers and handwritten notes from the children at the orphanage. He sat with those who were encouragement. 9. Keep fighting, he told a young girl battling illness. 9. You're stronger than you know. As the day wound down and Izuku returned home, his heart felt fuller than ever. He reflected on the small acts of kindness he had been able to share, how a simple meal, a game day. With sleep slowly creeping in, he vowed to keep doing this work, finding ways to uplift others, just as they had uplifted him during his journey to become something greater than a hero. In his mind, he wasn't just volunteering, he was embedding the true essence of heroism within every interaction, a legacy of compassion and strength. He drifted off to sleep. He dreamed of a world where everyone, no matter their circumstances, could feel the warmth of kindness and support. The next day, it was a crisp morning, the kind that made the invigorating. The sun peeked through a soft golden hue over the small dog edge of town. 9, ever eager to lend a hand, arrived at the dog's shelter with a bright smile on his face. He took Eri with him. He had been volunteering here for several months now, but each visit felt just as special as the first. As they approached the entrance, the familiar sounds of excited barking grew louder, a cacophony of joyous yips filled the air. 9's heart raced with anticipation. He loved spending time with the dogs, many of whom had come from difficult backgrounds and were now learning to trust again. He opened the gate and stepped onto the gravel path leading to the kennels. Just as he did, a thunderstorm of fur and tails burst from the yard, a pack of eager dogs bounding toward him. With their tails wagging furiously, they leapt in unison, their excitement palpable. 9. Whoa! 9 exclaimed, laughter spilling from his lips as he was suddenly tackled to the ground by a fluffy golden retriever named Max. The dog panted happily, licking 9's face while another beagle, Daisy, jumped on him with her tiny body wriggling with glee. 9 couldn't help but laugh, the sincere joy of the moment overwhelming him. 9. Okay. I missed you too. The dogs then started to sniffing Eri. Then they started to lick her face while wagging their tails. Eri. Giggle, it tickles. He chuckled, trying to pet them both at once. The fluffy golden and the energetic beagle were soon joined by a scruffy terrier who nudged his way into the mix, his tail wagging like a feather duster. Surrounded by a swirling mass of joyful canines, warmth swelled. This was why he volunteered, not only to help these lovable animals but also because of reminding him of the simple joys in life. Their unconditional love and enthusiasm reignited his spirit, making him forget about his worries and them. 9. All right, everyone. Let's get up. I have treats to share. He called out, struggling to his feet, still surrounded by the furry tornado of affection, they wiggling in anticipation. 9. Pulling out an assortment of dog treats. As he handed them out, he chatted with the dogs, telling them about his day, his dreams, and even his failures. Eri also gave her best to give treats to the dogs. One time, she ried a big one and said, Eri. Hi yo Silver. Away. Both 9 and Eri spend an entire day at the shelter, giving dogs meals and love. In return, they offered nothing but unwavering loyalty and companionship, their bright eyes full of understanding. As the morning sun rose higher in the sky, illuminating the shelter with its warm light, 9 knew this was precisely where he belonged. With the dogs by his side, he felt empowered, ready to take on the world, one wagging tail at a time. Flashback end. 9 pressed charges against Inko and told her to leave, if not, brute force will be used on her. Inko having no choice, she leave, cursing in her mind that her plan failed. Scene change. 9 took his plate of food and decided to take a seat where he can be alone. Even now he doesn't know if he can be a class rep. Sure, he's the CEO of the most successful company in the world, but 9 doesn't have many interactions with the ones the same age as him. Then, ... Hey 9, wanna sit with us? 9 turned and he saw Tetsu and the rest of 1B. 9 then goes to 1B and eat with them. 9. Thanks for letting me stay here, guys. Togaru. No problem. 9. Then 9 caught 2 floating hands with 2 of his metal tails, which he turned the end of the tails into claws. 9. Nice try, Setsuna. I told you that you can't touch my ears or my tails. They're sensitive. Setsuna. Pout no fair. 9. Giggle. Kanoko. Hey, 9. I was wanting to ask. 9. What is it, Kanoko? Kanoko. What's with your metal tails? Shihai. I was wondering that myself. 9. Why do you have 7 metal tails? 9. Sigh, I guess I can't hide it forever. It's all started when I was 4 years old. Yosetsu. That's the age where a quirk is starting to manifest. 9. That's correct. My fox features are only a mutation. Author note. To make it clear, 9 Fox appearances are from a mutation, not a quirk. Like in real life where you get born 3 eyes, 2 noses are like Stanford from Gravity Falls who was born with 6 fingers at the hands. 9. Ever since then, my life was turned 180 degrees. My ex-stepsister was born lucky. I was lucky to be born. While she had her mother Quirk, I didn't get one. Her and her friends started to bully and torment me for years. They'll constantly use their quirks on me, which got me these. 9 pulled his sleeve up and revealed his scarred arm. Even if the soldier serum healed 40% of his scars, there were still many. All of 1B gasped when they saw 9's scarred arm. 9. I have worse on the rest of my body. I don't want to talk about it. This happened for 10 years straight. Neato. What about the adults? 9. They'll always blame it on me. They said that I started it or that I lied to seek attention. School wasn't better. Since I'm quirkless, they let everyone attack me, and when I tried to fight back, I'll be the one who's punished. Reiko. I know we are training to become heroes, but I hope they die or at least suffered the consequences of their actions. Setsuna. How did you escape? 9. 9. When I managed to escape for one day from them, I was going to the location my father had for me. Juzo. Father. 9. Like I said, my ex-sister is not really my sister. The woman who gave us birth remarried. I came from her first husband, Hisashi Midoriya. When my ex-sister came from my ex-stepfather. Back to the story, the only thing left for me from my father was an old photo. Sadly, my biological father died before I was born. A photo was the last thing I had from him. On the back of the photo was scrambled words. I used my iconic fox brain and unscrambled the word. They were coordinates. When I got there, I find out that my father left everything in a will when he'll pass away. I inherit my father's fortune. Kosei. I know I sound greedy if I say this, but how much? 9. Over $10,000,000. 1B. Wow, manga. That's much. 9. I know. I used some of the money to buy myself a new house, and then I started to make my own way to fight back, and that's how I built this. 9 raised his 7 metal tails. 9. Then I changed my name and fled to America and started Fox Industries. Because if I stayed in Japan, then most probably I wouldn't be able to create my own company because I'm quirkless. Plus, the woman who gave me birth would most likely have tried to interfere with my father's will. All of 1B didn't know what to say. While 9 is a cool guy, they didn't expect him to have such a horrible life. The ones who were standing next their table heard the story and they felt bad for 9. Tetsu. Guys, I know we feel bad for you, 9. But I know what would make you feel better. 9. Raise an eyebrow. What? Tetsu. Put his right hand on the desk. You and me. 9. No quirks, just us. Arm wrestling. 9. Okay, I'm down for it. The 1B class was buzzing with chatter as students prepared for it. Sunlight streamed, casting a warm glow over the desks and the excited faces of the young heroes. In the corner of the cafeteria, a small circle had formed, drawing attention away from the teachers at the front. 9, known for his determination and unyielding spirit, sat across from Tetsu, his classmate from Class 1, friendly yetling match on one of the sturdy wooden desks, surrounded by a crowd of there. Itsuka. 9. You've got this, shouted Itsuka Kendo, her voice booming with enthusiasm. She leaned closer to the desk, her eyes glittering with excitement. Tetsu grinned, flexing his muscles dramatically. Tetsu. Don't count me out just yet. Let's give our best. 9. The steel-like boy's confidence radiated through the air, and he locked eyes with 9, who was determined to give it his all. The two locked hands firmly, their grips tight as they positioned themselves. The class felt electric with anticipation. The students counted down together. 1B, 3, 2, 1, go. With all his strength, 9 leaned into the match, focusing on his physical training and discipline. Tetsu pushed back with all his might, his face straining with effort. 9. Not bad. 9 grunted, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He could feel Tetsu's power surging through their locked hands, both of them refusing to creak under the pressure of their struggle. Tetsu. You're really strong. 9. Tetsu said, shining through. Tetsu. But I won't lose that easily. Their classmates were their seats, shouting encouragements and playfully trying to distract them. Nito. Go, 9. Show him what you've got. Yelled Nito Monoma, while Yui Kodai and Sen watched with interest, each occasionally look at the teachers that seemed forgotten in the background. As the match continued, 9 dug deep within himself, remembering the countless hours spent honing his limits. 9 thought, I can't give up. 9 thought, pouring every bit of his training into strength, he pushed against Tetsu, tilt ever so slightly. 9. I'll win this. Tetsu, however, refused to give in. Tetsu. Not today. A fierce determination that mirrored 9's own. In a moment of intense effort, both boys felt the strain in their arms. Shook, and the outcome hung in the teachers cleared through the tension. Vlad. Class, I hope you realize that arm wrestling isn't part of school. They interjected with a bem. There was a hint of admiration. Both boys paused, their hands still locked, and exchanged surprised glances before bursting into laughter. The other students' applause, knowing and strength that truly embodied the spirit of UA. 9. All right, let's call it a draw for today. 9 said, panting but smiling widely. Tetsu. That was awesome. Tetsu said. Tetsu. You're stronger than I thought. Tetsu chuckled, shaking 9's hand firmly in a gesture of respect. The class settled back, but the memory of the battle remained, reminding everyone that even without their quirks, you could showcase their pure strength. Meanwhile, at a table far from 1B and 9, but not too far, 1A, Katsuki, since he's still recovering, stood at their table. Katsumi got up and got ready to go to 9 table, but Izumi and Momo caught her. Momo. Where do you think you're going to? Katsumi. To give Deku a lesson to never speak about us like that. Izumi. Have you still not get it? I told you that even if we get back to beat him, he would fight back. Don't forget what he did to Katsuki. Ejiro. Deku caught Bakugo off guard. Momo. Izu. I mean 9 wiped the floor. Katsuki. Do you realize that if the teachers didn't come, Katsuki would be dead right now? Shoto. Please. Mina. Deku wouldn't have the balls to do it. Izumi. I guess you forget what he said to Katsuki. That he'll make him wish he was never born. And his tone indicated that he wasn't joking that time. Momo. To Katsumi you said that you wanna go and attack him. Then go. Right in front of all presents here. Katsumi. TCH. Katsumi leaves angrily the cafeteria. Then, what? It's a classic ringtone. Katsuki's smartphone ringed with a call from Katsumi's pocket. Since Katsuki was recovering, Katsumi took care of his phone. It was a call. The caller was named Fingers. Rix 999. Katsumi then remembered that he was one of their classmates from Aldera, the one who could extend his fingers. Katsumi. Hello. On the other side of the call. Fingers. Panting. Katsumi, what are you doing with Katsuki phone? Katsumi. My brother is recovering. I hold his phone until then. What do you need? Eye sockets. Panting. It's bad. Katsumi. What? Wait. Why are you sounding like you're running? Fingers. Because we are. It's because of the chemist. Katsumi. What's his deal with you anyway? Eye sockets. Ever since the chemist killed Tsubasa, the police did an investigation. Remember when we go to that farm trip? Katsumi. What about it? Fingers. Both of us and Tsubasa took Deku backyard and have fun bullying him. We used the hot metal they used there on animals on Deku. Tsubasa recorded it with his phone so we can laugh afterwards. Katsumi. And, why are you running now? Eye sockets. Because the video was still in Tsubasa phone and the police saw it. Fingers. Our parents disowned us and now we're running away from the police. For now we're hiding in dark alley where barely someone cross here. Katsumi. Wait, there were videos of me and the rest of us. Fingers. Number. Only us. Katsumi sigh in relief that there were no videos of them back in the day. Eye sockets. We need your help too. He couldn't finish what he was about to say because his brains were splattered on the ground from a sniper rifle bullet. Fingers. Scared? Oh, no. Katsumi. Hello. Fingers, are you still there? What happened to eye sockets? Fingers. Shacking. He's here. He killed him. Katsumi. Who? Fingers. Afraid asterisk the chemist. Hearing those words from the phone make Katsumi heart to skip a beat from fear. Fingers dropped the phone, but still, the call was still on. Katsumi heard footsteps. On the other side of the call. The chemist is walking towards Fingers with the rifle at his back. Fingers. Begging please, I'm sorry. I'll be a good person. I'll be good. Please don't kill me. The chemist took a green vial from its belt and threw it at Fingers' face. The vial broke, releasing the toxic substance that created a dangerous smoke. Fingers' lungs started to be burned from the toxic smoke. Shortly after, Fingers died of suffocation because his lungs were burned. Then the chemist saw that the phone was still on the call. He took it and said, "Chemist. Whoever is behind the call, be warned. If you're like the rest of this putrid society, I'm coming for you." The chemist ended the call and dropped the phone. Then the chemist leave. With Katsumi, she dropped Katsuki's phone on the ground. She started to hyperventilate and in the end, she collapsed. She later woke up in the infirmary. Scene change. 9 was hanging out with 1B after 9 give them some discounts on the brand new phones from his company. Unfortunately, 9 and 1B had to split because they had lessons at different subjects and they're from different classes. They said that they can talk on their group or call. 1B goes towards their class, when their phones started to ring with the notification from their group. Itsuka pulled her phone and they watched. It was a call from 9. 9. Asterisk called too soon. They turned and saw 9 waving at them from the end of the hall. All of 1B wave back and smile at him while enter inside their classroom, unknowing that 9 was smiling as well and it wasn't a normal or a fake smile. It was a pure smile of happiness. 9 finally made some more friends and they don't care if he's quirkless or not. He goes downstairs and head back to 1H, his classroom. Then his instincts told him to jump. And he did. He then landed on the shoulders of a tall person. 9 then used his metal tails and pointed them at the person who was trying to punch him from behind, Rikido Sato. 9. Give me one good reason to not stab your head. Rikido. You ain't got the nerve, Deku. 9. True, I won't do it. But one of his tails is running around Rikido's spine, I can paralyze you. Then 9 instincts told him to jump again. He jumped and used his tails to stick to the wall. 9 dodged Honta Zero tape. 9. Like I told you. I may be quirkless, but I still have the features of a fox. That includes reflexes and agility. So get out of your hiding spots. From the corners, the rest of 1A, Izumi and Momo, got out glaring at 9. 9. Why are you here and what do you want? Katsumi. You're going to delete that video. 9. Be more specific, Katsumi. Ejiro. The one with Baku Bro Gauntlet incident. 9. If you think that I'll let that idiot from your class to walk free without any consequences, then you're dumber than I thought. Mina. We weren't. 9. The answer is no. It's time for you to support the consequences of your actions. Let's see if Toshinori can help you against me. Denki. Then we don't have anything to worry with All Might by our side. 9. You really think that, dimwit? Katsumi. We have Uncle All Might and our quirks on our side. You don't have any quirk, Deku. 9. Are you really going with that? Mineta. Wise weren't we, Deku? 9. What good is your quirks if your weaknesses outweigh them 10 times fold? Shoto. We don't have weaknesses, Deku. 9. Sure. Don't forget, Endeavor Jr. Most of you are seasonal heroes. Look at Suyu, you're a frog. In winter, you're useless. Look at Toru asterisk, the same goes for you. Toru. Me. 9. Your quirk require for you to be naked. If you're naked and it's winter, then you'll die from coldness. Toru. 9. Look at Sato, your quirk require sugar. Without sugar, you can't do anything. Plus, the more sugar you consume, the chances of heart attack will increase. Look at Fumikage, you lost the control over your own quirk. Look at Kota, you're afraid of the ones you can talk to. Look at Ochako, all that need to be done is for you to lose a finger. Izumi weaknesses are her hands and eyes. Without her hands, she can't use her telekinesis, the same goes with her eyes. Plus, I don't think it was a good idea for her to have OFA. Shoka. You're just jealous that Uncle might choose her and not you. 9. I don't care about that weak power. The power of my mind is stronger. Don't forget, knowledge is power. Plus, didn't any of you were wondering what would happen if you have more than one quirk? Despite hating 9, he does have a point. What would happen to Izumi if she's having 2 quirks in her body? There might be side effects. While they remained in their thoughts, 9 took the chance to leave them. The next day, 9 goes to his classroom. He was the first one to come. Power Loader was present. PL. 9. You came. Sorry, but for 2 weeks, you won't have school. 9. What? Why? PL. Yesterday 1A was at USJ and they were attacked by villains. 9. Really? PL. Yeah, and a few students from 1A got injured. Flashback. Izumi and the rest of 1A are going to a facility called USJ, Unforeseen Simulation Joint. Some of them are sleeping or just chilling. Others are talking between others. Katsumi was without her gauntlets since it was discovered that they had the same defects like Katsuki. The metal couldn't stand against multiple explosions. Suyu. Izumi, did you saw that 1B has new phones? Do you have any ideas where they had those phones? They looked very advanced. Izumi. No, Suyu. I don't know where they had those phones. But those phones looked very cool. Mina. I'm gonna ask them where they got those phones after this. I want a phone like that, but I guess it will be expensive. Momo. You won't be able to get one. Ochako. Why? It's because she can't afford it. I mean, I can't, but Mina and some of you might. Momo. It's not the price. It's the company. Where do you think the phones come from if you said they're very advanced? There's only one place that has very advanced tech in the world. Ejiro. Don't tell me that. Momo. That's right, the phones are from Fox Industries. Katsumi. Since when Deku give them phones? Izumi. From what I've heard, 9 become good friends with 1B and from what I heard, he give them the latest model of his company phones. Denki. And now what? He'll flex on us that we won't be able to have phones as well. We just need to get to a store and bought the phone. Momo. That if you can enter inside the store. Kyoka. What do you mean, Yaomomo? Momo. My parents and I enter inside one of Fox Industries' store to buy the new phone, but we got kicked out and showed us a list of those who aren't welcoming in any of Fox Industries' facilities. Hanta. On the list. Are we? Izumi. Yes. I was also there to buy myself the new phone and the same thing happened. I read the list, all 22 of us, all our parents and all of Aldera. Time skip thanks to Kurumi. All Might managed to defeat Nomu, but he was still injured. Izumi, Katsumi, Momo and Mineta were also injured. Izumi had a broken leg and broken arm. Katsumi had a broken arm with her bones piercing through her tissue and skin. Momo had bruises over her body and a bruise on her forehead that started to pour blood. Mineta was in critical condition, but the doctors managed to be stabilized. Worst part for those 5 was that they didn't receive highly advanced tech medicine from Fox Industries Hospital because like in the stores, they weren't allowed to enter inside the hospital, so they got to a regular one. Flashback end. 9 got ready to leave and go home when his phone began to ring. He checked his phone and saw that his friends, 1B asked him if he want to hang out with them in the weekend. 9 reply with yes and then goes home. 9 Pav. We got 2 weeks off of school after the USJ happened. I saw the news and I almost broke down laughing from what happened. The great and powerful Katsumi was defeated without breaking a sweat. Right now me and my class are at school. Sensei know that we should be at home, but because of what happened, we didn't have time to finish our inventions and he give us day to work on our inventions so we can finish them. No one Pav. The brightly lit school workshop filled with the clattering of tools, the hum of machines, and the scent of burning metal. High-tech gadgets and half-finished inventions occupy every available surface. It's an eclectic mix of chaos and creativity. In the heart of the class, tucked away in a cozy corner, 9 was hard at work in his bustling workshop. His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he focused intently on a new invention that was spread out before him. 9. Come on, come on. Just a little more power output. 9 muttered to himself, adjusting a delicate circuit board that was connected to a series of blinking LEDs. He had decided to create a device capable of enhancing the speed temporarily, a gift he hoped would come in handy during their next adventure. As he worked, the room around him buzzed with energy. Tornado Tech, a name he had given to his latest collection of gadgets, was piled high with contraptions ranging from speed boots to gravity-defying hoverboards. Each one was a blend of science and creativity, reflecting Nine's unique perspective on technology and teamwork. Suddenly, a loud clang echoed through the workshop as a shelf loaded with parts teetered under the weight. "Nine! Whoa!" Nine exclaimed, catching a stack of small engines just before they toppled over. "Nine! Gotta be more careful." With a sigh, he placed the engines back in their designated spots and turned his attention back to the glowing screen of his computer terminal. Data streamed across it, and he frowned slightly as he analyzed the readings. 9. I'll need to recalibrate the energy flow, he mused, grabbing a tiny screwdriver and tinkering with the power source. He used 2 of his metal tails to eat from his bento box. As he worked, the door swung open, and in walked one of his classmates. The boy's eyes widened at the sight of 9 surrounded by his inventions. "Boy! Wow, 9! You've really outdone yourself this time." 9. "Hey, check this out," 9 said, gesturing excitedly to a small wristwatch. 9. "This is the Speed Sync watch. It can sync up to 3 people's speeds for a short burst. Just imagine the possibilities." 9 classmate curiosity piqued. "Boy, that's amazing. You could help everyone keep up with speed heroes during those crazy high-speed chases." 9. "Exactly. But I'll be going to give this inventions to firefighters and police officers." 9 replied, his voice brimming with excitement. "Boy, but of course. What do you need me to do?" 9 classmate eagerly asked, pulling out his on the energy output while he finished adjusting the firmware. 9 instructed, handing his classmate a few wires and connectors. The duo worked seamlessly together. Innovative flair, they quickly brought the Speed Sync watch to life. After what felt like mere minutes but in reality took hours, the device was finally ready. 9. "Here goes nothing," 9 said, fastening the watch onto his wrist. 9. "Are you ready?" His classmate responded, a mix of excitement and nervousness bubbling inside him. With a deep breath and a nod, 9 pressed the activation button, and a vibrant glow enveloped them both. They felt a rush of energy course dashed out of the workshop, leaping into the sky, leaving a trail of shimmering light behind. As they soared through the air, laughter filled the space between them. "Boy, this is incredible," his classmate shouted, feeling the thrill of the wind rushing past them. "Boy, you did it, 9. 9 grinned, his heart racing with joy. 9. "And just think of all have with this." As they landed back in the workshop, both were exhilarated. It was moments like these, the thrill of innovation, the joy of collaboration, that reminded 9 why he loved being a part of the support course, even in a world where collided and heroes faced unimaginable challenges. Little did they know, their latest invention would soon lead to an adventure unlike any they had ever experienced before. As they around them, the future was bright, and the possibilities were endless. Meanwhile, Izumi, Katsumi, Momo and Mineta are on the hospital beds. Along with them is Katsuki, who was sleeping, recovering from his gauntlet defect. "Mina, how do you guys feel?" Izumi, "I'm fine." Waving her casket arm, recovery girl said that in 2 to 3 days all like new. Katsumi, "Me too." Momo, "I'll be discharged today." Mineta, "Being in a full body casket lucky. I have to stay like this for the whole week." Ejiro, "What a week." Denki, "I agree. Not even a month since we started UA and we already got attacked by villains." Shoto, "Anything from your father, Izumi?" Izumi, "Number. Until now, he's recovering." Katsumi, "I swear that when I get my hands on that handman guy, I'll kill him." Hanta, "But how can this be? From what happened, that guy with hands on himself knows where All Might wound was." Kyoka, "Are you saying that someone told him?" Suyu, "It's the most reasonable option. Someone must have told him." Toru, "But why would someone told him? And besides, all of us vowed to never reveal All Might's secret. And his friends also vowed." Mina, "Then we have to find out who." Katsumi, "I think I speak for everyone when I say we know who's the one who told them about Uncle Might's secret." Everyone looked at Katsumi, who was on the hospital bed. Momo, "You can't be serious." Katsumi, I mean 9 couldn't do it." Katsumi, "But he has." From everyone, Deku is the most suspicious from everyone. Izumi. My brother can't be the traitor. Did you forget about the deal, Katsumi? Momo. I mean 9 agreed to the deal. In exchange of his place at UA, he won't be revealing All Might Quirk. Why would he do that if he already is at UA? Katsumi. To distract us. Look at us. Deku specifically banned us from entering into his company hospital like he would have known that we'll be hurt. Look at All Might. Not even the number 1 hero isn't allowed inside. Tenya. I hate to say it, but I agree with Katsumi. Both Izumi and Momo looked at Tenya with wide eyes. Tenya. Ever since that day where Midoriya became 9, everything changes. He beat Bakugo. He knows All Might Quirk, which is a big secret. Sato. And from his words back then, he wouldn't have hold back to attack me back. His tail was going along my spine. Ejiro. It's Deku's fault. It has his name all over. Momo. But it can't be because of the deal. Shoto. What if Deku found a loophole? Everyone looked at Shoto. Shoka. What do you mean, brother? Shoto. The deal say that Deku can't tell anyone about All Might Quirk for his place at UA. It said nothing about Deku doing it before he came to UA. Maybe that's how he got that fortune and he lied about being given by his deceased father. Izumi. But it can't be. Shoto. Izumi, we barely know anything Deku. He disappeared for 2 days back in the day. He came back, calling himself 9. He has 7 metal tails and almost killed Bakugo if weren't for the principal at Aldera. And in those 10 months, all we know is that he was in America and created his company. Mina. We need to expose Deku of his villainy. Izumi. Are you idiots or something? You're jumping without proper proofs. Tell me this. If you're wrong, then my brother can easily press charges for false accusing. And UA will pay the price for approving to this. Katsumi. And what if we're right? Scene change. Nezu is watching the footage of USJ over and over again. He still couldn't tell how the villains would have known where they'll be. Worse, that Nomu they called appeared to be a walking corpse and it give All Might a run for his money. He still doesn't know how they know about All Might Wound or where they find out where All Might will be at the moment. Nezu watched how Detective Naomasa interrogated the captured villains, but no avail. He asked Naomasa to interrogate 9 as well. Ever since he came to UA, things changed for the worst. Toshinori and Inko angry at him. The same goes for 1A except for Yagi and Yaoyorozu. Bakugo twins gauntlets being defects. And recently All Might and 1A are banned from entering into his company hospital. Interrogation room. 9 sat at a chair. In front of him is Detective Naomasa. Naomasa. Greetings 9 Midoriya. I'm Detective Naomasa and I'm going to ask you some questions. You have nothing against it. 9. Nope. Not at all. Naomasa. Let's begin. Is your name 9 Midoriya? 9. Raise an eyebrow. Are you sure you're a detective? Naomasa. Why would you say this? 9. You're a detective and you don't know who you're interrogating. Naomasa. This is the procedure. Now, your name is 9 Midoriya. 9. Yes. Naomasa. Was your name always 9 Midoriya? 9. Number. Before that, I had other name, but I changed it. Naomasa. Was your entails always yellow? 9. Number. I used permanent DIY to change my hair color. Naomasa. Where do you have the money that you used to build your company? 9. After I find out about my father, I learned that in his testament he give me all of his fortune, over $10 million. Naomasa. Did you know anything about the USJ? 9. Only from what Sensei, News and what 1B told me about it. Naomasa. Do you know those guys? He showed 9 3 photos. Tamura, Kurogiri, Nomu. 9. Number. Never saw them in my life. Naomasa. So, you don't have anything related to what happened at the USJ. 9. Number. Naomasa. 2 more things. How did you know about OFA Quirk? 9. Let's just say that neither Toshinori nor Inko are good at keeping secrets. Naomasa. What do you mean? 9. I found them changing in their hero costumes in the living room when I was 10. Naomasa. 1 more thing. Do you know about All for One? 9. What's this? Some kind of champagne for volunteer at shelters. Naomasa. Never mind that, you're free to go. 9. Thank you. And 9 leave. Naomasa also leave to Nezu office. Nezu. How was it? Naomasa. He's telling the truth. I didn't detect any lie from him. And you should consider yourself lucky, Nezu, that 9 isn't pressing charges for false accusations. Nezu. I thought he was guilty, but since your Quirk is lie detector, then I'll go by your words. With 9. He arrived at his class and find out that he's the last one. He grabbed his belongings and decided to leave. 9 climbed the stairs to the exit. He knew that Nezu was doing paperwork for what happened at the USJ, so 9 knew that Nezu wouldn't watch the cameras. He pulled his phones. 9. Computer, hack into the camera system and play on loop for almost 15 minutes. Computer. On it, Master 9. And computer played the cameras on loop, giving 9 enough time to pay a visit to Izumi, Katsumi and Katsuki. 9 arrived at the infirmary where he saw Izumi, Katsumi and Katsuki. All 3 were sleeping on their beds. 9. Look at you. So defenseless, so weak, so vulnerable. Anyone could come here and end you. 9 used 3 of his metal tails and pointed them at their faces, inches away from stabbing their faces. 9. But I won't do it. Because it will be the easy way out. None of you deserve it. And 9 leave them to sleep. Seeing righteousness, how could one not bravely act? Relying on loyalty and filial piety to be a true man. Life and death, what does it matter after cultivating virtue? Only longing for the time when parents' hair turns white. 9 Pav. 2 weeks passed since the USJ. In the time being I was at home, me and my snowball were at the water park and at carnivals. Now I'm back in class and preparing myself for the sport festival. No 1 Pav. With Izumi, she's in her room. 2 days passed since she was discharged from the hospital. She was having problems with sleeping because every time she closes her eyes, she saw that Nomu. She couldn't shake it off the fact that her father almost got his ass beat. That Nomu packed a punch. But what bothered her the most was that the villains knew about her father wound. Only her friends, aunties, uncles, mother, some close friends of her father and her brother. From everyone, the most suspicious was 9. Even though he was interrogated and come clean, she still can't put it aside the fact that 9 might have connections with the villains. Another thing that bothered was why 9 didn't press charges on Nezu for false accusations. Katsuki was sued, but with her father's help, he got easily punished. With 9, a high-tech part of 1H filled with gadgets, glowing screens, and chaotic piles of papers. The walls are lined with various inventions, and a large digital clock counts down in one corner. It's early morning, and soft blue light streams through the glass windows as class. The faint whirring of machinery fills the air as 9 stands at his cluttered workbench. Wearing his signature gloves and goggles pushed up on his forehead, he squints at a holographic display hovering above a blueprint for a new invention, a device designed to stabilize energy. 9's fur slightly ruffled from a long night of tinkering, but his eyes gleam with determination. The class is a blend of creativity and chaos, with half-finished projects strewn about, a malfunctioning gadget that spits out sparks and scattered notes filled with theories about inventions. 9 thought, okay, let's see, if I adjust this flux capacitor here and calibrate the phase oscillator, I should be able to closer to the holographic interface, fingers dancing across the controls. As he inputs commands, the device begins to hum and glow, the energy swirling in captivating colors. Suddenly, his scraplet whizzes by, carrying a tray of tools and components. It buzzes cheerfully. Scraplet. Estimated time until completion, 4 hours, 13 minutes. Would you like to take a break? 9. Not now, buddy. Just a few more adjustments, and I promise we can recharge. I need this done before the next instability hits. Who knows what could happen if the countdown clock. The numbers tick steadily down, reminding him of the urgency pressing upon him. Sighing, he runs a hand through his fur. 9. Well, better get back to it. No one else can do this. As he continues working, he reflects on the journey that brought him to this point. The endured, all motivated him to rise up and to protect the ones like him who were misjudged by this society. He adjusts a few dials on the machine, and suddenly, a surge of energy pulls him back. Startled, he steadies himself, a grin breaking across his face. 9. That's new. If I can harness that energy. Just then, A flickering light catches his attention. It's a communication device pinging with an incoming message. 9 rushes to it, momentarily stepping away from his project. 9. Who could it be at this hour? The revealing a hologram of Toyotaro, his senpai who was fully healed. Toyotaro. Hey, 9. I just wanted to check in. How's the inventions building going? 9. Almost there. Just had a breakthrough with the energy output. I think I can finally stabilize it for good. Toyotaro. That's awesome. Just remember to be careful. Those fluctuations can be unpredictable. 9. Yeah, you know me, always playing with fire. Hints of concern crosses his face as he watches Toyotaro. He wishes his friends could working alone out how to bring everyone together without risking overload. Maybe there's a way to sync our energies. Toyotaro. Sounds like the hologram fades, leaving 9 alone once more under the humming lights of his lab. 9. Alright, 9, focus. You've got this to protect. As he tightens the last bolts and flicks the final switches, sparks fly. 9. Here goes nothing. With a final command, the machine roars to life, stabilizing a shimmering portal that hovers before him. 9's heart races with excitement and a hint of anxiety, knowing that this breakthrough could change everything. 9. Let's see where this leads. 9 then saw a trail of ants on the wall and he knew that they were spying on him. 9 then changed the end of his metal tails into blow torches and burned the ants, leaving only one alive so it can tell them. With Nezu, he called Toshinori and Inko. Toshinori. Why did you call us, sir? Nezu. I believe I just figure it out. 9 Midoriya intention. Inko. What is it? Nezu. If 9 would have been in the hero course, then Aizawa would have been expelled him due to not having potential. Toshinori. He could do that. Eraserhead. As teachers, we are allowed to teach class however we want. Toshinori. Then all power loader need to do is expel him. Case closed. Nezu. That's not so simple. Inko. What do you mean? Nezu. If we expel him for no reason, then the media will do a research and what will they found out? Plus, being no longer a UA student, he'll have no problem to expose your quirk. Toshinori and Inko got quiet. Nezu. He's the best at his class and his inventions are flawless. Expel him for no reason will cause only problems. Toshinori. What if we frame him? Nezu. Did you forgot about Naomasa? Toshinori. TCH. Nezu. We can't stop him. Like he said, 9 is 6 steps ahead of us. 9 will use the sport festival to transfer himself to the hero course. Inko. Then we have to make him not participate in the festival. Nezu. If we do that, then the media will think we are quirkists. We need to outsmart him, not outpower him. Toshinori. What if we remove the rule? Nezu. That rule is over a decade. Removing now will raise suspicious. Toshinori and Inko got quiet. There's nothing they can do to stop 9. Then Toshinori got an idea. The rules say that, if 9 didn't make it to the festival, then there's no problem to worry. He sent Izumi the message with his plan. With Izumi, her and her friends are their favorite cafe, celebrating her discharge and the fact they're fine. Ochako. Are you sure, Izumi? Izumi. Yes, my brother didn't have anything to do with what happened to us. Mina. How can you be so sure? Momo. 9 was interrogated by a detective and the detective had a lie detector quirk. Suyu. Maybe he lied to him. Ribbit. Izumi. To a lie detector quirk. I don't think so. Kyoka. That's something he'll do. Then Izumi phone vibrated. She took her phone from her pocket and saw her father messaged her. Izumi. Guys, Dad find out my brother plan. Sato. What's the plan? Izumi. Remember what Sensei told us? That he'll expel us in the first day. Shoka. Yes, I remember it. Izumi showed them the message. Izumi. My brother would try to get into the hero course through the sport festival. Denki. How's that possible? Momo. They made that rule before we were born. Katsuki. That damn Deku think he's better than me. Ejiro. Hold on. That rule only applies if he get to the festival. Katsumi. That's right. If we disqualified him, then there's no problem. Izumi. Then it's decided. We need to broke his inventions so. Momo. Have you not learned anything yet, Izumi? Do you want to end up like what happened to this idiot at Aldera? Point at Katsuki. Katsuki. What did you say, Ponytail? Momo. Oh, shut up, cry baby. If the staff from Aldera didn't stop 9, then you'll be dead right now. Shoto. That's not true, Momo. Deku doesn't have the balls. Momo. Are you sure, Shoto? He hacked into the school system, beat Bakugo and blackmail Principal Nezu with Izumi, Quirk. I speak for all of you, 9 wouldn't have hesitate to kill Bakugo. So, by all means, if you want to mess with him, then don't add me to it. And Momo got up and leave. Kyoka. Yaomomo. Kyoka tried to stop her, but no avail. Later, Katsuki was taking an alternate route home. He was going to an abandoned street. It was his and his friends' lackey place of hanging out. Now Katsuki was using his training. He felt weird now that some of his lackey died thanks to the chemist. Then Katsuki saw a figure on a building. It was like a boy with fox ears who was standing on top of the abandoned building. Katsuki know those fox ears everywhere. He climbed the stairs and saw 9 on top of the building. Katsuki. Pretty building, huh? 9 turned and saw Katsuki. 9. Sometimes it's good to admire the view. It's beautiful, Katsuki. Perfect for a quirkless waste of space like you to jump. 9. Bo-ho, did Katsuki Bakugo is hating little old me. Katsuki. That's right, I hate you, Deku. You're just a waste of space compared to me. I'm better than you in every way and do everything. 9. Except shut up. That does it. Katsuki was now seeing red. Katsuki. That's it, Deku. Die. He charged up his explosions and unleashed it at 9 point blank. Katsuki. Hard breathing house, that Deku. 9. De verdad crees que tienes ventaja, idiota. No lo olvides, chucho. Yo soy un genio mientras que tú eres un chucho inútil que ladra. The smoke dispersed, revealing 9 fine, without any injury. 9. Did you really think I'm dumb like you? I'm only a hologram. Katsuki then saw the floating small hexagon that project the hologram. 9. And by the way, idiot. You didn't notice the drone that was recording. Katsuki then wide his eyes and saw to his right, 15 meters away from him a flying drone. 9. Mocking good job, Katsuki. What a nice way for you to show me my place. Katsuki. You tricked me. 9. I'm actually surprised that worked so well. Thanks for more evidence. Then the hologram stopped and the hexagon fall. The drone fly away. Katsuki couldn't believe it. He was played by none other than Deku. He roared in rage and stomped on the hologram hexagon device. The next day, 9 goes to Ua after saying goodbye to Eri by giving her a kiss on the forehead. Now 9 is going to his class. But on the way to his class, Ejiro was in his way. 9 knew it that this was a blind spot where there were no cameras, meaning Ejiro wouldn't be in trouble. Ejiro. Smirk, where do you think you're going, Deku? 9. Deadpan face, I'm a student at this school. Where would I go other than my class? Ejiro. Harden his fists, you're not going to apologize to Kota for killing his aunts. 9. Nope, I don't, I will. But quick question. Did you come with this plan or your boss, Katsuki Bakugo, came with it, dick slave? Ejiro. Angry, what did you call me, Deku? 9. A dick slave. That's what you are, Ejiro Kirishima. You're just a slave to Katsuki Dick. You always praise him no matter what he's doing. You'll never be your own person. You're pathetic. Ejiro. Shut up, take this. He charged at 9, but like everyone else, their heads are like their threats, empty. Nothing but a loud mouth. 9 easily evaded, activated his bracelet and punched Ejiro in the face, breaking his nose. Ejiro. You broke my nose. 9. Thanks for saying that, Captain Obvious. Ejiro angry took his tissues from his pocket and put it on his nose. Ejiro. This isn't over, Deku. And he leave. Time skip thanks to Kurumi. 9 was working at his invention for the sport festival. When the door opened, is 9 Midoriya here? 9 turned and he saw who was at the door. It was another girl with a ponytail, but unlike orange hair like Itsuka Kendo from 1B who became good friend with her, this one has long black hair and onyx eyes. 9 expression changed to angry, but he changed back to his casual. 9. What do you want, Yaoyorozu? Momo. Can we talk? 9. I'm busy. Go fuck yourself. Momo. Please, it's important. 9. Seeing he doesn't have a choice because she won't budge, he agreed to go with her. He signaled her to go to the rooftop. At the rooftop, the UA rooftop was flat with no place to hide, and 9 knows that she wouldn't try something where they're so high from the ground, and to make it sure, he activated his bracelet to cancel her quirk and anyone else from its radius. 9. What do you want? Momo took from her backpack an envelope and give it to 9. 9. What's this? Momo. It's a recommendation from Shikatsu High School along with a $100,000. My parents pulled some strings. They were being able to accept you even though you didn't were at their entrance exam. 9. Did you really think you could bribe me? Momo. It's not bribe. I want to save you. The others from my class. They'll try to destroy you. You can hate as much as you want. I'll take and I won't fight back, but I'll rather see you away from UA, but fine than here but injured. 9. You don't seem to understand. You just want me away and pretend like nothing happened in these 10 years. 9 used his metal tails and destroyed the envelope and the money check, and then he leave. Scene change. 9 returned and he saw that his classmates were already leaving to go to their house. He started to clean his work desktop when he heard another voice. Looks like someone's busy. 9 turned and he already hate doing it. At the door, there was another girl, this time with short ash blonde hair, wearing the same uniform, and like her annoying brother, her eyes were crimson. 9. Yeah, I'm busy. So fuck off, Katsumi. I don't have time for your childish games. However, Katsumi didn't like how 9 talked to her. She walked inside the classroom. Katsumi. We need to talk. 9. I don't. Now get out. Katsumi didn't like how Deku talked to a superior like her. She walked towards him and grabbed him by the shoulder while her hand started to smoke. Katsumi. Listen here, Deku. I'm going to cut shot. Get the fuck out from the sport festival. 9. I don't have time for your games, cunt. Now leave. I have better stuff to do than playing with the ones with too much chromosomes. 9 brushed her off and continued to pack his things. Katsumi. I'm serious, Deku. Drop from the festival or I'll put you in the hospital. 9. Go ahead. Let's see how well UA will be after they found out that one of their students attacked the most successful CEO of the world. Plus, after an investigation, they'll find out what Toshinori did. Oh, how delightful will that be that the #1 hero will be exposed of what he done. Besides, cunt, we both know that it's gonna be you in the hospital. Don't forget, I grow up with you for 10 years. I know how your quirks work and I know all of your weaknesses. So, once again, fuck off, bitch. Katsumi grit her teeth so hard, anytime they could break. She couldn't take it. She was superior in every way and couldn't take it from the ones like Deku. Him, a quirkless, a nobody, and yet he finds her thread empty. She charged her quirk in her hands. Katsumi. You fucking Deku. She launched like her brother, a right hook. 9. Sigh. 9 readed her like an opening book, evaded with ease, grabbed her arm and throw her on the floor. Katsumi hit the floor hard. Katsumi. Gah. Then 9 quickly immobilized her with 4 of his metal tails and quickly activated his bracelet. Katsumi tried to break free, but no avail. She tried her quirk, but nothing happened. Katsumi. Let me go, Deku. 9. You know, I just gotta say that you might not have a lot of time to waste. So lose that long face. 9 used one of his free tail to grab a crowbar, making Katsumi to wide her eyes. 9. None of us are here to stay. So treat every day like it's a holiday. Until the day you slip away. Katsumi. Deku, drop the crowbar. This isn't funny. 9. Oh, it's not. When you and the others did this to me, you all laughed. But when the shoe it's on the other side, you don't laugh anymore. But you're right, I'm not going to use a crowbar. He dropped the crowbar. He turned his remaining 3 metal tails into. One tail turned into a saw blade and started to rotate. One tail turned into a blow torch. And his last tail into a nail gun. Ultigod 10096. 9 moved up Katsumi's sleeves. Katsumi. Deku, don't you dare. 9. Wrong answer. 9 moved the saw blade towards Katsumi's left arm. Katsumi wide her eyes. She tried to move, but when she did that, a nail was shot next to her head. 9. Don't move. This will be quick. The moment the saw make contact with Katsumi's skin, Katsumi screamed in pain. Katsumi. Fine. I'll leave you alone. I'll leave you the fuck alone. 9 stopped his saw and let go of Katsumi. She took her pack of tissue and put it on the wound. The wound wasn't severe, only a small cut. Katsumi then saw 9's eyes. They were filled with hatred and it was directed towards her. She then saw her blood on his tail that still was a saw blade. She felt like he would just cut her whole hand, and if she was trying to escape, she would have a nail in her head. 9 Pav. I'm just cleaning my saw blade from my tail from Katsumi disgusting blood. Now it's clear, they don't want me to participate in the sport festival. But that begged the question. If 1A is trying to stop me from participating in the sport festival, then what about the principal? I already know that Toshinori and Inko are already trying to do something. Against them, they overpower me, but I outsmart them already since I'm a genius. And knowledge is power. I really want to see what they'll do in the future, but their plan will fall because I'm always 6 steps ahead. No one Pav. Right now, Katsuki, Ejiro, Ochako, Shoto and Shoka are with Katsumi at their hanging out place, the abandoned warehouse where Katsuki was outsmarted by 9. Izumi comes shortly. Katsuki. You couldn't tell Deku to back off. Izumi. What happened? Katsuki. It's Deku. All you have to do is scaring him a little and he'll cower away. Katsumi. Then you go and do it. I'm not going again. Izumi. Can someone fill me in? Start from the beginning. Katsumi started to tell them how he tried to stop 9 from participating in the sport festival and how he ignored her. How she tried to order him to get out, but the same result happened. How she tried to use her quirk, but he slammed her on the ground, activating his bracelet, immobilized her with 4 of his tails, and how he pointed a nail gun, a flame torch and a saw blade. How 9 shot the nail gun next to her head and how he cut a little through her arm. She showed the bandaged wound. They got their eyes wide open when they saw the wound. They knew 9 was no longer the weak Deku they knew to push over, but to do something like this. Katsuki. That fucking psychopath. Creates explosions in his hands. Ejiro. He cross every line. Katsuki. If threatening won't work, I'm going to destroy him. Izumi. Destroy? Are you kidding me? You haven't learned anything from your mistakes. Katsuki. I'm not going to go all out, just enough to scare him. Izumi. And you might end up like that time in Aldera. After so much time, do you still want to go to your old habits? Katsuki. How else would Deku learn his place? He doesn't deserve to be here. Izumi then punched Katsuki in the face, making him fall on the ground. Izumi. I told you that we aren't going to our old habits. I agree with you that my brother shouldn't be in the sport festival, but I won't let you do something like that. Katsuki felt Izumi glare at him. Ejiro. I hate to admit it, but I'm with Katsuki here. Izumi. Look at Ejiro asterisk Ejiro, how could you say that? Ejiro. I don't like it either, Izumi. But Deku has everything we did on tape and he'll use it against us to destroy our future at UA. We need to taking him down. I'm Baku bro here. Shoto. Same. Shoka. Me too. Ochako. You have All Might as your dad, Izumi. We don't. We can't risk our dreams. Izumi saw that everyone around was with Katsuki planned to take down 9 for good. Katsuki. Smirk, this is your last chance, Izumi. Katsuki waiting for Izumi verdict. Izumi. You're crazy. All of you if think'll join you. You do you. But don't came back to me after your plan failed. Look at Katsuki asterisk a part of me wished dad didn't help you when you got sued. And Izumi leave. Katsuki couldn't let go of the humiliation Deku put him in Aldera when he used those stupid metal tails to attack him. How he sabotaged his gauntlets and how he almost got sued, but thanks to All Might, he managed to escape. How he got played by Deku a few days ago using holograms and drones. The only explanation for Deku doing that is jealousy over their success. Suddenly, Katsuki, Katsumi, Ochako, Shoto, Shoka and Ejiro phones ring with a notification. The notification. Aldera school villainy behavior. drugs, rape, illegal quirk use, bullying, abuse of power. Ever since quirks started to appear, many people forgot how to be actual human being and they consider themselves gods. Aldera School is a good example of doing illegal drugs, having sexual relationships inside school, doing porn videos, allowing bullying to happen for those with weak or villains, quirks and quirkless, sabotaging grades, heroes' interference and bribery to continue. Katsumi, Ochako, Shoto, Shoka and Ejiro hearts stopped beating and falls into their stomachs when they read the article. Sure, most of it was fake, but this show their record of what they did. If an investigation on their old school will be made, then they'll be caught red-handed. Worst for them, many comments were already written. Jellicle Girl 19. Are we sure that's a school and not a villain hideout? But once again, if what the article says about, then I don't blame the kids for becoming villains. KN Stories. If heroes are in too, then how can we be safe? Demon Kruger. The entire school needs to be burned down and everyone in it to be executed. No passcode. Black_Falcon 150. Death will be a kindness they don't deserve. Katsumi, Ochako, Shoto, Shoka and Ejiro wide their eyes when they saw the accounts of real heroes. At Hoxie Nuggets. I heard about Hose's kind of schools. Last year I managed to shut down one with help from other heroes. At MT Lady. How could they do that? At Fashion-jeans. Despicable humans. They forget their roots. Katsumi, Ochako, Shoto, Shoka and Ejiro hands started to shake uncontrollably. This was mostly about them. Only one person could have done this. The next day, 9 was in his office and he was doing paperwork, when one of his secretary came to him. 9. What's the problem? I have some paperwork now. Secretary. I'm sorry, Master 9. But there's 2 people outside who wants to talk to you. 9. Who are they? Secretary. Their names are Toshinori Yagi and Mirai Sasaki. 9. Sigh. 9 pinch his nostril. 9. Let them in and then you can take a break. Secretary. As you wish, Master 9. She goes to guide them into 9 office and then she leave. Now both Toshinori and Mirai are face to face with 9 who has his hands together and sitting on his chair. 9. What do I own the displeasure? Idiots. Toshinori. Watch your tone, brat. 9. Why don't you make me, Toshishit? Are you out of your precious All Might time? Boo-hoo, All Might is not like he used to be. An angry vein appear on Toshinori's head. How could this brat disrespect him so much? Him, the #1 hero. 9. You know, I was wondering something. Why would Nana Shimura give you OFA? Did she was drunk that time? Or she was high? Or perhaps she was stupid? That does it. Toshinori tried to buff into All Might. Keyword. Tried. But nothing happened. Toshinori. What's happening? Mirai. What do you mean? Toshinori. I can't use OFA. Mirai. What? 9. Did you really think that I, 9 Midoriya, multimillionaire and the most successful CEO of Fox Industries wouldn't have protection? My entire facility, like others, have incorporated quirk canceling frequency. At my company, there's no quirks and look how much we evolved. So tell me Toshinori, now that you can't use OFA, what are you, huh? You despise quirkless, but you were once quirkless. You're nothing but a hypocrite. Toshinori remained silent, but angry. P9. To both of them, what do you want? Mirai. Pull out a contract. We need you to sign this contract and surrender your fortune and company to the Yagis. Toshinori smirked at this, but what happened next make him drop the smile. 9. Not gonna happen, idiots. Now I'll nicely ask you to leave. Mirai. You have no choice, so sign here. Toshinori. Be useful for once in your life, brat. 9. Number. If you think I'm one of your idiots' fans, then you're gravely mistaken. Mirai. Pull out a pistol and point it at 9. Sign it or else. 9. Go ahead, shoot. But we all know that even if you kill me, my employees will know the truth. Look at Toshinori. Everyone in my facilities know what you did, Toshinori. By the way, didn't you wonder why Melissa Shield and David cut all of their connections with you? Toshinori. What? 9. It's because I revealed them what you did. How funny it must have been when they cut the connections with you. Toshinori was boiling with anger because of 9. He lost his friends from America. 9. To Mirai, you wanna know why you're with Toshinori, Mirai? It's because you're nothing more than and K slave to Toshinori. You'll always be. You can't your own decisions. Mirai. Oh yeah. Mirai shoot his gun. The bullet exit the barrel and spin towards 9, but it shatter in midair. Mirai. What? 9. Like I said before. I'm 6 steps ahead of you. Get up and touch the air. I have a glass field around my table. It was designed by the finest of the engineers from my company. They're geniuses. The only thing that can shatter it is an 88 centimeters shell. But I doubt it that you'll get something like this. And one more thing. They're quirkless. Most of my facility's employees are quirkless, weak, or villain, quirks. You cast us out from this society, but we refused to succumb to the likes of you. 9 then pressed a button from his table and from the walls many weapons comes out and points at Toshinori and Mirai. 9. Now, you're going to tear that contract to pieces and leave. Toshinori. You don't make the rules, brat. 9. Psy computer, shoot a warning bullet. Computer. Yes, Master 9. One of the wall guns shoot a warning bullet in the ground, more specifically in Toshinori's shoe and through his foot. Toshinori. Quadruple A ag GGHHHHH. Toshinori fall on the ground, holding his injured foot. 9. I warned you. Now leave my facility and never come back. Mirai. You won't get away with this. Once we tell what you did you'll. 9. Show them the computer screen. Oh really? Did you forget that I have cameras? This whole conversation was recorded. Let's see who'll win. Mirai, angry, put Toshinori's arm around his neck and got ready to leave. Mirai. This isn't over, brat. 9. For your own good, it better be. Mirai got ready to leave through the door and through the elevator, but then the door opened, revealing Bubble Girl, angry. Mirai. Bubble Girl, what are you doing here? I didn't give you permission to. AAAAAAGGGHHHHH. He didn't had to finish because Bubble Girl kicked him in the nuts, making him groans in pain and hold his nuts. Bubble Girl. That's for leaving tied to that stupid machine of yours. And good luck finding another assistant. Bubble Girl throw the papers in Mirai's face. Bubble Girl. I quit being your assistant and being a hero. Mirai get up and took Toshinori out and leave. 9 then get up from his chair. 9. Computer, scan Kaoruko Iwata. Search if what she said was true. Computer. Of course, Master 9. A red horizontal light goes from the head to the toe to Kaoruko Iwata. Computer. She's telling the truth, Master 9. 9. Put back the guns and open the glass field. The guns were back in the walls and the glass field. Kaoruko. Izuku, is that really you? 9. Yes, but I go by 9 now. And, can you fill me in? Kaoruko. Sure. Remember Night Eye tickling machine? 9. Yeah, Kaoruko. He was using that machine on me every time I wasn't smiling. He even used on me when I got back from a funeral of one of my relatives. 9. That's horrible, Kaoruko. And I had enough of him telling. All Might saved those peoples. All Might did that, too much. Now I quit being his assistant and being a hero because most of the time I got ridiculed by other heroes saying that Night Eye picked me from pity and saying I'm ugly with blue skin. 9. Put a hand on Kaoruko's shoulder. I know the feeling. They say the same thing about me, but I rise up and look what I created. If you need help, I could use an extra secretary. This is much work here. Kaoruko then cried tears of joy and hugged 9. Kaoruko. Thank you, thank you, thank you. 9 hugged back. 9. I missed this. Scene change. 9 then exit his facility and goes to the orphanage to volunteer. Kaoruko. Where are you going? 9. 9 looked at his new secretary, Kaoruko Iwata, wearing a respectable uniform. 9. I'm going to volunteer to the orphanage. Kaoruko. Good luck. See you tomorrow at work. 9. See you. 9 goes to the orphanage, but on the way, paparazzi come and ask 9 to give a speech. 9. Is this live on television? Paparazzi. Yes. 9. Okay. Here's a message to my past. 9. To the ones that counted me out. Those who never believed in me. Those who left me for dead. I'm still here, motherfuckers. Stronger than ever. Once he give that speech, the paparazzi leave 9 who resume his walk towards the orphanage. Once he arrived at the orphanage, he was surrounded by all the kids from there who wanted to ask him for a story. 9. Okay, I'll tell you a story that's real. Kids. Yay. They dragged 9 to sit on a chair. 9. Okay, here goes. There was a kid whom everyone underestimated. Too small, too quiet, too ordinary. But every day, while they laughed, he worked, in the gym, in the books, in the shadows. He knew one truth. Effort beats talent when talent doesn't try. Years later they'll ask him how he did it, and he'll just smiled. They saw the grind. It's the quiet hustle that makes the loudest impact. Kids. Sparkling eyes. Wow. Boy. 9. 9. Yes, boy. The boy in the story. As you, right. All of the children looked at 9 waiting for an answer. 9. Yes, this story was about my past. But without the part where my past asked me how I did it, but I'll smile when they'll ask me. But no, I have a question for you, kids. Kids. 9. How loud do you want your success to be? Scene change. It's a new day at UA. 9 goes to school when he saw how a boy cried because others throw his ball in a tree. 9 then fly using his twin tails and got the ball down and giving the boy back his ball. 9. Here you go, kid. RK. Thanks, Mr. 9. 9. Kneel in front of the kid. Kid, if you don't mind me asking. Why did the other kids throw your ball? RK. Because they say that someone like me don't deserve to be happy. 9. Concern. Why would they say that? RK. It's because of my quirk. It's shadow control. I can control my shadow and give it any shape I want. They say that I'm a villain. 9 put a hand on the kid head, giving head pats. 9. That's an amazing quirk. It's not villainous, only if you decide to use it for villainy. Kid, I know exactly what you went through. I'm quirkless and everyone grinded me down, but I refuse to be their slave and I rise up. And I have something to tell you how to deal with those idiots. RK. How? Are you going to beat them for me? 9. Number. Even though sometimes they deserve a good beating, violence is not every time the answer. Let me tell you something. The kid listened to what 9 told him. 9. Let go of them. RK. 9. Let go of those who consistently lower your self-esteem. If they can't see your value, stop giving them the power to define your worth. Walk away. You deserve to be surrounded by people who make you feel seen, who lift you up instead of tearing you down. And don't you dare feel guilty for prioritizing your self-care. Your mental well-being matters. Your peace, your happiness. It all matters. Remember this. Walking away isn't weakness, it's strength. Choosing yourself isn't selfish, it's necessary. You owe to yourself to let go of what breaks you and embrace what heals you. Remember this. A person who says, I was wrong. I made a mistake. It was my fault. I'm sorry. And forgive me. That person is a narcissist. A real bastard. The worst among the worst. Having a relationship with that person is a monumental mistake which you will regret. Someone who never admits wrongdoing and never apologizes is a condescending and arrogant bastard who thinks he or she's better than you. Superior to you. Such a person thinks they're doing you a favor by being in a relationship with you. Such a person brings you only pain, problems, tears, unhappiness and chaos. If you want peace in mind, don't try to change that person. Walk away from that person. Your peace in mind, your happiness, your self-esteem are more important than being in a relationship and narcissist. The kid remained silent, not knowing what to say next. 9. But kid, if you're dealing with bullies, why you're not telling your parents? RK. My parents are already busy with work. Their superiors are always giving them extra work and half the work of every other employee because the bosses from the company are saying that slaves like them are good only for this. 9. Is that so? Okay. Then, kid, can you tell me which company your parents works? RK. It's, but why? 9. Write his phone number on a piece of paper here, kid. Once your parents are getting home, give them my number and I'll talk to them about giving them a job at my company, and don't forget, I'll deal with their superiors. And 9 prepared to leave, but then the kid hugged him. RK. Thank you for your help, 9. 9. Hug back, you don't have to. And both 9 and the kid part away. 9 thought, if you think you could have hide from me, then you're bigger idiot than I anticipated, mutt. At a corner was Katsuki Bakugo, hiding. He was trying to get a blind spot so he can silence Deku permanently, but didn't get it. He smirked when he saw the boys throw the kid ball in the tree. He knew the boys since they admire him and he taught them how to be like him. His fists clenched in anger when he saw how Deku give the ball back and help. He shouldn't help him. The kid was nothing more than a villain, like Deku. He can't get a chance to get rid of Deku for good. He need to confront him and finish him once and for all. With 9, he goes to his class, but to get to it, he has to get past Katsuki who blocked his way. 9. Get his metal tails in fighting position or you here for a rematch from Aldera. Katsuki. Me, you. On the rooftop after class. And then he leave, stomping his way towards 1A. Time skip thanks to Kurumi. 9 walked the stairs to Ua rooftop. He knew that Toshinori might be doing something because Nezu didn't announce it that he shouldn't be here. Once 9 arrived at the rooftop, he only saw Katsuki. He knew that he was alone since he didn't pick any of the others sent. Katsuki saw 9 on the rooftop and smirked. Uncle Might plan worked. While Auntie Inko was playing chess with Nezu, despite obviously losing to him, Uncle might make the cameras skip the part where they get to the rooftop. Katsuki. You think this is funny? Showing the article. 9. Smile, of course it is. It show you and everyone else. It took a lot of effort to do it. Don't you agree with me, Aldera student? Katsuki. Give me your phone. 9. Sorry, Aldera student. But you're not every trustable. Katsuki. You're Aldera too, Deku. This article will sink you down. Give me your phone or I'll take it by force. However, 9 found his threat like his head, empty. He kept his smile. 9. Then by all means, do it. Show your true nature right here. But we both know that you won't do it. And I'm not Aldera like you. Let me tell you something, idiot. While you were recovering in the infirmary that day when I kicked your butt, Toshinori there disowned me and kicked me out of the house. Katsuki. Smirk, that's what a villain like you deserve. 9. But on the contrary, idiot. You shouldn't be laughing. After Toshinori disowned me, he didn't want any consequences and erased everything about me. Birth certificate, ID card, photos, everything. Izuku Yagi no longer exist. But I'm 9 Midoriya, CEO of Fox Industries. There's nothing that can lead everyone to think that both Izuku Yagi and 9 Midoriya are the same people. Katsuki grit his teeth in anger. While he got angry at Deku, he couldn't deny it. Uncle Might erased Deku's existence. But now Deku has this stupid identity, 9 Midoriya, where he's a successful businessman. 9. Sometimes I wonder how someone like you who has blood on his hands can sleep at night. Katsuki. There's blood on your hands too, Deku. Don't think that we forgot. Fat boy, eye socket and fingers. You killed them. 9. Don't confuse me with the chemist. Katsuki. I know you're the chemist, Deku. 9. Again with this. This was already cleared when they interrogated me. And besides, judging by the looks, the chemist is taller than me and I couldn't be the chemist since the chemist doesn't have fox features. Besides, and that's a big if I'm the chemist. Don't you think they'll be doing an investigation and you'll be caught red-handed? And be careful, Katsuki. Your ego is showing. Katsuki. Shut up, I'm the #1 hero. I do what I want. When I want. You have your articles and your stupid company. I have All Might at my side. Katsuki yelled confidently. 9. Don't you mean Izumi has All Might by her side? Katsuki. 9. Who's All Might child? Izumi is. Who's the one that got a recommendation from All Might, but refused it? Izumi did. Who's having OFA? Izumi has. You and the rest of 1A are nothing more than support and sidekicks for Izumi. Once you fulfilled your role, Toshinori won't help you anymore. He call himself a god, but he's nothing. He's human, a mortal, nothing more. And once I expose his sorry ass, he'll lose everything. And 9 goes to the door. Katsuki took a step involuntarily. Him, a sidekick, he refused it. Deku only wants to play with him. Yeah, that's the explanation. Katsuki. If you're so confident that you can expose us, why didn't you do it? Are you afraid? 9 turned to Katsuki and showed his smug face. 9. I wait for something good that will turn your life into shit. And 9 leave. I stay humble because I witnessed something most people don't understand. I've seen people become exactly what they once laughed at. Life has a way of teaching lessons. The same pride that make you mock others can come back to make you the punching line. That's why I keep my feet on the ground, my ego in check. Humility isn't weakness, it's wisdom. It's knowing that the tables can turn at any moment. Remember this. Stay humble, stay grounded, because life has a way of turning laughter into reflection. No one pav. Today is the day. The day of the sport festival is here. All of the first year from UA are getting ready. 9 was with his classmates. He finished his inventions. A visor. He upgraded his gloves. A pair of air shoes. A telescopic metal staff. Unfortunately, his metal tails count as an invention, so he can't make another invention. May. Hey 9. I was wondering, what type of invention did you create? 9. That's a surprise. You'll see. May. Ah, don't worry, Ms. You won't be disappointed. I know that 9 never disappoint. All of 1H turned and they saw. 1H 9 EHHHHH. Bruce Wayne. 9 walked towards Bruce Wayne. 9. Hey Bruce. Good to see you again. Bruce. Good to see you too. 9. They shake hands. May. Wait. 9. How do you know Bruce Wayne? The Bruce Wayne. Bruce. That's simple, lady. Me and 9 are business partners. 9. I was in Gotham for 2 months. I meet Bruce one day and since then we keeping in touch. Bruce. 9. Can we speak just the two of us? 9. Sure. 9 and Bruce exit outside and goes on a hall that no one uses. 9. What do you want to talk about, Bruce? Bruce. I believe you know. Lean towards 9 ear and whisper so only 9 can hear Chemist. 9. I should have known that I can't stay hidden from the world's greatest detective, Batman. Bruce. So, we discovered each other identity. 9. You taught me detective work. I learned from the best. How's Harvey by the way? Bruce. He's doing a fine rehabilitation. Hope that Harvey I know is still in there. Flashback. Bruce is visiting Harvey Dent aka Two Faces. Now Bruce is in front of Harvey. Harvey. Bruce, good old Bruce. Always there. You never given up on me. Bruce walked towards Harvey and hugged him. Bruce. Harvey, I'll never given up on you. And today I brought someone. A friend. You can come in. The door of Harvey's room opened from the outside and both Bruce and Harvey saw a pair of fox ears. 9. It's okay to come inside. Bruce. Of course 9. 9. Okay. 9 walked inside and stood next to Bruce and Harvey. Bruce. Harvey. This is Harvey. 9 Midoriya, CEO of Fox Industries. 9. Shocked that's correct. How did you know? Harvey. I saw your face on the paper news. You're quite a brilliant mind, kid. 9. Thanks. But I can't take the credit. My employees are doing their job very well. I'm not a boss. I'm a leader. Harvey. Many people will get confused and think it's the same thing. 9. That's true. A boss says, I. A leader says, we. Bosses are blinded by pride while leaders can really see. A leader always asks. Bosses. They command. A boss points fingers, but a leader extends a hand. A boss says, go. A leader say, let's go. Leaders considers ideas. Bosses. Says, heck no. Harvey. For a kid, you spoke wisdom. Bruce. Put a hand on 9's shoulder. All 3 of us have something in common. Harvey. I see it clearly, Bruce. And you, 9. You're a good friend. It was a pleasure to meet you. 9. Likewise, Mr. Dent. Harvey. Please, call me Harvey. 9. Okay. I want to promise you something. Once you're out of rehabilitation, me and Bruce will work together for a surgery so you can be you again. Harvey. Thanks 9. Look at both Bruce and 9. When I look at both of you, I see 2 sides of the same coin. Flashback end. Bruce goes to the spectate place while 9 goes back to his class and getting ready. Meanwhile, in the 1A locker room, Mina. waving her hands up and found why aren't we allowed to wear our costumes? Kyoka. It's because we'll have an unfair disadvantage. Black_Falcon 150. I know that in your story 1A and 1B are wearing their hero costumes, but by doing that, they have unfair advantage from other classes. Example. Kyoka Jiro boots are actually speakers and she can plug her earphones to them. Another example is Suyu. Her suit can disappear with her once she's using camouflage. Sato has sugar packs in his belt. And since Hitoshi Shinso is part of 1A in your story, he has a scarf and a knife. Don't get me wrong, it's a great idea, but you give them unfair advantage in your story. PM. Welcome everyone to the Sport Festival OF first year. First we welcome the class that survived a villain attack. From the hero course, 1A. 1A came through the tunnel. PM. Also from the hero course. They fall behind, but they're also strong. 1B. 1B come as well carrying a banner. PM. And the rest. Support course, business course, and general course. The rest of the classes came as well. PM. And now, our announcer. The 18+ hero, Midnight. Midnight came. Many male spectators were blushing when they saw Midnight. Ejiro. Should we tell what she's wearing? Sato. There might be kids who are watching. With 9. 9 had his eyes closed because he doesn't want to look at Midnight. Midnight then cracked her whip. Midnight. Silence. Now, before we begin, let's welcome our guest. From America, the #1 hero, Star and Stripes. Then Star and Stripe. Many couldn't believe it. Star and Stripe came to Japan. She grabbed the microphone. SS. Welcome to the Sport Festival, first year. It's an honor to be here. I want you to give your best. Star and Stripe then saw some fox ears. SS. Wait a minute. Is that who I think it is? She get down from the stage and walked through to the students. Meanwhile, 9 was talking that if his classmates will want, he can help them to invest money. 9. Once you know how to invest, it's pretty simple to make more money. As long as you know what to do, it's. He didn't had to finish because he was picked up in the air. Star and Stripe grabbed 9 and hugged him. 9. Ah, stranger danger, stranger danger. SS. It's so good to see you again, 9. 9 then realized who hugged him from behind. Star and Stripe then put 9 down. 9. It's good to see you too, Star. SS. Likewise, kid. She ruffled 9 hair and ears. Midnight. Hold on a minute. You two know each other. SS. Who doesn't know 9 Midoriya? Plus, when he was in America, we meet and realized how cool is this kid. Also we became good friends. Star and Stripe goes back to the stage. Meanwhile with 1A, if anger was a power-up, Katsuki will be the strongest in the world. Midnight. Now, the class representative, Katsuki Bakugo, who got the second high score in the entrance exam. Katsuki got angry when she said, second, and sent a glare at 9 because he find out that 9 destroyed more robots than him at the entrance exam. 9 wasn't affected by the idiot glare, because the glare was like his head, empty. He got on the stage and grabbed the microphone. Katsuki. All I have to say it's I'm gonna win. Uproars of hate were thrown at Katsuki Bakugo for that speech. Midnight. That was an interesting speech. Well, let's. SS. Wait a minute. Why did you call the second high score to give a speech? Shouldn't the highest score give the speech? Midnight. Yeah, but you see, the highest score didn't want to be in the hero course and it's in the support course. SS. And, I don't see the problem here. Midnight. The sport festival was mainly made for hero course, so. SS. I see now. UA is favoritism hero course over the other courses. Midnight. That's not true. SS. Well, I see it like that. And everyone can agree with me. Many peoples agreed with Star and Stripe. SS. I want the highest score to make a speech. Who's it? Midnight. It's 9 Midoriya. SS. Then led 9 Midoriya to come here and give a proper speech. Because from Bakugo's speech, I feel like shit. The kid only think about himself. Now, 9 Midoriya, come here and give a proper speech. 9 was at loss of words. Sure, he was friends with Kathleen, but he didn't expect it to be called to give a speech. He walked towards the stadium. Meanwhile, Katsuki was now seeing red because of what Star and Stripe said about him. Soon, she'll see how he'll become #1 hero and shove it into her face. Black_Falcon 150 Angelical Girl 19. 9 got next to Star and Stripe. Star and Stripe give 9 the microphone. 9. When I look at you, I see only one thing. All of you are weak. Almost all of the first year wanted to go to give 9 a piece of their mind. Some of 1A took out their phones and got ready to record Deku humiliation. SS. Before you do something that you'll regret, let 9 to finish it. 9. Thanks. Like I said, all of you are weak. Because you are not living up to your potential. And deep down you know it. You know you should be better, stronger, faster, wiser. If you're not moving forward in life, it's because something inside you is holding you back. Maybe it's your negative thoughts or your bad habits. Maybe it's the excuses you keep telling yourself. But here's the truth. You are your own worst enemy. So go to war with yourself. Face those doubts. Destroy those habits. Break those chains. Every day. Fight to become the person you were destined to be. Remember this. Your potential isn't just a possibility. It's a responsibility. It's time to stop holding yourself back. It's time to fight. Silence. Then, a person from the crowd started to applause, then another and another. Soon everyone in their seats rise up and started to applause, even all of the first year course, except for 1A applause for 9's speech. SS. Thanks 9. That was one of the greatest speech I ever heard. 9 then goes back to his class. Tetsu. 9 bro, that speech was so awesome. I feel myself so pumped up. I'm ready for action. 9. Chuckle I'm glad you liked it, Tetsu. Meanwhile, 1A, Izumi and Momo didn't like 9's speech. They only saw how Deku was trying to make their spotlight difficult by giving the rest of the first year useless hope. They were 1A for a reason. They were the strongest. Meanwhile, Toshinori growl in anger at 9's speech. He's quirkless, a liability, a nobody, and yet he think that he can compete with his daughter and her friends. If it wasn't for the evidence and blackmailing OFA that 9 has, then he wouldn't be a problem. He need to take the brat down, but he need to be careful since Nezu has his eyes on him. As for Nezu, he was looking at Toshinori and he heard the angry growl that Toshinori did. His suspicious confirmed. Toshinori has been gunning 9 ever since he came to UA. Toshinori told him that he goes to 9 company for business, but 9 didn't let him talk and shoot him in the leg. That's what Toshinori told him, but something wasn't adding up. Why would 9 shoot Toshinori without a reason? Sure, they were hating each other, but it looked like Toshinori didn't tell the full story. After the sport festival is finished, he'll talk with both of them and their side of the story. Back to the stadium. Midnight. Now that was a speech. Now, for the first event, spinning roulette. The roulette started to spin until it stops. Midnight. It's a PM. Obstacle race. Midnight. Mike, do you want to come here and take my place? PM. Number. Midnight. Then let me talk. As I was saying, obstacle race. A 4 kilometers race. Quirks and inventions are allowed, but no harm to each other. If there's even a drop of blood, you're out. You have 10 minutes to get ready. Soon, every student, with 9, he got his invention ready and fully charged. He put his gloves, air shoes, visor and telescopic metal staff. Then his locker door opened, revealing Nito Monoma. Nito. 9, my friend. I was wondering, are the inventions I asked ready? 9. Yes, they're ready. Attach 2 to your shoes and 2 on the back of your hands. Unfortunately, you can't wear them on your skin, so you have to wear gloves. 9 used his tails to adjust the regulators on Nito gloves and shoes. Nito. Thanks 9. But what exactly they're doing? 9. Those regulators will regulate the energy of the quirk you're copying. For example, if you copy Toguru quirk without the regulators, you wouldn't know from where you'll pull the blade and you might create a blade that's coming from your ass, and I don't think you want that. Those regulators will help you guide the energy and easily help you to create a blade from your body. But I'll highly suggest you to not copy his quirk. Nito. Why not? 9. By doing that, your skin will be penetrated and you'll be bleeding. Don't forget, you don't have skin like Toguru. Nito. Okay, thanks for the regulators. You're the best, 9. 9. You're welcome. They fist bump. My theory why Nito Monoma was an asshole in canon is because he didn't want his class to be considered weak or low. Think about it. 1A was attacked by villains at USJ and after that they got a lot of attention. And All Might was teaching 1A and not 1B too. Another thing was because of Momo, Tenya Iida and Shoto since they come from hero or rich family they're getting more attention. After that, 9 leave. At the spectating seats, Kaoruko Iwata, Bubble Girl, is sitting with Eri at their seats with Rappa and the rest of 9 bodyguards. Everyone from his company are here since 9 give them all a day off. Now 9 is ready for the race. Midnight. Ready. Go. As soon as Midnight said go, Shoto and Shoka freeze the ground, trapping most of the students. RS. What the hell? The ones who weren't trapped in ice, advanced, including all of 1A. 9 was also trapped, but he didn't bother. 9. You have to come with something better than that, Endeavor 2.0. 9 used his gloves to send a heatwave to the ground and melting the ice, freeing himself and the other students. All. Thanks. 9. No problem. 9 then turned his air shoes on and started to catch up. With 1A, Izumi, Katsumi, Shoka, Katsuki and Shoto were fighting for first place when something flew above them. 9 flew above them and their eyes meet. 9. You have to come with something better than your ice, Endeavor overgrown sperm. The moment 9 touched the ground, he speed up and leaving the 5 to dust. The 2 pair of twins stopped fighting each other and started to chase 9 instead. Katsuki. Deku, you dare to look down on me. Meanwhile, Toshinori look at 9 with anger. He's quirkless, a liability, a nobody. And yet, he think he can compete with his daughter and her friends who stronger by a lot. The brat needs to be taken down. Back to the race. 9 lost position because the 2 pair of twins tried to attack him. Now everyone arrived at the first obstacle. PM. Welcome to the first obstacle. Robo Inferno. Shoto and Shoka freeze 2 pointers and pass. Katsuki and Katsumi started to blast their way through. Some students tried to pass the frozen robots. Shoto. I wouldn't try if I were you. Shoka. We froze them when they were about to fall. The 0 pointers falls. 9 fly up using his tails. 9 thought and they call themselves heroes. What a joke. 9 then started to make his way towards the robots. From beneath the 0 pointers emerges Tetsu and Ejiro. Izumi use her telekinesis combined with OFA. The rest are destroying robots cannon. PM. Incredible. The first years clearly show their skill. Star and Stripe. Yeah. They have strong quirks. But I don't see some from 1A becoming great heroes. Eraserhead. What do you mean? SS. Take a closer look at your class, Eraserhead. Most of them act like villains. Eraserhead. How? SS. First, let's take a look at the Todoroki twins. They trapped most of the students in ice. Sure, that give them an advantage. But if it wasn't for 9 who melted the ice with his invention, then most of the students would have hyperthermia. Second, they froze 2 pointers and then the robots fall. If it wasn't Tetsu and Kirishima under the robots and it was other students, then they wouldn't have made it. Everyone started to think about it and Star and Stripes was right. If other students were instead of Tetsu and Ejiro, then they will be dead. And frozen the ground at the start. If 9 didn't use the heatwave from his gloves, then the trapped students will get hyperthermia. Meanwhile Endeavor was growling with anger since Star and Stripes dare to lecture his perfect kids. SS. The Bakugo twins are worse. They don't hold back their attacks. Sure, it helps them to get through the robots, but what about the ones who got hit in the crossfire? The Bakugo twins are savage, reckless and they don't restrain themselves. That's more acting like a villain. Everyone gasped at what Star and Stripes said, but when they think about it, they were right of what she said. Meanwhile Katsuki and Katsumi were boiling with anger. What does she know? Against a villain, you don't hold back. It's not their fault that those extras get in their way. It's their fault that they stood in their way. SS. And there's Yagi. She's showing great skills, but lacks discipline, control and she's sloppy. Plus, don't you think it's kinda weird that she's somehow using 2 quirks at the same time? If I remember correctly, a person can only have 1 quirk. Thought. I know that's OFA, but I don't want to expose them just I'll let 9 to expose you, Toshinori. Everyone started to wonder why does Izumi display 2 quirks. Some think that she's having only one quirk, but with different abilities. Note: Star and Stripes know about OFA and so does 9 employees, Melissa and David, Rappa and the others, the military that 9 worked with in those 10 months. Bruce Wayne, but he doesn't know because 9 told him, it's because he's Batman. If you want a good example, take a look at 9 Midoriya. The screen moved to 9 who was moving with swift and precision. He took down 4 of the 3-pointer robots using his tails to stab the robots at the connection between the head and body, resulting in the robots being shut down. PM. Incredible. 9 Midoriya just destroyed 4 3-pointers and barely breaking a sweat. How's that possible? 9 Midoriya doesn't have a quirk, and that's what makes him more powerful than many. He has his analysis mind. He founded the weak spot of the robot. I dare to say that 9 Midoriya can easily take down pro heroes. Back to the race. A 0-pointer came, but 9 pointed his hand at it, and from his glove a tiny rocket was launched from his glove. Everyone widened their eyes when they saw how a tiny rocket destroyed a 0-pointer. Ectoplasm. What was that? How could a tiny rocket destroy a 0-pointer? PL. That wasn't an ordinary rocket, Ectoplasm. It was an anti-tank rocket. Midnight. Can you translate for us? Not everyone is an engineer. PL. An anti-tank rocket is a weapon designed by 9 when he was in America. He worked with the military and created this rocket. It's small, but powerful. It can easily penetrate a tank armor and explode, leaving devastating effect. 9 turned the 0-pointer into a toy. I don't want to imagine if 9 would turn to be a villain. Nezu. If, and that's a big if, 9 Midoriya was a villain, do you think we'll be able to stop him? PL. Honestly, no. Toshinori. But he's quirkless. You can't do anything without a quirk. PL. Do I need you to remind you of Batman? Back to the race. 9 passed the robots and continued to the race. He fly using his shoes and tails. Then his foot was covered in tape. Hanta. This is the end for you, Deku. From 9 right, Yuga Aoyama shoot his laser, and from his left Dark Shadow was moving forward to him. 9. You need to be better than that. 9 then cut the tape with one of his metal tails and ducked, letting Dark Shadow to be hit by Yuga Naval Laser. DS. AAAAAAAAGGGGGHHHH. Fumikage. Retreat Dark Shadow. Dark Shadow goes back. 9 then pointed his hands on the ground and fired an energy blast from his gloves on the ground. Hanta. Ha, you missed Deku. 9. Did I? Then both Hanta and Yuga noticed that the blast that hit the ground created a lot of dust, and they saw a pair of red eyes glowing in the dust. DS. RRRRRRGGGGGGGHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHthey saw how Fumikage lost control of Dark Shadow and it grow bigger. 9 used the opportunity to leave and continued to dash after he landed, that way, he can consume less energy. Dashing and running consume less energy than flying. 9 arrived at the second obstacle, the fall. He saw how Shoto and Shoka were making a bridge made of ice, how Suyu was walking on the rope, how Ochako was using her quirk on herself, how Tenya run fast and then jumped. 9 also saw how Abara was making a bridge for her classmates with her vines and how Mei was doing it with her inventions. 9 then took a few steps back, then start to dash and then jumped. He changed from dashing to flying. 9 fly half of the fall. Then, Katsumi. Die Deku. Boom. 9 was falling. His left shoe was hit by Katsumi explosions. Katsumi was hiding under a destroyed pointer and waited for 9. 9 almost fall, but managed to get to the other side, but he was on the wall. Fortunately for him, only his left shoe was damaged. Katsumi get on the other side and looked at 9 who was clinged on the wall with his tails. Katsumi. Take that Deku. You should remained in your place. And she leave. By the time 9 climbed back, he was on the last place. 9 then saw thanks to his visor which can zoom how Toshinori was seating in his chair with the other teachers and he smirked. 9 thought that's how you wanna play. Then I have nothing against. Loud computer, damage report. Visor. Damage report. I'm sorry, Master 9. But your left shoe has taken a lot of damage. It can't fly or dash with it. Other than that, a bit damaged. 9. The third feature is still intact. Computer. Yes. Do you want me to activate it? 9. Yes. Activated it. Computer. Affirmative, Master 9. 9 shoes then started to glow. Then 9 started to walk on the air, hexagon below his feet appear. 9. Here I come. 9 started to get on the air, 10 meters above the ground. 9 then started to run towards the others. PM. Incredible. 9 Midoriya is walking in the air. What did he made? I want a pair of one of those shoes. Now, the final obstacle. The minefield. Don't worry, they won't kill you, just stun you. Ectoplasm. How does he walk in the air? PL. That's simple. His shoes are having various features. This is one. With this feature, the user can walk in the air. The shoes generate hexagons to walk on and disappear once you remove the foot. Back to the race. Katsuki. I thought you eliminated Deku. Katsumi. I did. Somehow. He escaped. Shoto. It doesn't matter. He's way behind us. Shoka. You're right. Back to 9. 9. Computer, give me the schematics of the mines. Computer. Of course, Master 9. Computer scanned the mines buried in the ground and show them to 9. 9. Primitive. Highest IQ my ass, Nezu. 9 then summoned his holographic keyboard with his gloves and started to tap while he was running. After 2 minutes. 9. Done. I'm in control of the mines. Let's see how you like it. Computer. Detonate all of the mines that are below 1A. Computer. Of course, Master 9. Meanwhile with 1A, they're trying to not detonate any mines. Izumi was using her telekinesis on herself to levitate above the ground. Katsuki and Katsumi were flying above the ground with their explosions. Shoto and Shoka were creating a path of ice for themselves. Then, boom, the mines below 1A started to explode, stunning them. Using the opportunity, 9 run, gaining back the first place. PM. What just happened? The mines just detonate, and 9 Midoriya take back the first place. Eraserhead. 9 Midoriya did it. While everyone was watching the front line, 9 Midoriya used his visor to scan the mines and he summoned a holographic keyboard with his gloves and took control of the mines. SS. And he detonate them. Such an amazing plan. Back to 9. He passed the minefield and almost got to the finish line. Then he heard explosions from behind. The 2 pair of twins exit from the minefield and charged forward, with Izumi behind. 9 then jumped, avoiding the attack from the 4 idiots and lost the first place. Izumi also passed 9, resulting in 9 being on 6th place. No one POV. The race ended. On the first place was Katsuki. Second place was Shoto. Third place was Shoka. Fourth place was Katsumi. Fifth place was Izumi. Sixth place was 9. And the list goes on. All of 1A, Izumi and Momo, were smirking at 9. Ejiro. Take that, Deku. You lost. 9. Wow. Did you speak on your own or did the Mutt and his bitch sister give you permission to speak? Ejiro. What? 9. I mean come in. I know you're an idiot, but not like that. You're nothing more than a dick slave to Katsuki. Every time you're next to him and praise him for nothing. That's what you'll always be. You'll never be your own person. Ejiro, in anger, grabbed 9 by the collar. Ejiro. Take it back. 9. Chuckle, why don't you make me? Oh, wait, you need the Mutt approval. Ejiro rises his arm ready to punch 9 in the face. 9. Point to his face, come on. Do it, we know you want. Let's see how you're going to explain to everyone why did you attack me. Ejiro realized that 9 was right. If he punch him in front of everyone, he'll be in trouble, so he let go of 9. Ejiro. TCH. 9. Those threats are like your head. Empty. And for your information, I let the Mutt to win so I can put a target on his back. Kyoka. What are you talking about? 9. Think, flat bitch. Those events are connected to each other. So it will make sense. Plus, if I wanted to win, I could easily detonate all of the mines. Denki. You blew up a mine into my face. 9. That's right. And if I wanted, I could easily reprogram the robots and bend to my will like I did at the entrance exam. Katsumi. You're lying, Deku. There's no way you could do such a thing. 9. Are you sure, Katsumi? Ask Izumi, dickhead or gravity bitch. Katsumi then looked at Izumi. Izumi. It's true. He took control of the 0-pointer at the entrance exam. Katsumi got silence. 9. Like I said. I'm 6 steps ahead of you. Look at Katsuki and smile. If I wanted, I would have detonated all of the mines and I could easily won. But I decided to put a target on your back. Let's see if you'll live up to the name of so-called number 1 hero, or you're just a coward who's nothing but a big mouth. Then 9 walked and lost through the crowd. Meanwhile, Katsuki grit his teeth so hard, you could hear the sound. Deku dared to blow a mine into his face and now he mock him like he's nothing. If it was after him, he would blow Deku head off, but with all those eyes on him, he couldn't do a thing. Midnight. Now that the race has ended, time for the next event. She spin the wheel. Midnight. The next event is. The wheel stopped. Mike. A cavalry battle. Midnight. Asterisk groans. Yes, a cavalry battle. You'll form teams of 4 people and you'll have to steal the headband points from the others. The headband points will be distributed by the place in the race. The last place is 30 points. She explained the rest of the points canon. Midnight. And the first place is 10 million points. Everyone looked at Katsuki. RS. Does that mean 2 rupees? No matter on what place you're, as long as you took the band of 10 million points, you win. Katsuki Bakugo became everyone prey. Midnight. But first, we'll take a 30 minutes break. Soon, all of the first-year students leave the stadium and goes to either rest or to grab something to eat. With 9, he put his inventions in the case and put the case in a secret spot in the floor and goes to grab something to eat. 9. Scrappy, close the door for me. Scraplet. As you wish, Master 9. 9 then exit the locker room and goes to eat. Then, you knew it, Deku. 9 then turned around and he saw them. 9. Can you be more specific? Ejiro. You knew it about the cavalry battle, Deku. 9. 1. It was obviously that the events are connected. 2. If you think I wouldn't know, then you're dumber than I thought. Ejiro. You think we're stupid. 9. I don't think you're stupid. I know you're stupid. Ejiro didn't like that reply. 9. Between you and me, one of us is smarter than you. Ejiro. Smirk. See, you just had to admit it. Tenya. You just let yourself being played. Ejiro. What? 9. There's only 2 brain cells inside your head. And right now they're fighting for 3rd place. The wheels are spinning inside your head, but the hamster's dead. All of you are so dumb, it's a miracle you're alive. Katsuki. Don't underestimate me, Deku. 9. It's impossible to underestimate you. If you had a clever thought, it died long time ago alone and sad. Honta. This is a freaking slaughter. 9. I can blow in your ears and you'll say, thanks for the refill. Besides, all I need to take all of you down is prep time and knowing your weakness. Shoto. Like talking will get you anywhere, Deku. 9. That's funny coming from you, Endeavor 2.0. Don't forget, both you and your sister next to you existed only because Endeavor wanted the perfect kids, with the perfect quirks. If Tuya, Fuyumi or Natsuo would have been born with the quirks Endeavor wanted, you two would have been just sperm inside his dick. Shoto and Shoka got quiet when they heard that. If their older siblings were born with their quirks, then they wouldn't have been even born in the first place. 9. Look at Ochako asterisk the gravity slut. I can just squash you with the weight of my wealth. All I have to do is buy the company your parents' company, then fire them and expose you and them. Your parents won't be able to get a job ever again and they'll end up on the streets. Besides, your quirk requires all 5 of your fingers, all I have to do is cut one of the fingers and done, your quirk, useless. Ochako. That's cruel. 9. Cruel, nah. It's playing smart. Look at Mineta, short, pervert, weak. Moving on. Mineta. Shocked what? Honta. He didn't even need prep time for that. Mineta. Hey, that's unfair. 9. What's unfair is how a disgusting pervert like you didn't die yet. Your quirk is based on your emotions. Toss a magazine here. Mineta looked at the magazine and he saw 9 being on every pages for cars, perfumes and clothes. 9. I'm on magazine and you're not. How's that feel? And I just neutralized your quirk. The sadness you're feeling right now because I'm on the magazines and you're not as priceless. And sadness make your balls not working. Mineta. Sad but I'm stronger than I look. 9. Congratulations. You're the tallest dwarf from here. And don't forget, I can take you down with a stern glare. Mineta. Cry. 9. Look at Sato asterisk the sugarman. All I need to do is making sure you're not having sugar on you. Down you go. Besides, your quirk will soon give you a heart attack from too much sugar. Sato. But remember, Deku. Even without sugar, I'm still more stronger than you. 9. Strong. Yes. Smart. Questionable. All I need to do is outsmart you and you're down. Sato. 9. Look at Suyu asterisk the frog. All I need to do is put you in a restaurant and wait for the frog dish. Between you and me, I can walk into a restaurant and I'm not afraid to ask if I'm on the menu. And to neutralize you, I'll use a weather device that can make winter in summer. You'll fall into hibernation faster than people buy products on Black Friday. Down you go. Suyu. 9. Look at Shoji multiple arms. All I need to take you down is fear gas. By the time you'll inhaled it, you'll see your past trauma again and again. You'll be stuck in a loophole forever. By the time you're trapped, I'll shoot you in the head. Down you go. Shoji. 9. Look at Koda. You're next. All I need is tear gas or trap you in a soundproof glass box, resulting in your quirk useless. Besides, you may be able to talk to animals, but do you really think they'll obey you? What if you command a stray dog to attack me, but unaware of you, that dog was feeded by me all of his life? Tell me, what do you think the dog will do? Koda. 9. Look at Ejiro the retard rock. Your weakness. You're the mud dick slave. Ejiro. Angry. What did you say, Deku? 9. What you heard, dick slave. All I need to do is point guns and weapons at the mud and his bitch sister and you, out of stupidity, jumping in front of them and take the hit. You might survive, but you'll be weakened. And the rest is about, strike, while the iron is hot. Besides, all I need to do is to target your joints. You can't harden your joints. If you harden all of your body, you'll become a human statue. And don't forget, even if you harden, your neck is the softest spot in the body. Down you go. Ejiro. 9. Look at Kyoka Jiro. Sonic blasters. Not lethal, but painful. By the time you're recovering, I'll be using a knife to cut your earphones. Poof. No more quirk. Kyoka. 9. Look at Mina Ashido. Weaknesses. Stupidity. Mina. Hey. 9. All I have to do is neutralize your flexibility by shooting you in the leg with a weak bullet. And your quirk. I'll use the same weather device. I'll make it so hot that you'll be dehydrated and couldn't use your acid. Down you go. Mina. 9. Look at Toru Hagakure, you're next. Toru. You can't beat me, Deku. I'm invisible, I can be wherever I want and you wouldn't know. 9. Oh, really? Don't forget, I'm a fox, I can easily smell you. And your weaknesses. Infrared, coldness and clothes. Toru. What? 9. Let's say you're a hero and you're fighting someone who has a pair of infrared goggles. He or she'll be able to see you. And your quirk only works if you're completely naked. Doesn't that make you a nudist? And by not wearing clothes when it's cold outside, you'll be dying from hypothermia. Down you go. Toru. 9. Look at Ojiro. You're having a tail. That's amazing. I have 9. Get lost. Ojiro. Ever heard of quality, not quantity? 9. Do you think I'm dumb like you? You can only grab, attack, jump and defend with your tail. I can do the same, plus shooting lasers, eat with mine and so many stuffs. Down you go. Ojiro. 9. Look at Denki asterisk the retard charger. All I need to take you down is a grenade launcher and foam rounds. I shoot you and immobilized you in foam, neutralizing your quirk and yourself. Poof. Down you go. Plus, you're that type of idiot that if you're left alone, you'll set water on fire. Denki. 9. Look at Tenya asterisk the dickhead. Your quirk is speed. You're so fast that when you're going to bang your girlfriend, even if you'll have one, she'll ask, wait, that's it? Did you finish already? And for your quirk, all I need to do is placing a banana peel in your way and you'll be needed surgery after you'll taste the pavement with your face. Tenya. 9. Look at Hanta * the tape dispenser. All I need is to crush your elbows and poof. No more tapes. Besides, your tape is easy to rip apart. Hanta. 9. Look at Fumikage Bird Boy. You're obsessed with the dark. Weaknesses. Light. All I need to neutralize you is a flashbang. By the time you're stunned, I'll knock you out cold. By the time you recover, I'll drag you and put you in a bulletproof glass box that's sitting in a place that gets sunlight every day. Fumikage. I can escape when it's night. 9. Wrong. While you're immobilized in the day, I'll put lamps that charges with the sun rays around you. Day, sunlight, night, lamps. Down you go. Fumikage. 9. Look at Aoyama, you're next. All I need is a mirror to reflect the laser and hit you instead. And your weakness. All I need is to break that belt of yours. You'll be powerless without that belt. Down you go. Yuga. 9. Look at Momo Yaoyorozu. You lack real combat training. Momo didn't even try to argue or comment. 9. Your weakness. Your hero costume says, I'm a prostitute. Plus, you're carrying a book. Why not a digital watch? Your Quirk weakness. You need to eat a lot to create. Plus, in desperate situations, you'll lose focus and get scared. Also, you can't create complicated objects. Bigger ones takes a lot to create and you can't create something bigger than a blanket. Down you go. Momo. 9. Look at Izumi. Oh, look. All Might protege. Tell me, Izumi, do you have an identity of your own or are you living of Toshinori leftovers? Izumi. WW hat. 9. Too bad the future is just a knockoff of the past. Congratulations on being All Might 2.0. Izumi. 9. Your weaknesses. Your telekinesis quirk can easily being neutralized by a flashbang or by cutting your arms. Ofa. Your body is too weak to handle all of the recoil. Your injuries caused by OFA has more red flags than a city named Crime City will have. All I need to do is make you constantly use OFA until you break every part of your body. Down you go. Izumi. 9. Look at Katsuki and Katsumi and finally, the Mutt and his bitch sister. Katsuki. You think you can do anything with your shitty talk, Deku. I'm the #1 hero. 9. And you idiots. The self-proclaimed #1 hero. If arrogance was a power level, you'll be strongest in the world. All I need is to compliment someone from your class or from everywhere that they have a powerful quirk and they can become #1 hero and you two will rage yourselves into a heart attack. Katsuki and Katsumi got a vein mark on their forehead. Hanta. That's accurate. 9. You see, Mutt. Even your classmate has agreeing with me. Plus, when you show up is a countdown of your ass getting beat up. And your weakness. Fire extinguisher, water, coldness and amputation of your hands. Down you go. 9. So there you have it, idiots. Every single one of neutralized. And I'll be barely breaking a sweat. And by the way idiots. You should leave. This is 1H Hall. If you're being caught, not that I care. Hearing this, they immediately leave. 9. They never learn, do they? And 9 leave to get something to eat. Going to buy food, he meet Bruce, Dick Grayson, Jason Todd, Tim Drake, Damian Drake and Barbara Gordon. Dick wrapped his arm around 9 head and give him knuckles. 9. Hey, knock it off. 9 free himself from the grip. Dick. Sorry 9, but it's so good to see you again. Jason. Yeah, man. You need to visit us more often. 9 and his friends did a fist pump, except for Barbara. 9. What are you doing here far from Gotham? Bruce. They convinced me to come here. Tim. You could use a break sometimes, Dad. 9. Did Alfred stayed in Gotham? Out of nowhere, Alfred appeared behind 9 carrying food from stands. Alfred. I'm right here, young Master 9. 9 started to shake from fear. 9. Scared ****. Not the ears again. 9 quickly hide behind Bruce and shaking in fear. Flashback. 9 is sitting in front of the Batcomputer and pressing keyboards at very fast speed. Next to him are 3 boxes of pizza empty and a trash can filled with 6 empty Monster Energy drinks cans. Under 9 eyes, you could see bags indicating that he didn't sleep for 3 days straight. His clothes were a mess. The same with his hair and ears. 9's been helping Batman, Robins and Batgirl by being their eyes in the sky. 9 only took breaks for bathroom. Alfred came with a ham sandwich. Alfred. Young Master 9, how long has passed since you slept? 9. Being a mess 3 days. Almost 4. Alfred. Young Master 9. You need to sleep. 9. Yawn, I'm fine. I need another energy drink. And thanks for the lunch. 9 used 2 of his metal tails to eat the sandwich. Then 5 vehicles came through the tunnel. 6 people dressed in costumes came. Nightwing. Thanks for the help. 9. Red Hood. You sure know your stuff. The way you detonated the bomb was genius. Batgirl. We couldn't done it without you. Robin. Damien. I could have done myself. Red Robin. Tim. You wish. When it comes to tech or hacks, 9 is the best. Isn't that right? 9. 9. You said it, buddy. All 7 looked at 9 with worries. Red Hood. 9. Maybe you need some sleep. 9. Being a mess, no, I'm fine. I just need another energy drink and I'll be fine. Batman. How long has been since you slept? 9. I think 2.5, 3. I believe almost 4 days. Batgirl. What? You need to sleep. 9. Denying no. I'm fine. Now I'm going back to my thing. 9 turned around and got ready to get back on his job. Alfred. All right, I didn't want to do this, young Master 9, but you didn't give me a choice. Alfred walked towards 9 and grabbed him by the right ear. 9. Ow, 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 ow. Hey, cut it out. You know how sensitive my ears are. Alfred. I'm aware, young Master 9. It hurt me more than it hurts you. But I need drastic measures for you to sleep. 9. Look at the others. Hey, Bruce. Tell him he can't do that. Batman. Taking off his mask, and so does the rest. Bruce. Alfred. Give 9 a bath, giving him some pajamas and put him into one of the beds from the guest room. Tie him on the bed if you must. Alfred. As you wish, Master Bruce. 9. What, you backstabbing traitor. When I get my hands on you. Scene change. Alfred put 9 in the bed and tied him with over 30 belts to make sure he doesn't escape. 9. I could easily escape. 9 tried to use his metal tails to try to cut the belts, but his tails won't move. 9. What's happening? Alfred. I tied your 7 tails with a 100 kg each to make sure you're not escaping. Have a nice sleep. And Alfred leave 9 tied on the bed. 9. When I get out of, instantly fall asleep. 9 fall asleep before he even finished his sentence. Flashback end. The break was over and everyone from first year started to make teams. 9 was sitting with his eyes closed, focusing. He knew it that Toshinori rigged the festival against him. He also knew it that his dad protected him even in death. That's why he left him everything in the testament. Toshinori and Inko couldn't get rid of 9 as long as he's the heir of the Midoriya fortune. His train of thoughts were interrupted when he was called. Hey 9, wanna join us? He opened his eyes and saw Itsuka and Tetsu coming to him. 9. Are you sure? Itsuka. Well, me and Tetsu are already formed a team, and since you're alone, you could use some help. 9. Thanks, but we need one more member. Just then, out of nowhere, Mei Hatsume appeared between. Mei. I'll join you. Itsuka. Who are you? Tetsu. And where did you come from? 9. We're both from the support course. Tetsu. I remember now. You're the cause of those explosions. Mei. You can't get results and perfection without failing a few times. 9. Especially you, Mei. You cause 2 to 3 explosions a day. Mei. How one day, my inventions will surpass yours. 9. And I'll be waiting far away from you. The team was set. Midnight. The cavalry battle began. Just as 9 predicted, everyone was going after the 5th places. Because he was on 6th place, not many came after him. Still, some come, but because a 9 analyst's mind, he took them down and advanced in points. As for them, Katsuki, Shoto and Izumi teams were surrounded by other teammates. Mike. Incredible. The Bakugo, Todoroki and Yagi teams are maintaining their positions. Katsuki smirked because no one managed to steal his points. Then, Mike. Unbearable. Team Midoriya just accumulated 1670 points and advanced on. Just then everyone looked at 9 team who was using May grappling hook and 9 tails to get headbands. 1A knew that it was only a matter of time before Deku advanced in the next round. Team Toru and Team Mineta charges at them. 9. Itsuka, Tetsu, May. Brace yourselves. We have company. Toru team charges first with Kyoka earphones and Kota using birds. 9 adjusted his gloves and fired a sonic blast at them, hurting Kyoka and immobilized her. Then he glared at the birds and the birds quickly leave. As for Mineta team, 9 and his teammates were stuck by Mineta balls. 9. To Mineta, hey, pervert. My whole dick is bigger than your entire body. Mineta. From behind Shoji arms crying what? The balls fall off. 9 then used his gloves to create 2 hexagons and throw them in Sato and Shoji knees, immobilized them temporarily. Sato, Shoji. AAAAAAGGGHHHH. Shoji dropped his hands down, revealing Mineta crying and Tsuyu. 9 then used his gloves to fire a heatwave at Mineta team and Tsuyu fall from overheating. 9. Now May. May used her grappling hook to took Toru headband while 9 used his tails to take Mineta headband. Mike. Team Hagakure and Team Mineta eliminated. 9 team advanced in places. Then 9 saw with his eyes something moving fast. 9 knew who was. 9. Itsuka, shield. Tetsu, steal on. May, hang on. 9 then used his metal tails to plant them into the ground, forming some kind of field around his team. Then 9 used his gloves to generate a big hexagon so he can protect both him and his team. Shoto team consists of Shoto, Shoka, Tenya and Denki came charging at 9 team at full speed. If it wasn't for 9 protection and his teammates' teamwork, they would have been knocked out or worse. Shoto. You're going to lose, Deku. You won't pass the next event. 9 could feel the mocking from all of 1A and could see Toshinori smirking at him from the teacher's place. Denki charges his lightning. Denki. Take this Deku. 2 million. Before he could unleash his attack, a blanket was thrown on Shoto team, immobilizing Denki Quirk. They quickly took off the blanket. Shoto. Who did that? I did. Shoto turned and he saw Izumi team made of Momo, Hitoshi Shinso and Ochako being brainwashed. Shoto. Izumi, what are you doing here? Izumi. I told you that I don't want to take part of this, but now I'll stop you from doing anything further. Shoka. Momo, how could you? Momo. If I have to sever our friendship, then so be it. While both teams argued, 9 teammates looked in confusion. Itsuka. Ah, what's going on? 9. That's a story for another time. For now, let's retreat. 9 teams slowly retreat, but not for long. A flash passed them and the next thing that happened, 9 points disappeared. Shoto. I told you that you're not passing to the next event. 9 clenched his fist in anger, all he worked for was stolen from him. He could feel Shoto cold mocking tone along with Denki snickering. 9. Tetsu, can you give me a boost? Tetsu. Yes, I can. But why? 9. Do you trust me? Tetsu. Of course. Tetsu extend his arms in front of him. 9 step on Tetsu hands and jumped. Then he fly using his right shoe, the one who was still functional. 9 then fired a heatwave at Shoto and Shoka, disabled their ice for a while. Then 9 fired a blast at Tenya leg at minimal power just so he can immobilized him. 9 landed on Shoto team and took back his points and some of Shoto. 9. I'll say go to hell. But for you and your class is a place worse than that. 9 then punched Shoto in the face, breaking his nose. Then 9 step on Tenya head and jumped in the air and activated his shoe to fly back to his team. Mike. Time's up. Midnight. The results are Team Bakugo with 10.000.000 points. Katsuki was smirking because he kept his points. Midnight. Second place is Team Yagi with 1235 points. Third place is Team Midoriya with 1220 points. And on fourth place is Team Todoroki with 1195 points. Meanwhile with Shoto, that's what separated his team from Deku. 25 points. He looked at his bands. The lowest was 40 points. Then he looked at the scores. The fifth place had 1180 points. If he would have lost another headband to Deku, then he would have been disqualified. Disqualified by Deku. No to mention the humiliation of being punched in the face by Deku. He growled with anger at this. 9 was excited that Shoto advanced to the next event so he can pay him back for everything. No one pav. Flashback. The sky over the bustling city of Kamino, casting an ethereal glow on the rooftops. The streets below thrummed with the sound of nightlife, laughter, music, and the distant wail of sirens. But up on the rooftop where the chemist crouched, there was unbroken only by the soft rustle of his lab coat. Rider Tanako, known to the public as Metal Fist, was adored by many. As a self-styled hero, he had fought for justice, saving countless lives and earning the adoration of the masses. But the chemist knew the truth: the facade of righteousness masked a predator hiding in plain sight. For years, Metal Fist had exploited his fame, cloaked his heinous acts behind a shield of heroism, and left a trail of broken lives in his wake. Underneath his mask, Metal Fist was a monster and abuser who thrived on the power that came with his reputation. But now, it was time for judgment. Chemist resolve hardened as he prepared for the task ahead. In his hands, he cradled several vials containing unique chemical concoctions he had perfected over years of study, poisons that could incapacitate or kill without a trace. He had watched Metal Fist for months in movements. Tonight, the hero would attend a charity gala in the Grand Hall of the Aurelia Tower, celebrating his latest achievement, a community center for at-risk youth, a perfect cover for a man with a dark heart. Dressed in a tailored suit and using a digital mask, Ben 10 masks, or think about Lab Rat's masks, taking a fake identity as Elias Voss, a known scientist to the world, he blended into the crowd easily. He felt the weight of the vials hidden in his jacket pocket, pulsing like a heartbeat. With every step, he calculated that just a mission, it was a necessary act of retribution. The gala was a sea of glitzy attire and undercurrents of deception. He spotted Ryder across the room, surrounded by admirers. The hero laughed boisterously Elias's throat. He moved through the guests, charming them with tales of heroism that made Elias sick. With deft and made his way toward the private balcony overlooking the cityscape. The view was breathtaking, but he hardly noticed the moment of reckoning was at hand. Ryder stepped out, leaning against the railing, oblivious to the danger closing in. Elias approached quietly, a shadow emerging from the night. "Elias. Metal Fist," he said, his voice smooth yet laced. Ryder turned, his smile fading as he recognized the figure before him. "Ryder. What do you want?" Ryder sneered. Elias took a vial from his pocket, the liquid inside shimmering ominously. "Elias. It's time for you to face the consequences of your actions." Shifted to one of amusement, as if Ryder was laughing at a jest. "Ryder. You think you can take me down? I'm a hero." "Elias. The only thing you are is a coward hiding behind a mask." Elias retaliated, stepping closer. In one fluid motion, he hurled the vial at Ryder, who instinctively lunged to dodge. But Elias was ready, closing the distance with expert martial artistry. He followed up with a series of precise strikes, disarming Ryder and knocking him to the ground. With pinned Ryder, a knee pressing into his chest, the vile hero gasped for breath, confusion and fear dawning in his eyes. "Ryder. You can't do this." He spat. "Elias. Everyone who you destroyed to keep your image said the same thing to you and you didn't care. This is your punishment." Elias replied. He forced another vial into Ryder's mouth, pouring the lethal liquid down his throat. "Elias. Crush the antidote vial. This is the antidote you'll never receive." As Ryder's body convulsed, a flicker of regret crossed Elias's mind, but it was quickly to destroy a monster from existence. The once vibrant hero faded before him, the facade shattering like glass, revealing the true nature of the man beneath. As the life drained from a sense of calm, justice had been served, not just for the victims but for the city that had been deceived. For the sirens began the distance, Elias disappeared into the shadows, leaving behind nothing but a fallen hero and a bittersweet taste of vengeance that lingered in the air. Flashback end. The cavalry battle ended. 9 team advanced into the next event. All of 1A Izumi, Momo and Ochako, who was still brainwashed, glare at 9 for advancing into the next event. Midnight. Now that the second event has ended, it's time for the final event. A battle. Now the matches will be organized. On the huge screen the matches order appeared. 9 Midoriya vs Katsumi Bakugo. Itsuka Kendo vs Ochako Uraraka. Izumi Yagi vs Hitoshi Shinso. Ejiro Kirishima vs Tetsu, really MHA creators. Mina Ishido vs Tenya Iida. Mei Hatsume vs Shoka Todoroki. Momo Yaoyorozu vs Shoto Todoroki. Katsuki Bakugo vs Denki Kaminari. 9 thought so you thought you could turn the odds against me, Toshinori. 9 turned to teacher's room and thanks to his visor, he could see Toshinori's smug face. In returning, 9 give Toshinori a smile like he's mocking Toshinori. Meanwhile, Toshinori growl with anger at 9's smile. Back to 9, midnight. Now that the matches are set, we'll be taking a 30 minutes break. Soon every student of the first year goes to either eat. 9 goes to his locker room and put his inventions back in the case to be charged and put the case in the floor and exit outside where Scrappy closed the door from the inside. Once he exit outside, he heard. How could you? 9 turned and he saw Mina and Katsumi. 9. Did what? Mina. How could you let Tanaka Fumiko to die? Note. I searched Aldera students, but only Izuku, Katsuki and Tsubasa were the only names I found. 9. Called it karma. Katsumi. You killed her, Deku. Her parents told us she died a few days ago. Flashback a week before the USJ. 9 is at his hospital that he created with his company, the Fox Hospital. The hospital has the most advanced tech in medical history. Right now 9 is face to face with one of his former classmates, Tanaka Fumiko and her parents. Note. Is one of Izuku's former classmate from Aldera. 9. What do I own the displeasure of seeing you, Tanaka? Tanaka didn't say anything because she didn't want to lower herself to talk to Deku. Mr. Fumiko. Listen here, Deku. We have a medical problem here and we need to enter. They tried to enter inside the hospital, but 9 guards pushed them back and aimed their guns at them. Guard 1. Back off, bastards. Guard 2. We're not letting you inside. Not after what you did to Master 9. Mrs. Fumiko. What? 9. Mr. Fumiko. What's so funny, Deku? 9. Nothing. Just the fact that everyone who's working in my facilities knows what you and the rest did to me. Even if, and that's a big if, you manage to get inside, the doctors, nurses or assistants won't even looking at you. And as bonus, everyone at my facilities are like me. The world turned their back on us. We refused to die and rise up from the ground. You know what they say. If you don't support me while I am at my worst, then you don't deserve me when I am at my best. 9 then walked towards Tanaka while smiling and the guards still pointing their weapons at her parents. 9. Smile. Congratulations Tanaka. Because of what you did to me, you sealed your fate. Enjoy your last days alive. Tanaka couldn't take it anymore and run away crying. 9. Karma is coming to collect her debt. Mr. Fumiko. You bastard. How dare you to say something to my daughter? To toy with a human life. 9. Human life. Ha. That's rich coming from you. You're a police officer. When I told you what your daughter did to me, you pointed your gun at my head and you say and I quote, if you dare to lie about my daughter again, I'll blow your head off, disgusting Quirkless. Now, you're going to leave and never come back. Oh and if try anything, I have cameras. Flashback end. 9. That bitch had it coming. Like you, she was a wolf in sheep's clothing. And that's one of the reasons why you're banned from entering into any of my facilities. Mina. What's the other reason? 9. For the entertainment. I love to see you wasteful idiots trying to accomplish your dreams of being heroes and fail spectacularly and injured. Tell me, Katsumi, you and your mud brother claimed yourselves heroes, but you're just a puny hero who got turned into villain's stress ball. How's your arm after that free chiropractic session? Katsumi. Growling. 9. And you Mina. You always say that being a hero is fun. But you never saw the true world of heroes. Tell me, did you know that Toshinori ate a lot a few days ago at all-you-can-eat buffet? Oh, wait, wrong line. I was meant to say that thanks to that villain, Toshinori no longer has a stomach ache. Back in the day you called yourselves strong and yet you Mina. You shit yourself out of fear. That's not heroic, that's embarrassing. Now, if you excuse me, I'll go to eat something because roasting make me hungry. And with that, 9 leave. Leaving Mina to remain quiet and Katsumi to barking, yelling nonsenses. Soon, he meet with Rappa and Tengai who took care of Eri that time. Soon, 9 buyed Eri some food and they enjoyed the moment. 9. Thanks for taking care of Eri, Rappa. Rappa. Master 9. You helped us in the past. You didn't saw us villains or based on our quirks. You saw us as human being. Our debt to you is so high that putting our lives isn't enough to pay it off. Tengai. We only got where we are thanks to you. Our trust in you has long since passed that point. Soon after the snack, 9 had to leave to get ready for the fight. But he couldn't get inside his locker room because All Might was standing, blocking 9 way. You won't get in the sport festival. I'll make sure of it. 9. Are you sure about it? Let's see how well you're going to explain when I told them that you blocked my way to my locker. It's my word against yours. 9. Oh, how cute. Actually it's your word against yours. Isn't that right, Scrappy? From the vents, a robotic voice was heard. Scrappy. Affirmative, Master 9. All Might turned and he saw 9 Scraplet inside the vents. 9. Scrappy is also a camera incorporated. He recorded our entire conversation. You're strong. Yes. Smart. Questionable. All I need to do is outsmart you and I win. Let's see if you can catch Scrappy in the vents. Even if you catch him, he already sent the video to my main computer. And Scrappy leave. 9. I almost feel sorry for you, Toshinori. Almost. When they were handing out brains, you were queuing up to get a nose. Your eyes are open, your head moves, but your brain has long since departed. Now, please leave. I have better things to do than listen to someone who only has 2 brain cells inside his head and both are fighting for 3rd place. 9 walked past All Might and get ready to enter inside his locker room when he was grabbed by the collar and lifted up. Listen here, brat. You're going to do as I say OROTH ga. He didn't had to finish because he was stabbed in the shoulder by a giant scorpion tail and fall on the ground, paralyzed and reverting to his skinny form. Jinzo Yami 222. Scorpion Guard SG. Quirk Scorpion. Give the user a tail like scorpion and the ability to turn his hands into pincers. SG. Remember me, All Might. Toshinori saw the one who stabbed him. It was the villain he put 2 years ago in prison. Toshinori. You're that villain I put 2 years ago in prison. SG. I told you that I'm not a villain. And for what I was put in prison? For stealing food. I told you that I stole food because I was fired that day and I didn't have any money to buy food to feed my family. Because of you I was sentenced to 20 years of prison. For stealing food, killers, thugs and rapists only got 5 years or less. They even got put early for good behavior. Because of you, my youngest son almost died. My wife had to sold her body to keep them alive. Master 9 is the true hero from you all. He proved my innocence and give me a job. He paid for my oldest son place at the best university and my youngest son at the best middle school. He also pay therapy for my wife because of the trauma she suffered because of you. The Scorpion Guard was about to stab Toshinori head with his tail, but 9 used his metal tails to stop him. SG. Why did you stop me, Master 9? 9. I understand your anger. But death is the easy way out. He doesn't deserve it. Plus, you don't want his disgusting blood on your hands. You should go. Your family might be worried for you. The Scorpion Guard kneel in front of 9. SG. You save me and my family, Master 9. My debt to you is so high that giving you my life won't be enough to pay it off. He rise up and leave 9 with Toshinori. 9 then looked at Toshinori who was paralyzed from the venom. 9. Be lucky that he used paralysis venom. It will wear off in 30 minutes. Did you like his story? Of what you've done with your heroic act? You almost destroyed a family life because you wanted to be a hero. Toshinori. Trying to get up, but his body won't move. He shouldn't have to steal. 9. Are you even listen to yourself? He was fired from his job. Have you ever thought of why are so many villains? But I know your answer will be no. Because as long as you can pose as idiots in latex suits, fuck the villains. This putrid world had forgotten their roots and now they think quirks is everything. But I know that talking to you is pointless because I don't want that poor overworked brainshell inside your head to have a panic attack. And 9 goes to his locker room where he gear up and goes to fight Katsumi, leaving Toshinori to roar in anger. Now 9 arrived in the arena where Katsumi was already there smirking. Katsumi. And here I thought you'll quit like the coward you are. I want to crush you. 9. Oh, you want to make a big show. Too bad we don't have a scissor to cut the red ribbon and welcome everyone to our battle. Oh, maybe we should use a saw. A saw blade will cut the ribbon with ease. Katsumi grit her teeth at that remark, remembering what happened. Her wound healed, but a scar remained on her arm. Present Mike started to talk. Mike. Welcome to the first battle. To the left, a powerhouse of 1A. From the hero course, Katsumi Bakugo. Katsumi smirked at this. Mike. vs. The ace of the support course 1H. 9 Midoriya. Meanwhile in the crowd, Jason. Yup, she's screwed. Dick. Do you think 9 is gonna win? Jason. I don't think 9 is gonna win. I know he's gonna win. Flashback from Gotham. 9 is cuffed on a chair in an abandoned warehouse. He was kidnapped by Black Mask and forced the mayor to give him a ransom for releasing 9. Outside of the warehouse there are many guards with weapons. 9 rolled his eyes. 9. Amateurs. They didn't even took my tails. You said it. 9. I was wondering when you'll show up, Red Hood. From the ceiling descend. RH. So, you knew I was here. 9. You might be good at stealth, but I'm a fox. I could smell you. RH. Oh, you stay here and I'll take care of those idiots. 9 then used one of his metal tails to open the shackles on his hands. RH. How did you do it? 9. Gangsters, thugs etc. Crazy with kidnapping and ransom. Lazy with mechanics. 9 then look around the place looking for an escape. It was an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of Gotham, where moonlight spills through broken windows, casting eerie shadows over rusted machinery and scattered debris. The air is thick with dust and the faint smell of oil, hinting at a once left to decay. 9 was looking for hidden cameras, zipping around the warehouse with blinding speed, his azure streaks of light contrasting sharply against the dim surroundings. RH. What are you doing? 9. Looking for hidden cameras. Then the thugs came and charged at both 9 and Red Hood. 9 can be seen effortlessly dodging crates and barrels as he surveys the chaos unfolding inside. In the corner, Red Hood stealthily crouches behind a rusted conveyor belt, his dual pistols aimed at a group of Black Mask's goons who are huddled together, discussing their plans for an upcoming deal. 9's voice cuts through the tense atmosphere. 9. Hey, Red. How many are there? I can't count them all in this situation. Red Hood glances over his shoulder, his mask glinting in the moonlight. Red Hood. Look, 9 was taking down thugs with precise moves and martial arts skills. Meanwhile, Red Hood takes advantage of the distraction, emerging from his hiding spot. He fires 2 shots into the air, the loud cracks echoing 9's relentless barrage. Red Hood. 9. I'll take out their leader. With precision, Red Hood rolls to the side, taking aim at the goon wearing a distinctive the trigger. Another goon lunges at him, but Red Hood quickly sidesteps, sending a well-placed knee into the goon's gut before shooting the lieutenant in the shoulder, causing him to drop his weapon. Chaos ensues as the remaining goons try to regroup and counterattack. One swings a metal pipe at 9, who ducks under it effortlessly and counters with a spinning kick that sends the attacker descend on him. 9's speed becomes his greatest ally. He weaves in and out, creating a whirlwind of movement that disorients them. He then used his metal tails to attack one of the thugs. Thug. Dodge. Whoa. Hey, dodge. How many tails do you have? 9. 9. With each strike, he calls out strategies to Red Hood. 9. Flank left. I've got the right, watch out. Suddenly, a goon attempts a sneak attack from behind, but Red Hood anticipates the move, pivoting and firing off a shot that disarms the attacker. He smirks, eyes glinting with excitement. Red Hood. Too slow. The fight intensifies as 9 manages to take down 2 more goons with a powerful series of rapid punches, makes short work of another pair with his acrobatic combat skills and sharp shooting. Finally, only the lieutenant remains. He pulls out a knife, desperation written across his face. Lieutenant. You think you can take me on? He lunged that sends his guns still trained on the lieutenant, who stumbles backward, cornered. Red Hood. That's enough. You're coming with us. And if Black Mask wants a fight, tell him I'll meet him on our terms. As the goon surrenders, 9 looks around at the wreckage they've caused, a satisfied grin on his face. Red Hood chuckles under his helmet, hurting the exit. Red Hood. Keep this up, and Gotham might just have a Red Hood on its hands. As they exit the warehouse, the two look out over the Gotham skyline, ready to take on whatever challenges lie ahead while the night still holds dark corners. Flashback end. Midnight. Are you ready? Both nodded. Midnight. Crack her whip * begin. Once Midnight said begin, Katsumi charges at 9 with a feral grin on her face. Meanwhile with 1A, all of them, except Izumi and Momo were smirking at this. Back to the fight. Katsumi. Die, Deku. Katsumi unleashed a strong right hook explosion at 9, also making a lot of dust. Everyone thought that 9 was defeated. But once the dust was cleared, 9 was standing in the same place, with no scratch. Katsumi. What the? Then from above, 9. Nacho Libre. 9 tackled Katsumi on the ground with an elbow on her chest. Katsumi. Gah, Mike. How's that possible? Since when there's 2 Midoriya? Eraserhead. There's not 2 Midoriya. Take a closer look at the one who's standing. Back to the fight. 9 jumped from Katsumi and gained some distance. Katsumi groaned and got up. Katsumi. How the fuck are you two? 9. What are you talking about, Katsumi? There's only one me, Katsumi. Then how th? She looked at the other 9 and she saw it. It was only a hologram projected by a tiny floating hexagon. Hologram. Katsumi, if you're seeing this, you got outsmarted by me, 9 Midoriya. Then the hexagon stopped projecting the hologram and flew to 9 where it attached to one of his gloves. 9. My gloves contains hologram projectors. The hardest part was synchronized with the hologram. Meanwhile with the teachers, Inko was going to search for Toshinori. PL. So, 9 used a hologram decoy. Ectoplasm. That's smart. 9 Midoriya sure is smart. He finished the tests in barely 10 minutes. Cementos. And he's the ace of 1H. His grades are the highest of the first year. Nezu. Indeed. I wonder who'll win if we'll a match of chess. Smirk while drinking tea. All of the teachers felt a chill going down their spine after that. They don't want those two to work together. Back to the fight. Katsumi was seeing red after she was played by a nobody like Deku. Katsumi. Yell * you fucking Deku. AP shoot. She launched multiple explosions projectiles at 9. 9 quickly activated his gloves to create a huge hexagon prism, like the ones he used to walk on air, shielding himself from the blasts. 9 was unharmed. He deactivated the glove feature. 9. Let's see how you like when I go on the offensive. 9 fired an energy blast from his glove at Katsumi. Katsumi. On instinct she dodged at the blast. The blast hit the wall, making a dent. Katsumi wide her eyes when she saw the power of the blast and making her angrier. 9. Keep your eyes on the opponent. 9 closed the distance with his shoe that wasn't damaged by Katsumi and landed a strong left punch to her face. Mike. Unbelievable. Despite Bakugo having the advantage in power, Midoriya landed the second blow. SS. Not everything it's about strength or power. 9 has an organized mind and an organized mind is a disciplined mind, Mike. A disciplined mind is a powerful mind. By using perfect calculations, 9 can easily defeat Bakugo. Back to fight. 9 gained some distance by jumping back using his shoe. Katsumi was holding her right cheek where 9 punched her. Katsumi. You fucking Deku. You dare to punch me. 9. That's how a fight work. Oh, wait, I forgot. You and the rest of 1A think that every fight you'll do is gonna be like your opponent's is just standing and do nothing. That's just stupid. Katsumi was roaring in anger and launched herself at 9, trying to release a big attack, but 9 jumped above her and landed behind her. Then 9 applies some kind of attack on Katsumi's right arm and then kicked her in the back, sending her a few meters away. Katsumi regained her footing and glared at 9. She tried again AP shot, but she couldn't use her right hand, making her shocked. Katsumi. What the hell did you do to my arm, Deku? 9. Smile. Have you ever heard of chiblocking martial arts? I studied this type while I was in America in those 10 months. By applying some strategic attack on the nerves, I interrupted temporarily the tendons and connections on your arm, resulting in your quirk to be cut in half. And the same can be for your brother and many from your class. Katsumi gasped at this information. Deku disabled her hand and now she can only use her quirk on her left hand. Meanwhile with 1A, Ojiro. I never thought that I'll see that technique in real life. Ochako. What are you talking about, Ojiro? Ojiro. I never thought Deku will be one who knows that martial arts type. Katsuki. Quit saying nonsense and say it already. Ojiro. What Deku did to Katsumi was chiblocking martial arts. Mina. What's that, Ojiro? It's a type of martial arts. By applying with precision attacks on the body, you can immobilize your opponent. Deku immobilized Katsumi's arm. Shoto. Are you saying that Deku could do such a thing? Ojiro. Katsumi is the living proof. All of 1A wide their eyes in shock when they heard of what Deku could do. Back to the fight. 9. You're pathetic, Katsumi. Huh, 9. You're all barking and no bite. All of your class think you're hot shit. But the truth is that you're just delusional, thinking you're some kind of gods. You're only humans. You bleed like everyone else. But Katsumi being idiot, if you put an empty skull next to her head, the similarities are that both are empty inside. Katsumi. Shut up, I'll show you who's pathetic. She put her hand on the ground and unleashed an explosion on the ground, not powerful, but enough to make a cloud of dust. No one could see a thing inside the dust. Katsumi was smirking because she thought that this will blind 9 and she can land a strike. Then a blast flew past her and grazed her on the left shoulder. Katsumi. Gah. From the dust. 9. If you think that you can blind me with this dust, you forgot to hide your heat signature. Then the dust started to disperse because 9 was using his fox tails by spinning them to get rid of the dust, revealing 9 with no scratches and Katsumi with a minor left shoulder wound. 9 adjusted his gloves to minimum. For Katsumi, the blasts are like being hit by a tennis ball. 9 then started to whistle, making Katsumi to shiver in fear. Katsumi began to shake and hyperventilating from fear. It was like death is waiting for her. 9. Ah, I just love the smell of fear. 9 then used his metal tails to scratch the ground while walking towards Katsumi and smile at her. Katsumi was paralyzed from fear. Everyone was watching and couldn't believe it. Someone who survived a villain attack at the USJ was getting her ass beaten by someone with no fighting experience. Meanwhile, Dick. If they knew. With 1A, Katsuki couldn't believe that his sister was getting beaten by none other than Deku. He get up and yell in anger. Katsuki. Come on, sis. Show Deku his place. But Katsumi couldn't hear her brother. She was paralyzed from fear. 9 quickly dashed at her and immobilized her left arm as well. Then he used 4 of his metal tails to hold Katsumi's arms and legs. Katsumi was at 9 mercy. 9 then began to bitch slap her. After a couple of slaps, 9 stopped and looked at Katsumi who lost all of her will to fight. 9. Toshinori really thought that by rigging the matches will make me lose, but in the end, it's the other way around. 9 then throw Katsumi outside the arena. Mike. Katsumi Bakugo is out. The winner is 9 Midoriya. 9 then goes back to the tunnel which he came through. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.